Scientific Cultivation of Immortality, beginning with a wish. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Burning Heaven Divine Power, Hunting Daozi. The next day, Chen Mo came out of the Purple Flower Pavilion with satisfaction. Although his cultivation had not made a breakthrough, he had never felt as comfortable as he did now. Last night, during the communication between Xiangling and Xiaoxio, Chen Mo's soul reached a deep level of yin and yang harmony. It was only after this double cultivation that he discovered it. It turned out that every time he used the soul-devouring divine power, there would be a trace of demonic hidden danger in his soul. But after practicing double cultivation with Xiangling and the others, the body was nourished by a pure yin energy, which could make it achieve yin and yang balance and remove the demonic nature. Chen Mo walked out of the Purple Flower Pavilion, sniffing the faint fragrance of the two women on his fingers, and couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. The female cultivators of the Hehuan sect are really unique. It's a pity that Xiangling and Xiaoxio refused to leave a way to contact and communicate. After finishing their business, they pulled up their pants and didn't recognize anyone, and left without mercy. Chen Mo's heart was still a little aftertaste. After leaving the Purple Flower Pavilion, Chen Mo quickly spent 100 high-grade spirit stones to rent a temporary cave in the Yehungan Qianyang city, preparing to use it to practice the Burning Heaven 9 refining divine power. This cave is located on the west street of Qianyang city. There are 2 rooms for training and a living room. Around Chen Mo, there are many temporary residences for various casual cultivators and some monks who live in Qianyang city for work. It is safe and will not attract attention. Chen Mo came to the cave practice room, opened the formation, took out the crystal flame marrow from the storage ring, and then took out the glass bottle with the drought fire from the tomb. Looking at the 2 treasures in his hand, Chen Mo quietly activated the secret method. A quarter of an hour later, the crystal flame marrow like liquid crystal and a cluster of fist-sized drought fire essence floated in front of him. Chen Mo shouted softly, "Melt!" Chen Mo's mind moved. I saw the fist-sized drought fire suddenly jumped into the drop of flame crystal marrow. In an instant, a cluster of deep red flames appeared in the originally transparent flame crystal marrow. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately forced out a drop of blood essence and merged it into the Yanjing marrow, so that this drop of Yanjing marrow could completely merge with his body. Then Chen Mo began to follow the magical power record on the Burning Heaven 9 refining divine power, and cast the refining seal into the Yanjing marrow. 1 day later, when the Yanjing marrow was refined, Chen Mo finally felt that he had formed a flesh and blood connection with it. Inhale. Chen Mo's mind moved. In an instant, the Yanjing marrow drop turned into a phantom and merged into the palm of Chen Mo's right hand, forming a cluster of flame marks. The Burning Heaven 9 refining magical power finally refined 1. Looking at the flame mark on the palm of his right hand, Chen Mo's eyebrows showed a satisfied look. Because this drop of Yanjing marrow had been refined by him, it could appear in almost any part of the body. Chen Mo put it in the palm of his hand, so that he could control it most conveniently. Fire. Chen Mo waved his right hand. Suddenly a hot flame gushed out, as if a sea of fire appeared out of thin air in front of him. The flame magic power cultivated with a Hanba strange fire has several characteristics. It can be freely controlled, has a very high temperature, and can burn everything. Once the Burning Heaven magic power is used against the enemy, it is easy for others to misunderstand that he is a cultivator who practices fire attribute magic. Practicing the Burning Heaven 9 refinements is like adding another magical trump card to myself. Looking at the mark on the palm, Chen Mo thought happily. Looking at the time, 2 days have passed, and there are only 2 days left in this month. At this time, Chen Mo is ready to go out and kill the foundation-building cultivators of the Linghe sect. As a genius specially recruited by the military, he doesn't want to fail to complete even the basic mandatory tasks of the month. In the days since he came to the military, the overall feeling of the 9th Army has been quite good to him. Whether it is the Kamikaze Squad, Lengchun Wangzan, or Hong Tong, these people are good to him, which is why Chen Mo doesn't mind using his golden finger to give everyone some benefits or opportunities. In this case, then harvest more heads of Linghe sect cultivators to thank them. If they are not of my race, their hearts must be different. Chen Mo thought in his heart. Make a wish. I want to know where I can find the traces of Wang Yu, Chu Naxing, and Pu Ling, who are on the Linghe sect's DOZ list. This world's information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1, 10 days later, in Zhuanzhou Piaomio City, there will be a mid-level auction of the Chilan domain held by the Xianbao Pavilion. At the auction, you can see the traces of Wang Yu, Chu Naxing, and Pu Ling. Path 2, 6 days later, Wang Yu will hunt down the Defang Mountain, 5,000 miles away from the Qilanmei in Zhuanzhou. Path 3, 8 days later, Leng Chuan of the 9th Army will fight against Chu Naxing, who ranks 32nd on the DOZ list, in Xianmei, 6,000 miles away from Zhuanhuang City. Path 4, 15 days later, Pu Ling will be in Xianhe City of Linghe sect, cooperating with the elders of Linghe sect to hunt down the elder of Langxing, Shen Jianzhao, and advance to the nascent soul realm. Seeing the prompts in his mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but ponder. The prompts of this wish can be said to have given the three people a detailed time trace map. Moreover, each path revealed very important information about the people that Chen Mo was familiar with. Chen Mo could infer from the result of Path 1 that the kamikaze team, Leng Chuan, and Shen Jianzhao were all very likely to be in trouble, which forced him to be on guard. Among these people, except Shen Jianzhao, who had never dealt with Chen Mo, the others could be said to be the people that Chen Mo was most familiar with since he came to the Blood Underworld. The Sea King halberd that Chen Mo had obtained before was exactly what Elder Shen Jianzhao left behind at the Starry Sky University, so it could be said that he was also half involved. Thinking of this, Chen Mo did not delay. He sent a message to Liu Di as soon as possible, asking them whether they would go to Defang Mountain to perform any mission in 6 days. Half a day later, Chen Mo received a reply from Liu Di. Sure enough, the kamikaze team had taken on a mission to go to Defang Mountain to hunt down the monks of the Linghe sect a few days ago. Seeing this, Chen Mo decided to start by hunting down Wang Yu, the 98th Taoist of the Linghe sect, 6 days later. After he killed Wang Yu and Chu Naxing in advance, he would go to the auction of the Xianbao Pavilion to kill Pu Ling. He wanted to kill all the masters on the Linghe sect's DOZ list one by one. As for this month's task, he just needed to find a few ordinary foundation-building cultivators from the Linghe sect to kill. After thinking it over, Chen Mo quietly rushed to the shop opened by the Linghe sect cultivators in Qianyang City. At this time, it was dark. As the saying goes, it is a time to kill and set fire on a dark and windy night. Qianyang City, as the largest force in Qianyang Market, openly prohibits fighting in the city. Chen Mo found out that the city lord of Qianyang City, the old ancestor Chilan, is a cultivator in the late Yuanying stage, but it is said that he has another background behind him, so he can gain a foothold in Qianyang City with his Yuanying cultivation. But how can this be difficult for Chen Mo? Now with the combat power of Chen Mo controlling the Duke's banner, let alone the Yuanying cultivator, even the Huashan cultivator will be killed by him if he is not careful. Soon, Chen Mo came to a pill shop opened by the Linghe sect in Qianyang Market. Dong dong. Chen Mo knocked on the door of the shop. The one who opened the door was a key training level medicine servant. He looked at Chen Mo with some caution. It's dark now. I wonder what you need to buy. However, considering the security in Qianyang City and the confidence of the Linghe sect behind him, the medicine servant still opened the gate of the medicine shop. Chen Mo walked into the door and swept his mind. He immediately found that there was a late-stage foundation building cultivator and 2 mid-stage foundation building cultivators busy at the back of the medicine cabinet. Dao, do you need to buy elixirs or something else? Seeing that Chen Mo didn't speak, the medicine servant asked again. Hearing the other party's repeated urging. At this time, Chen Mo turned his head and showed him a very calm and strange smile. Oh, I need your help here. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the medicine servant's expression was shocked. You. But before he could finish his words, Chen Mo waved his hand. The Immortal Crossing flag shook slightly in his hand. Suddenly, a dark annihilation gale blew past, including the medicine servant. 4 Linghe sect monks were killed instantly, leaving only 3 heads of foundation-building monks floating in the air. Even the formation in the medicine shop was not activated in time. Chen Mo waved his hand and picked up the 3 heads and the identity token left by the other party. This month's mission is finally completed. Using the Duke's banner to kill the foundation-building monks is a bit of a butcher knife. Chen Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, putting away the heads, Chen Mo pasted a flying talisman on himself and quietly left the medicine shop. The pills in the medicine shop are generally set with very advanced formations. If he does not break the formation first, he will not be able to get the things inside. At this time, once the Linghe sect monks died, I am afraid that the masters behind them have arrived, and Kyaniyang City tonight is likely to set off a storm. Chen Mo did not need to make a big fuss for this little thing and expose his identity for the time being, so he decided to withdraw as soon as possible. Chen Mo quietly left Kyaniyang City and then rushed to Zhuangherong City of the Blue Star Military. Chapter 127, Heavenly Dao Foundation Building, Killing Wang Yu. Back to Zhuangherong City. Chen Mo used the heads of the foundation building cultivators of the Linghe sect and the sect token to complete this month's tasks, and then quietly returned to his cave. Chen Mo sat cross-legged in the practice room and began to make the next plan. It's time to improve my cultivation and plan for the promotion to the Golden Collar. At present, his cultivation has just broken through to the late stage of foundation building, and there is still a distance from the Golden Collar. From the late stage of foundation building to condensing the Golden Collar, it is necessary to first condense the spiritual power in the body into spiritual energy, also known as true energy. In this step, the number of times the spiritual energy is condensed also determines the level of condensed Golden Collar. Every time the spiritual energy in the body is condensed, it is equivalent to a rebirth of the quality of the true energy. Therefore, the 10,000 feet high building rises from the ground, and the foundation building realm is called the most important realm for consolidating the foundation of the Tao. The key training realm is just the entry point to cultivating immortals, and the foundation building realm is the real beginning of the practice of the Great Dao. The foundation building realm is divided into 4 types: the foundation building of the Heavenly Dao, the foundation building of the Earthly Dao, the foundation building of the Mysterious Dao, and the foundation building of the Human Dao. In the late stage of foundation building, being able to condense the spiritual power in the body 1 to 3 times is called human foundation building, and it is expected to break through to the lower 3rd level golden elixir. The 3rd level golden elixir stops at the nascent soul realm at most. Condensing 4 to 6 times is called the mysterious foundation building, which can break through to the middle grade 6th level golden elixir, and there is a glimmer of hope to break through the God transformation realm. Condensing 6 to 9 times is called the earthly foundation building, which can break through to the 7th level superior golden elixir, or even the top level 8th level golden elixir. As for condensing the true essence in the body more than 9 times, it has become a legend. It is rumored that only by breaking the limit of 9 can it be possible to condense the legendary Heavenly Dao 9 level golden elixir. Therefore, Chen Mo's goal is to break the limit and condense the top level 9 level golden elixir, just like in the key training realm. And the 4th level spiritual medicine rewards that can be obtained by hunting down the cultivators on the Linghe Sect's Daozi list will all be transformed into the resources for his cultivation advancement. At the same time, he can also start the 3rd level practice of earthly evil art and advance to the barbarian general realm. After Chen Mo made a plan for the next practice in his mind, he began to practice the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra and condense the spiritual essence in his body. 4 days later, Chen Mo woke up quietly from the state of practice. If nothing unexpected happens, the day when the kamikaze team will go to Defang Mountain will be 2 days later. There are still 2 days left, we can set off in advance. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he quietly rushed to Defang Mountain deep in the Qilin Mountains. On this day, deep in Defang Mountain, Liu Di led the kamikaze team to carry out the final elimination of several Linghe sect cultivators in the late stage of foundation building in front of them. Bang! Spells collided on the field, bringing about huge spiritual power shocks. The trees in the mountains were cut off by the sword light, and the ground was hid into large pits that turned into small lakes. This is how immortal cultivators fight, changing the landform environment at will, gathering water into lakes, and moving mountains to fill the sea. On the battlefield, the aura revealed by Chen Mo and others can be seen. Everyone's spiritual power is very condensed. Even Wang Jin, who originally had the worst cultivation, has now been promoted to the late stage of foundation building. Like Liu Di, Nuang Hong and several Linghe sect monks who were surrounded and killed, they were even closer to the edge of forming a pill. Little did they know that while the two sides were fighting fiercely, in the mountains and forests behind them, a pair of eyes with restrained breath were silently observing the situation in the field. Chen Mo stared at the fight between the two sides and found that although several monks of Linghe sect were obviously in a situation of being hunted, they were steady when they attacked, without the slightest panic. Chen Mo didn't know whether this pursuit was an ambush designed by the other party, but he had been secretly following Liu Di and others for more than a day according to the prompts. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Yu on the Linghe sect AOZ list will appear soon. Time passed again. Sure enough, just when the Linghe sect foundation building monks were about to be unable to resist, one of them took out a second-level defense talisman from his body and triggered a defensive light escape to block the attack of Liu Di and others. Then another person took out a flying sword communication talisman and activated it. After sending the communication talisman, this person suddenly showed a sinister smile on his face. Liu Di saw a communication sword shadow flash by, and suddenly a sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. Not good, there must be helpers nearby. Speed up and deal with these people, let's retreat quickly. Liu Di shouted at the team members fiercely. If you want to leave, it's too late. Just as Liu Di's voice fell, a triumphant roar came from a distance. Soon, before the after effects faded, a figure instantly appeared above Liu Di and others. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, Liu Di, Yu Quan and others turned pale instantly. The 98th Daozi on the Linghe sect Daozi list. Wang Yu. Liu Di said with a solemn face. Foundation building versus Jinden. He knew that he was in trouble today. Facing Wang Yu, who was in the Jinden stage and spanned a large realm, the five of them could not compete with him at all. What's more, Wang Yu was a Xianjiao Jinden who was ranked on the Daozi list. Seeing the nervous expressions of Liu Di and others, Wang Yu looked wanton, and a grim smile flashed across his face. You're right, but it's a pity that you're still going to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly started to pounce on Liu Di. Go separately. Facing Wang Yu's attack, Liu Di's face changed, and he immediately sent a telepathic message to his teammates, shouting fiercely. But he sent a telepathic message quickly, and Wang Yu's attack was even faster. Before Liu Di finished sending a telepathic message, Wang Yu had already condensed a large spiritual energy handprint and blasted it towards Liu Di's face. It's over. How can a late-stage Jinden target attack block the late-stage foundation building? In terms of speed, it's impossible to dodge. A flash of despair flashed through Liu Di's mind like lightning. He could only hurriedly urge all his spiritual power to condense in front of him, instinctively trying to block it for a few breaths of time to create a chance for Nongjin and others to escape. Old Liu. Captain. Fight him. Seeing Liu Di being attacked, Yu Quan and Nongjin shouted hurriedly. They knew they might die here today. Facing the late Jinden Xianjiao, they could not escape at all, and the opponent had several foundation-building cultivators who were not weaker than them. Therefore, when they received Liu Di's voice transmission, they did not think of running at the first time, but tried their best to help Liu Di block the attack. Feng Zhao immediately activated a small spiritual shield to block Liu Di. Nonghong, Yu Quan, Nongjin and others also used their best means to block the opponent's attack. But in the end, all this was in vain. Wang Yu's spiritual handprint turned into a half-acre big hand and slapped it down suddenly. The true power of the late Jinden was in a crushing state, and the spiritual shield and defense talisman blocking Liu Di were slapped away and penetrated one by one. Die? Wang Yu and others showed a cruel grin on their faces when they saw that the half-acre true handprint was about to suppress everyone. Suddenly, a flag with a light blue fluorescence appeared in front of Liu Di. The flag shook lightly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, instantly disintegrating the handprint of the true essence that Wang Yu had condensed, and even his body was blown back dozens of meters. Who? Seeing that the sudden obstruction interrupted his attack, Wang Yu shouted angrily. His majestic divine thoughts began to radiate. After repelling Wang Yu's attack, Chen Mo appeared in front of everyone. As soon as Chen Mo appeared, the immortal crossing flag flew happily to his hand and trembled gently. Chen Mo. Liu Di and others, who were originally desperate, exclaimed in disbelief when they saw that it was Chen Mo who saved them. Hearing their exclamations, Chen Mo nodded gently at them and said calmly, "Let's talk later, wait until I get rid of these beasts." Listening to Chen Mo's arrogant words, Wang Yu was not careless. He stared at the immortal crossing flag in Chen Mo's hand with caution, and his eyes were filled with caution and greed. "You are just a small foundation-building cultivator. Do you think you can deal with me with this banner in your hand?" His voice was full of disdain, but in fact, he was a little solemn. Facing Wang Yu's ridicule, Chen Mo did not care, but said calmly, "Then why don't you give it a try?" "Humph. Give it a try." Wang Yu responded with a dissatisfied snort. At this time, he had already developed a greed in his heart, and he must kill Chen Mo and take away this banner that could block his attack. He had already started as soon as he thought about it. This time he directly summoned a top-grade spiritual sword and slashed it towards Chen Mo's body. Facing the opponent's attack, Chen Mo smiled. "Today I will kill the golden elixir again." Chen Mo's spiritual power moved, and he held the crossing immortal flag and suddenly waved it towards Wang Yu. Under the urging of his spiritual power, the crossing immortal flag suddenly swung out a blast of annihilation and enveloped Wang Yu. The annihilation blast first swept Wang Yu's spiritual sword aside, and then began to attack Wang Yu's body. Under the annihilation gale, Wang Yu's true essence dissipated like ice and snow melting. Not good. What kind of wind is this? Soon he found that his body was annihilated inch by inch. No. Wang Yu let out an unwilling roar in despair. The 98th Daozi on the Linghe sect's Daozi list. Wang Yu died. Then Chen Mo waved the Dukeson banner again. The remaining Linghe sect foundation building cultivators on the field also followed suit. Chapter 128, Collect Rewards from Corpses. The changes on the field happened almost instantly. The speed of time was so fast that the 5 members of the kamikaze team were all shocked. They didn't expect that the Jinden Xianjiao who was listed on the Daozi list would be destroyed by Chen Mo just like that. You know, a month ago, Chen Mo had just established his foundation. How could he kill Jinden with a wave of his hand now? This gap in growth speed really frightened Liu Di and others. After killing Wang Yu, Chen Mo didn't think so much. He immediately came to Wang Yu's corpse and touched the corpse. Wang Yu's body was blown by the annihilation wind of the Dukeson flag, just like being scraped by a bone-scraping steel knife, and disappeared completely. At this time, he was left with only a head and a small part of his shoulder. This was because he found something wrong later and deliberately stopped. Hey! Did I hit too hard? There's only a head left, how can I touch the corpse? It seems that I have to use less force when activating the crossing immortal flag in the future. Chen Mo looked at the head under his feet and thought angrily. He lowered his head and grabbed Wang Yu's head and began to search around. Where is my golden elixir? Damn, could it be that Wang Yu's golden elixir was also directly annihilated? Chen Mo searched for a while but didn't find Wang Yu's golden elixir, and was a little disappointed. You should know that in the world of immortal cultivation, the golden elixir of demons is a treasure and can be used to make medicine. In fact, the golden elixir of humans is the same, but everyone in the world of immortal cultivation has a consensus. Anyone who dares to use the golden elixir of human beings to make medicine will be treated as a demon cultivator once discovered. In all the immortal cultivation worlds that Chen Mo knows, demon cultivators are the most unwelcome. Once discovered, almost the entire world of immortal cultivation will come to chase and intercept them. That situation is like a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats them. But I don't know how many people do this behind the scenes. No matter where you are, there are many people who are great fakes and great treacherous people who are great loyal people. After searching for a while, Chen Mo did not find Wang Yu's golden elixir, so he had to put away the top-grade spiritual weapon sword he had just used. Chen Mo could see that this spiritual weapon sword was made of 4th-level precious materials, which should allow him to exchange for about 1,000 top-grade spiritual stones. After putting away the long sword, Chen Mo's mind quickly covered every corner around him. After a few breaths, Chen Mo finally found a dark storage ring a few hundred meters behind Wang Yu. Then, he put away the treasures left by several other foundation building monks one by one. Finally, Chen Mo stared at Wang Yu's head in his hand with a deep gaze, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, there was a group of soul shadows hiding deep in Wang Yu's head. If nothing unexpected happened, it was Wang Yu's soul. The golden elixir is not as good as the foundation building. The soul has been convinced to the point where it can survive for a short time after death. At this time, if there is a good and suitable body to provide, and with the help of high-level cultivators, it is actually possible to take over another body and be reborn. If you have cultivated to the nascent soul stage, you can even let the nascent soul leave the body and find a body to take over. But how could Wang Yu's soul surpass Chen Mo's divine consciousness? Although Chen Mo is in the late stage of foundation building, His divine consciousness has already surpassed the ordinary golden elixir soul. Chen Mo held Wang Yu's head and sneered, and directly summoned the soul-melting bottle to quietly take out the other party's soul and seal it. No, please let me go. When Wang Yu's soul was taken into the soul-melting bottle by Chen Mo, Wang Yu's soul sensed that the last trace of life was about to be wiped out, and suddenly sent a discontinuous divine consciousness to Chen Mo begging for mercy. Let you go, next life? No, you don't even have a next life. Facing Wang Yu's residual thoughts, Chen Mo's face remained cold and motionless, and continued to seal the other party's soul into the soul-melting bottle and began to refine it. After finishing, then he turned around and walked towards Liu Di and others. When Chen Mo collected the treasures, Liu Di and others did not rush to come forward to talk, but quietly waited aside and whispered something. This is the underlying rule of the world of immortal cultivation. If they rashly approach, they will inevitably be suspected of taking the opportunity to embezzle Chen Mo's treasures. But if it were a stranger, it would be different. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected, and one word is to do it. After seeing Chen Mo finish touching the corpse, Liu Di and others hurriedly came over and said gratefully, Chen Mo, thank you for saving us. Thank you, Chen Mo. Everyone hurriedly thanked him. Chen Mo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You can even kill Wang Yu, who is on the list of Taoist sons of Linghe sect. In the future, our kamikaze team will have to hold your thighs. At this time, Nuang Jin also hurriedly thanked and praised. Facing everyone's thanks, Chen Mo nodded in response. Don't be polite, everyone. I just happened to meet him. I was able to save you by relying on the power of external objects. It's just a piece of cake, not worth worrying about. Hearing Chen Mo say it so easily, several people couldn't help but show a Versailles expression in their eyes. What a piece of cake. Chen Mo, if the news that you killed a giant and cultivator with a flip of your hand gets out, I'm afraid our entire Blue Star military will be in an uproar. Yu Quan joked on the side. Chen Mo heard this and smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm used to keeping a low profile and don't like crowds. The hidden meaning of this sentence also let the people of the kamikaze team know that he didn't want this matter to be spread. Yu Quan and others naturally understood it when they heard it. At this point, Chen Mo immediately changed the subject. Are you going back to Zhuangherong City now, or continue to train outside? Liu Di thought for a moment, and then replied, thanks to your help this time, nothing serious happened, so we won't go back for the time being. I took on several missions when I came out, let's finish them first. At this point, Liu Di half-jokingly said with some expectation, why don't you act with us, I'll let you be the captain. With you here, we can beat those guys from Linghe sect. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head when he heard it. Come on, Lao Liu, you'll have to bear the trouble yourself. I have to go back to Zhuangherong City to deal with something, so let's say goodbye here. Liu Di could only smile helplessly after being rejected by Chen Mo again, which was obviously not beyond his expectations. Then, after Chen Mo had a brief chat with the kamikaze team, he waved his hand and left quickly. Killing Wang Yu, the purpose of this trip was completed for him. Next, he had to go back and collect the mission reward. There are still more than 2 days before Ling Chuan and Chu Nangxing's battle will take place in Xiamen. For him, it is another opportunity to walk in human form. Chen Mo hopes to rush back now and turn this reward into an improvement in strength. 1 day later, Chen Mo appeared in the mission hall smoothly. This time, it happened to be Li Miao, an acquaintance from last time, who received Chen Mo. Unexpectedly, the other party came to the mission hall to take up a post this month. Obviously, the other party kept Chen Mo's identity information confidential, and she was very impressed. She recognized Chen Mo at first sight. What? You said you completed the task of killing Wang Yu, who ranked 98th on the Daozi list of Linghe sect. When Chen Mo said the task he was going to hand in, Li Miao was shocked again. She clearly remembered that Chen Mo was only in the foundation building stage. How could he kill Wang Yu, who was in the golden elixir stage? Seeing this startled and cute senior sister, Chen Mo quickly pulled out Wang Yu's head and piled it in front of her with his spiritual sword with identity mark. Here, the thing is here. This is really Wang Yu. Li Miao took a look at the head and looked at Chen Mo in shock. This Chen Mo is really not simple. After checking, Li Miao calmed down a little. She kindly reminded, Chen Mo, the mission hall stipulates that killing Wang Yu can get a 4th level spiritual medicine Biao Teng. I will help you register it in the military network now, and you can go to the logistics department to get it immediately. But do you choose to make the news of killing Wang Yu public or anonymous? Hearing the other party's reminder, Chen Mo replied without hesitation. Anonymous. Li Miao nodded. Okay. With her quick operation on the interface, she quickly got the job done. Done. As soon as Li Miao finished speaking, Chen Mo politely thanked him. Thank you, senior sister. After that, he turned around to collect the reward. Looking at Chen Mo's disappearing back, Li Miao nodded secretly. This junior brother is really low-key. He is unwilling to make public such an honor as killing Wang Yu. He must be a person with a firm mind and hard work. At this time, with a change of information. In the mission hall, the mission of killing Wang Yu was displayed as completed. Then the mission information flashed and slowly disappeared. Fuck, Wang Yu, who was ranked 98th on the Linghai Sect's DOZ list, was killed. Who killed him? For a moment, the people in the mission hall looked at the flashing screen and became noisy. At this time, Chen Mo quietly received the 4th level spiritual medicine Biaodang from the logistics department and returned to his cave. I hope I can find something good in Wang Yu's ring. After returning to the cave, Chen Mo began to use his divine thoughts to attack the divine thoughts mark left on Wang Yu's stored ring. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the ring was refined. 5,000 high-quality spiritual stones, the practice method of the 6th level hidden breath technique, a 4th level body casting dragon elephant pill, and a number of refining materials. Huh? This guy's collection is not worse than Bai Jianfei's. Seeing the harvest in the ring, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. The 6th level stealth technique and the dragon elephant pill are all things he will need immediately. Especially the dragon elephant pill, which can be used to break through the physical body of the barbarian general realm. After checking the harvest, Chen Mo did not take the pills immediately to break through. Instead, he summoned the soul melting bottle to activate his spiritual power to accelerate the refining of Wang Yu's soul. After half a day, with his full efforts, the soul melting bottle finally had 3 more drops of pure soul liquid. 1 drop less than when refining Bai Jianfei. This may be the reason why this guy ranked 98th and fell behind. Chen Mo pursed his lips, a little dissatisfied. It seems that we should kill the Taoist who ranks first in the Linghai sect, so that we can have more soul liquid. But Wang Yu has a lot of treasures in his storage ring, so it's okay. Chen Mo sighed. The soul liquid entered his mouth, and the familiar clear air rushed into his mind. Soon after absorbing Wang Yu's soul liquid, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness rapidly transformed and grew stronger again. The golden sword of divine consciousness condensed in his mind became thicker and thicker, and more condensed. However, this was beyond his expectations. In fact, he was more looking forward to Wang Yu's understanding of foundation building and golden elixir cultivation. With a last experience, Chen Mo knew that absorbing the soul liquid of the golden elixir would bring a trace of the other party's understanding of the origin of the great way of cultivation. This is what Chen Mo values most. After absorbing this understanding of the great way, he can save a lot of practice time in the realm of comprehension. Sure enough, after Chen Mo's divine consciousness grew stronger, a feeling of enlightenment came to his mind almost at the same time. The Tao is full and can be used without being full. The deep is like the ancestor of all things, and the clear is like existence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Promoted to a Barbarian General, Flesh Body. An hour later, Chen Mo absorbed Wang Yu's understanding of the Dao and felt that his understanding of the foundation building realm had deepened. Although the cultivation methods of Bai Jianfei, Wang Yu and others were different from the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra that Chen Mo mainly practiced. However, as a giant in Xianjiao on the Linghai Sect's DOZ list, he was naturally not much weaker in terms of cultivation methods, and his understanding of each realm was naturally very deep. Even if Chen Mo only absorbed a few strands of Dao understanding that was helpful to him from each person, it would accumulate into a lot and save him countless time for cultivation. Yes, let's do it. If I kill all the Xianjiao on the Linghai Sect's DOZ list, I'm afraid that with a little understanding of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra, my realm understanding will soar to the late stage of the Jianden realm. Chen Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance, thinking about how to quickly kill the Linghe secte Oz. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Since we are enemies, we will fight to the end. Break through the barbarian general immediately. Next, kill Chu Nangsing. As soon as the thought fell, Chen Mo took out a dragon elephant pill. This pill is shaped like a dragon eye, and the outer color of the pill is dark green, round and shiny. Dragon elephant, as the name suggests, the dragon elephant pill is made from the inner pill and blood and flesh essence of the 4th level ancient dragon elephant beast in the blood underworld. It is very suitable for physical cultivators to break through the realm and break the shackles of the flesh. In terms of value alone, the dragon elephant pill can be compared to the infant formation pill. Chen Mo didn't want to guess why there was such a precious physical cultivation pill in Wang Yu's ring, but now it happened to be cheap for him. The practice of the earthly evil technique is the 1st level barbarian warrior, the 2nd level barbarian soldier, the 3rd level barbarian general, and the 4th level barbarian witch. Once the barbarian general is broken through, it is equivalent to the deformation realm of the body refining realm. At this step, the combat power will undergo a drastic change. The body cultivators mainly cultivate the body. The first 2 stages only enhance the combat power of the body. Facing the key cultivators, although the close combat power is strong, if the key cultivators rely on spiritual power to fly and attack from a long range, the body cultivators will be at a disadvantage. However, once the body cultivators break through the 3rd stage, it will be different. The body cultivators at this level can already fly in the air with the power of the body, which makes up for the biggest shortcoming of this path. Chen Mo practiced the earthly evil art. Before, he had opened up 18 divine treasures in his body and cultivated himself to the late stage of the barbarian soldier. But after the last breakthrough, he felt that the body cultivation had reached a late stage. Opening the divine treasures of the body required more and more physical training and bearing. It seemed that there was a kind of shackle in the body that restricted the human body from constantly digging the divine treasures. So these days, Chen Mo did not take some ordinary body refining spiritual medicines to do the grinding work. However, today there is this 4th level dragon elephant pill, which should be enough for him to be promoted to higher realm. Gulu. The dragon elephant pill was swallowed by Chen Mo. Almost at the same time, Chen Mo controlled his stomach and began to quickly digest the medicinal power of the pill. All the major divine powers that could help him digest were mobilized. Soon, a digestive furnace like an alchemy furnace formed in Chen Mo's stomach. The dark green dragon elephant pill was suspended in the furnace and was quickly decomposed and digested. Boom! At the moment when the medicinal power of the dragon elephant pill exploded, Chen Mo felt as if there was an ancient dragon elephant beast in his body rushing forward. Waves of dark green energy quickly burst out, and violently burst around his body, causing the surrounding parts of Chen Mo's body to swell up from time to time, and the depressions and bulges formed meatbags. It seemed that Chen Mo would burst if he was not careful. If someone saw this, they would definitely feel a little terrified. How the pill is spiritual. There seemed to be a roar of a dragon elephant in Chen Mo's body, as if a dragon elephant beast was unwilling to be refined and wanted to break through the shackles of Chen Mo's physical cage. HMPH. Refine it for me. Feeling the changes in his body, Chen Mo snorted coldly. A 4th level elixir. It was indeed a 4th level elixir. This violent medicinal power obviously exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. But what does it matter? The medicinal power of a small 4th level elixir wants to burst me, Chen Mo. The Shenmen Shenzhen stabilizes my mind. The Niguan Shenzhen contains my ki and blood. The Guanyin Shenzhen consolidates my divine body. The Mingmen Shenzhen breaks my destiny. Yongquan, Zhuhei, Xianshu, Leek, Shenmen, Niguan, Guanyin, Fengqi, Shenk. All the power of the Shenzhen is given to me. The 19 great Shenzhengs combine to refine the power of the dragon elephant. Today, I swear to break the Shenmen with my strength. Just as the power of the dragon elephant pill in Chen Mo's body completely exploded and rebelled, a fierceness surged in Chen Mo's heart. Break. The body refining and exercise root of the earthly evil art, driven by the golden flesh energy in Chen Mo's body, was running wildly, like golden dragon swimming in his muscles. Roar. At this moment, the power of the 19 divine treasures in Chen Mo's body was fully opened, and he turned into golden dragon and quickly devoured the medicinal power of the dragon elephant pill. The dragon elephant pill is worthy of being a 4th level bodybuilding pill. Its medicinal power is like a volcanic source that erupts and never extinguishes. The golden physical energy in Chen Mo's body is getting stronger and stronger. When the energy of the dragon elephant pill was mostly refined, he felt that this energy would explode completely if he didn't use it. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he firmly urged the energy in his body that was about to explode to the position between his eyebrows and his hairline. This is the physical body's Xianmen divine treasure. However, this Xianmen is not the same as the other Xianmen. The Xianmen of the inner key realm is a portal barrier between the human body and the outside world, and the Xianmen divine treasure corresponds to the Xianmen acupoint and communicates with the divine treasure in the body. Hit it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive thunders sounded. The Xianmen divine treasure was finally broken by Chen Mo. The Xianmen divine treasure was opened, and he was promoted to a barbarian general. Hualala at this moment, infinite energy surged out from the depths of the Xianmen divine treasure like waves, quickly enveloping every tiny part of Chen Mo's body and starting to transform. At this moment, Chen Mo deeply felt how difficult it was to break through, and how great the gains were. It really deserves to be promoted to the 3rd level of barbarian general. The power of the transformation of the Xianmen divine treasure surged endlessly, at least several times more than when Chen Mo opened up other divine treasures in the past. And this is not over yet. During the transformation of Chen Mo's body, the remaining dragon elephant pill power also became docile and gentle. The 2 energies combined and circulated along the 3rd level of the earthly evil art, and improved Chen Mo's strength. 1 hour, 2 hours of transformation continued until 5 hours later, and the promotion to the barbarian general realm finally ended. After the breakthrough, Chen Mo looked at the changes in his body. Suddenly, he drew out Wang Yu's top-grade spiritual weapon longsword and slashed at his arm. Ping! The top-grade spiritual weapon longsword was broken, and his arm was left with only a faint white mark. Okay. Chen Mo looked at the faint white mark on his arm and couldn't help but yelled. Even the best spiritual weapon sword could hardly cut through his flesh and skin. This abnormal defensive power was enough to resist the attack of a giant and cultivator. Chen Mo now had a feeling. Without the bonus of magic, it would be difficult for an ordinary giant and mid-stage cultivator to hurt him. More importantly, at this moment, Chen Mo felt that the energy level in his body had become higher. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could emit his own energy at any time to wrap himself up and isolate himself from the gravity of heaven and earth. He could also exchange energy with heaven and earth at any time, so as to realize his physical body crossing the air and flying in the air. Upon noticing this change, Chen Mo couldn't help but show an excited look in his eyes. The physical body crosses the void. This was what he wanted most. If one day his spiritual power was exhausted and he fell into danger, he could also cross the void and escape the danger by relying on his physical body alone. Next, let me see how powerful the barbarian general realm is. Kill Chu Nangsing. Chen Mo's mind turned, and after getting familiar with the changes in the breakthrough city, he immediately went to Xianmen. He glanced at the time. There is still a long time before the 6th day, and I must arrive in time. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Then, Chen Mo's body directly soared into the air and flew towards Xianmen. This time he did not use any spiritual power, but directly relied on the power of his physical body to cross the sky. Chapter 130, The Prodigy Ling Chuan, Killing Chu Nangsing. Xianmen is a vast wasteland in Zhuanzhou. There are grasslands, low mountains, lakes and other natural conditions in the wasteland. Because the spiritual energy in Xianmen is rich and there are many 2nd and 3rd level spiritual veins hidden underneath, many low-level monsters and scattered cultivators gather here to survive. After Langsing took over half of Zhuanzhou, many Blue Star monks and Linghe sect monks collided and fought here, adding a few more bloodstains to the already mixed Xianmen. After leaving Zhuanhong City, Chen Mo's body quickly crossed and galloped in the low sky. His body was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky. The buildings of Zhuanhong City became smaller and smaller in his eyes, until they finally disappeared from his sight. Instead, magnificent mountains and winding rivers appeared suddenly behind him. Chen Mo smiled lightly and continued to speed up. Everything around him was rapidly retreating. After flying over countless peaks, Chen Mo suddenly heard the sound of thousands of horses galloping. It's a 1st-level grass demon horse that lives in groups. This is also the most famous characteristic demon horse in Xianmen. We have arrived in Xianmen. Chen Mo heard the sound of horse hooves becoming clearer and clearer, and he made a judgment in his heart. Sure enough, after flying for dozens of miles, he saw an endless wasteland. I wonder where Ling Chuan will fight Chu Naxing and Xianmei. Chen Mo continued to fly, while estimating the distance in his mind, looking for the place where the crowd gathered. The last time he met Ling Chuan was when he just came to the Blood Netherworld. The impression Ling Chuan gave him was that he was always cold and taciturn, and acted low-key and decisively. If he hadn't heard Wang Zun say that Ling Chuan had broken the limit once in the key training stage, he would still not know about it. This time, the Golden Finger prompted Ling Chuan to fight Chu Naxing and Xianmei. Chen Mo guessed that Ling Chuan should have advanced to the Golden Core realm during this period. And with Ling Chuan's low-key style of doing things, this battle should also be an emergency, causing Ling Chuan to have to expose his strength to deal with it. But even if Ling Chuan advances to the Golden Core realm, he is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm at most. Facing the Linghe sect Daozi, who is also a top-level genius and ranked 32nd, he may still be no match. Chen Mo was a little worried, and he sped up and flew towards the depths of Xianmei. In fact, the principle that Chen Mo has been following along is to repay kindness with kindness and to avenge hatred with hatred. Whether it is Han Feng's help at the beginning or the Dinghe route rewarded to him by Ling Chuan, Chen Mo has always kept these two things in mind. So he doesn't want Ling Chuan to get into trouble. At the same time, Ling Chuan is also a rare genius of breaking the limit level for Blue Star in 100 years. Chen Mo's figure quickly passed over the wasteland, and his divine consciousness that covered dozens of miles had already covered far away and began to explore all the surrounding information. Suddenly, two voices of conversation came from a distance. "Hurry, fellow Taoist. I heard that the Jindans Henrin from Blue Star and the Linghe sect masters have fought again, and this time the Linghe sect's fighter is Chu Naxing, who ranks 32nd on the Daozi list." "What, Chu Naxing?" "Yes. Let's hurry over and see if we can take advantage of the situation to find a loophole." Chen Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly turned around and chased after the voice. A few minutes later, Chen Mo finally arrived at the site where Ling Chuan and Chu Naxing fought. "Huh?" Chen Mo let out a long breath. "Fortunately, I finally got there." At this time, Ling Chuan was in a fierce battle with a strange figure in the air. Judging from the situation, Ling Chuan's strength was very strong, and it was not as one-sided as Chen Mo worried. After Chen Mo landed, he quietly hid in a big tree around the battlefield and began to watch the battle silently. Around the battle between the two sides, there were also many cultivators watching the battle, but they all showed the cultivation level of key training and foundation building. Chen Mo didn't pay too much attention after a quick glance, and still focused his attention on the two sides of the battle. Bang! Bang! After several fierce collisions, the two retreated. In this collision, Ling Chuan was repelled more than 300 meters by the opponent's true energy, while Chu Naxing retreated slightly by about 100 meters. It can also be seen from here that Chu Naxing's cultivation is higher than Ling Chuan after all. After this collision, Ling Chuan stared at Chu Naxing with a solemn and vigilant expression, and the spiritual weapon sword in his hand flashed with cold light. Chu Naxing opposite him was controlling a long spear spiritual weapon with a somewhat angry look, staring at Ling Chuan and shouting coldly, "Tell me your name. I Chu Naxing will not kill an unknown person." After saying that, a strong momentum emanated from him. Chu Naxing never thought that he, the 32nd Xianjiao of the Linghe sect, could not get rid of this giant mid-stage cultivator with a somewhat frivolous aura for a while. "Humph." Ling Chuan snorted coldly and said firmly, "Chu Naxing, don't think that you are a Taoist priest and dare to look down on the world. Today, I, Ling Chuan, will kill a Taoist priest to celebrate my golden elixir." Suddenly, after Ling Chuan finished speaking, after a brief confrontation, the two men started fighting again at the same time. Ling Chuan's spiritual sword turned into thousands of sword ki and rushed straight to the other party. But Chu Naxing was not afraid at all. He stepped into the air with both feet, and his spear drew a silver fox line, completely blocking the sword ki outside. Then, the two men showed a fierce battle again. Ling Chuan's moves were very varied. His spiritual weapon sword used a series of true essence sword shadows that kept shaking like a dragon. The continuous sword-shaped true essence sometimes pointed directly at the opponent's throat, and sometimes pierced the chest diagonally. Obviously, this is an extremely powerful sword magic, which made Chen Mo, who was hiding beside, look sideways. Judging from Ling Chuan's moves, it is unknown how many times better it is than the basic Kangyang sword art he practiced. Chu Naxing kept dodging and looking for flaws. He rushed over in an instant, and the spear in his hand turned into a python, bypassing Leng Chuan's sword energy and going straight to his back. However, Leng Chuan was not hit. He turned sideways, and the long sword slashed out from his waist, and a sharp sword essence flashed. The true essence python condensed by Chu Naxing was split in half. The two separated by dozens of feet and started fighting again. This time, both sides became more cautious and no longer let go of the attack easily. Chu Naxing began to perform the wind and thunder walk, and his figure appeared behind Leng Chuan again as if he had teleported. His long spear slammed into Leng Chuan's back, and this time he obviously used all his strength. His spear shadow directly turned into a fierce dragon this time. However, Leng Chuan had already prepared for this, and turned quickly to face Chu Naxing's spear. Leng Chuan stretched out his palm, and a red spirit sword suddenly appeared in his palm and pushed it hard. The spirit sword pierced the scales of the fierce dragon figure. Ling. The sound of fine iron colliding came. The spiritual sword condensed by Leng Chuan was like stabbing at the reverse scale of black iron, and it could not move forward at all. Not good. Leng Chuan's pupils shrank, and his heart trembled. At this time, Chu Naxing showed a smug grin on his face. While urging the evil dragon to devour Leng Chuan, he clenched his fist with the other hand and punched Leng Chuan's Danshan spiritual sea. Seeing this, Chen Mo's mind moved, a wave flashed, and the immortal crossing flag appeared in his hand. Major General Leng Chuan, you will eventually lose. Just as he was about to save Leng Chuan at the most critical moment, the changes on the field reversed again. Leng Chuan was about to be swallowed by the evil dragon. Sword Dao Long River. Leng Chuan finally used his vision, Sword Dao Long River at the most critical moment. At this moment, a Sword Dao Long River several feet long and wide, condensed by countless sword shadows of immortal swords, suddenly surrounded him and protected him. With a blessing of the Long River of Sword, the red spirit sword in his hand suddenly pushed and pierced into Chu Naxing's dragon scales. Ah! The spell was broken. Chu Naxing screamed, and hurriedly retreated to the back. Although the whole process was extremely short, every action and calculation during the fight was implemented on the spot. Chu Naxing hurriedly retreated a mile away from Leng Chuan. He looked at the long river of sword surrounding Leng Chuan with some horror. Long river of sword, is this a limit-breaking phenomenon? No, I must kill this person today and eliminate a monster from my Linghe sect. Chu Naxing's mind moved, and he was about to regroup and use the secret method to fight Leng Chuan again. Suddenly, the hair on his neck stood up, and his heart of Tao kept warning. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a wave that made him feel dangerous when he made a move just now. Not good, there are still masters lurking here who are not good for me. Retreat. Chu Naxing is very sensitive to danger. After sensing the danger, these thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He glanced at Leng Chuan coldly, and turned around and flew away without hesitation. His actions were even more imprudent. Huh? Want to leave? Sensing Chu Naxing's intention to retreat, Chen Mo did not make a sound, but quietly followed him. Chu Naxing, I will kill you today. Chen Mo slapped a flying talisman on his body, hiding his whereabouts, and chased after Chu Naxing. Facing Chu Naxing's sudden retreat, Leng Chuan was obviously a little surprised. However, he did not rashly pursue him, because he knew that if the battle continued for a long time, he would not be able to defeat the opponent with his true strength. Moreover, many Linghe sect foundation building masters who had fought before were mixed here, and he had to stay to ensure the safety of the Blue Star Army disciples. And soon after, the news that Leng Chuan, in the middle stage of the Golden Core, defeated Linghe sect Taoist Chu Naxing across the realm spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Blue Star Xianjiao Leng Chuan began to rise in Zuwan's Hao. Chapter 131, Kill Daozi again, 5th level forbidden weapon. After receiving Daoxin's warning, Chu Naxing turned around and rushed madly towards the Xianmao Linghe sect. The mountain wind was fierce, and the wasteland was retreating madly behind Chu Naxing, but the danger that as Daoxin sensed was becoming more and more intense. Who is it? Who wants to hunt me? Chu Naxing was flying while quickly searching in his mind for the masters who had recently appeared near Xianmao. After leaving the battlefield, Chen Mo's cultivation speed of the barbarian realm was completely released, and he went straight to the front of Chu Naxing. After a while, Chen Mo stood on a wasteland, and the fierce wind swept his clothes. Chen Mo's eyes were like torches, confronting Chu Naxing who was coming from the opposite side. Chu Naxing stood still. He gritted his teeth and stared coldly at Chen Mo, who was blocking him in front of him, and questioned. You want to kill me? Are you from Blue Star? Facing Daoxun's crazy reminder, Chu Naxing had to be cautious. Although he did not detect the spiritual power cultivation of the giant in realm from Chen Mo, he did not dare to be careless at all. That's right. The one who will kill you is Blue Star Chen Mo. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't waste any words with him. He simply said his name and started to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Demon technique was activated. Fight the demon. He used all his strength in one move. Chen Mo clenched his fists and directly used the demon fighting fist that doubled his combat power. Fight, fight, fight! The surging fighting spirit was ignited. Chen Mo waved his fists and rushed directly towards Chu Naxing. His muscles were like a thorn, and the golden fist shadow burst out with unparalleled power. Physical cultivation? You are a rough warrior. Let me see what you are capable of that will alert my Dao heart. Facing Chen Mo's attack, Chu Naxing was angry and sneered. The spiritual power in his body exploded 120 times, and the spiritual spear in his hand was like a dragon out of the sea, and the tip of the spear even had a faint dragon roar. Chu Naxing stretched out his body and turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. With a low roar, his whole body was filled with blood and qi. A layer of light golden light appeared on his body surface, and he collided directly with Lang Feng head-on. Dang! Chen Mo's fist collided with Chu Naxing's spirit spear, which was covered with true energy, and a violent gale blew around. Chu Naxing felt an irresistible force, and his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. But Chen Mo just shook his body with force, as if a gust of wind had passed. The cultivation of the late giant in stage is just like this. With the upper hand in one blow, Chen Mo's fighting spirit became stronger. Physical cultivation focuses on close-range attack. He took the opportunity to fly up, his fists were like thunder, and every punch he landed made the air vibrate, forming waves of air that spread around. The war demon fist was like thunder, and every blow contained the power to destroy the world. At this moment, Chu Naxing was like a newborn demon in front of him, struggling in his fist wind. Chu Naxing's face changed. He didn't expect Chen Mo's physical cultivation to be so strong. He shook his spear, turning it into thousands of cold lights, trying to resist Chen Mo's attack. Instantly, the two exchanged dozens of moves, and Chen Mo completely released the physical strength he had cultivated since his practice. At this moment, the 20 great divine treasures in his body were lit up in his body, like 20 stars in the universe. Endless power gushed out. Soon, hundreds of moves were exchanged. The nearby wasteland had already been turned upside down by the aftermath of the battle. Although Chu Naxing, who was in the late giant stage, had a high level of cultivation, he gradually felt exhausted in the face of Chen Mo's almost indestructible physique and amazing strength. Chen Mo took this opportunity and finally found a flaw. He flashed and hit Chu Naxing like a meteor. His fists carried a huge force and hit Chu Naxing's chest with a thunderous force. Puff! With a muffled groan, Chu Naxing's chest was hit by a punch and flew backwards, blood splattered. The true essence in his body was directly shattered by Chen Mo's golden divine power. The shock in Chu Naxing's eyes flashed and disappeared, and the defeat was certain. Chen Mo stood hundreds of meters away from Chu Naxing. After throwing a punch with all his strength, his whole body was still trembling slightly, but he revealed a supreme fighting spirit and an indestructible will. This is the fighting power of a barbarian general. Chu Naxing had to admit that he had met a real opponent, a powerful body-refining cultivator who used his flesh to fight against the late giant. However, it was impossible for him, the 32nd giant Xianjiao of the Linghe sect, to bow down. Facing this desperate situation, Chu Naxing's heart was ruthless, his eyes were red, and a trace of madness was ignited. Suddenly, he summoned a black ball from his body and held it in his hand, and then a mouthful of blood was poured on it. You want to kill me, Blue Star Thief? You have to withstand my Yuanyang soul-breaking thunder first. Ho ha ho ho! Chu Naxing shouted at Chen Mo with a mouthful of blood, and was about to activate the life-saving forbidden weapon in his hand to give Chen Mo a ruthless blow. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. I wanted everyone to fight with strength, so that you could be respectful. You actually wanted to use a forbidden weapon. Then die. With a thought, Chen Mo gently waved the immortal crossing flag in his hand. Suddenly, a gust of annihilation wind blew past. This is Chu Naxing looked at his arm holding the Yuan Yang soul-breaking thunder in horror and despair, which was blown into pieces of nothingness by the strange wind. No. From Chen Mo summoning the immortal crossing flag to waving the annihilation wind, it happened almost in an instant. The annihilation wind blew away Chu Naxing's body and his spirit. He had no time to react. He could only die with despair and unwillingness. After a breath, looking at the remaining body of Chu Naxing, Chen Mo silently walked forward, shook his head, and said disdainfully, "So what if you have a forbidden weapon? No matter how powerful a forbidden weapon is, it will not be as powerful as my immortal weapon." After saying that, Chen Mo carefully put away the Yuan Yang soul-breaking thunder that was left on the ground and had not yet been fully activated. Then he continued to search for corpses. A disposable spiritual weapon, a level 5 Yuan Yang soul-breaking thunder, can be activated by a large amount of blood, and can exert a divine attack, but will then become weak. It is very valuable and can be used as a trump card of Chen Mo after refining. A level 4 top-grade spiritual weapon, a spiritual python spear, is worth at least thousands of high-grade spiritual stones. A level 3 storage ring, which contains hundreds of high-grade spiritual stones, several volumes of Taoist scriptures, and some materials for alchemy and refining. Then, nothing more. That's it. After flipping through Chu Naxing's storage ring, Chen Mo was disappointed. In addition to disposable level 5 Yuan Yang soul-breaking thunder and the spiritual python spear, Chu Naxing's storage ring did not even have a decent item. This made Chen Mo very dissatisfied. Chen Mo angrily grabbed Chu Naxing's head from the site and complained angrily, "Fuck, you are still ranked 32nd on the DOZ list. You are not even as good as Wang Yu. Don't be a human in your next life. No, you shouldn't have a next life." After saying that, Chen Mo angrily smashed Chu Naxing's head with a palm. A trembling soul was exposed. "Why are you shaking? Refine the soul melting bottle for me." No, after a long time, Chen Mo's soul melting bottle finally had 4 drops of pure soul liquid. The soul liquid is not bad, at least one more than Wang Yu. Seeing the soul liquid in the soul melting bottle, Chen Mo pursed his lips, and then showed a slightly satisfied expression. Chen Mo sighed. Continue to comprehend the Dao realm. Z. The soul liquid entered the mouth, and the familiar clear air poured in. The profound understanding of the Dao poured into Chen Mo's heart. At the same time, Chen Mo's sea of consciousness also ushered in a rapid transformation and growth again. This time, there was one more golden sword of divine power condensed in his mind. Chapter 132, 5 times of condensation, guiding everyone. After feeling the enlightenment of the Dao realm brought by Chu Naxing's soul liquid, Chen Mo packed up everything and quietly rushed back to Zhuanghuang City. In the mission hall, he found Li Miao and anonymously registered the task of killing Chu Naxing, and then received a 4th-level spiritual medicine purple star barrier breaking fruit and a reward of Huodi Dan. At this time, Chen Mo had accumulated a lot of 4th-level spiritual medicines in his hands, including a 4th-level spiritual medicine Baiao Vine, a 4th-level spiritual medicine purple star barrier breaking fruit, and Huodi Dan. He was ready to wait until the spiritual power in his body was condensed and transformed 12 times before he could prepare to advance to the Golden Pale realm. When Chen Mo came to receive the reward, Chu Naxing's name was removed from the mission hall, which naturally caused another shock. However, this time many people came to Lengchuan, thinking that it was him. Because the news that Lengchuan repelled Chu Naxing had already spread wildly in the Blue Star Military Department, his rise naturally boosted the morale of the Blue Star Military Department. Many people in the Blue Star Military Department thought that Chu Naxing was killed by Lengchuan, which was also in line with Lengchuan's low-key style of doing things. At this time, the person in charge of the ranking of the Xianjiao list in the army even proposed to promote Lengchuan to the 35th place of the Blue Star Jinden Xianjiao list. He is also the only Xianjiao who has squeezed into the list at the middle stage of Jinden. After receiving the reward, Chen Mo quietly returned to his cave to start meditation. With a great understanding and many backgrounds in the soul liquid of Wang Yu and Chu Naxing, Chen Mo's understanding of the foundation building realm in the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra has reached the extreme. When Chen Mo began to practice in the cave, the majestic and heavy sea of spiritual power in his body also quickly caused changes. It is very difficult to condense spiritual power to the degree of transformation. To achieve this step, first of all, the cultivation must break through to the late stage of foundation building, and the spiritual power in the body must be increased to the limit, so that the spiritual power will change from quantitative change to qualitative change, and become a higher level from the essence. There are two key factors that affect this step. One is the qualification of cultivating immortal spiritual roots, which is almost unchangeable. The second is the cultivation method. Only the top-level classics can make the spiritual power condense and transform again and again. Some inferior methods can only condense the spiritual power 5 or 6 times. This is the reason why all the sects in the cultivation world focus on the spiritual roots when recruiting people. Anyone who knows that they have some qualifications for cultivation will yearn for some ancient inheritances in top-level sects, because only such sects have the foundation and top-level methods to guide the growth of disciples. And Chen Mo has both of these. The top-level Ice Bone and the Han Chang Shang Sutra that can be cultivated to the 12th level. The speed at which Chen Mo's spiritual power condenses is much faster than that of ordinary people. One day passed. Chen Mo directly condensed the spiritual power in his body to the level of 5 condensation and transformation. However, this almost exhausted the spiritual power foundation he had accumulated in the previous practice. If he wants to improve further, Chen Mo must gain new insights and opportunities. Just when Chen Mo finished his practice and was ready to go out to take a look, his cave welcomed a visitor. Dong dong dong, the door was knocked. After Chen Mo waved his hand to unlock the gate formation, his eyes lit up. It turned out that Song Yihan, Li Wu, and Han Feng were the 3 people on this trip. This time, the teachers and students of Class 2 of Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School gathered at Chen Mo's place. Seeing Chen Mo, everyone smiled. Chen Mo. Han Feng joked with a smile, "You kid, you finally decided to stay at home today. I heard from Li Wu and Ziahan that you won't be seen for a whole month." Facing Han Feng's joke, Chen Mo smiled and quickly welcomed the 3 people into the cave. "Teacher Han, how did you have time to come to me this time?" After entering the cave and sitting down, Han Feng explained, "I was busy with military affairs in the past few days and had no time. Now that the business is done, I'm taking the time to come and see you." Chen Mo nodded, brewed a cup of spiritual tea for each of the 3 people, and after sitting down, he chatted with the 3 people about their recent experiences. After more than half a year of changes, Han Feng has not only successfully built his foundation, but also resumed his immortal path. Even Song Yihan and Li Wu have reached the limit of the 9th level of key training and are about to embark on the foundation building. As the special talents trained by the military this time, Li Wu and Song Yihan are rewarded with foundation building resources. The reason why they stopped here is naturally for their own plans. When talking about the kamikaze squad, Han Feng suddenly changed the topic and asked, "By the way, I had a good relationship with Liu Di when I first came to the Blood Netherworld. I met him 2 days ago, and he praised you as a god descending from heaven and a reincarnated immortal." Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled modestly. "Haha, it's not as exaggerated as Lao Liu said, it's just a small opportunity." However, after seeing Chen Mo's methods last time, Han Feng obviously would not take Chen Mo's modesty to heart. Instead, he really regarded Chen Mo as a kind of evil genius. This time he came here to hear about some of Chen Mo's abilities from Liu Di and wanted to get Chen Mo's help. At this point, Han Feng's eyes flickered a little. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "Chen Mo, I heard from Liu Di that your natural supernatural power seems to be able to deduce some things." Hearing this, Chen Mo smiled bitterly. He knew that as he showed his extraordinary ability again and again, the deduction would be known to the public sooner or later. Fortunately, his strength is increasing faster and faster now. As long as he does not provoke some high-level cultivators for the time being, he is not afraid of danger. "Forget it, I won't pretend. Anyway, I have already expected this day to come, and I found the excuse of deduction." Facing Han Feng's question, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and said frankly, "Yes, there is indeed this supernatural power, but this deduction is not necessarily accurate. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Song Yihan and Li Wu, who were sitting next to them, showed a trace of envy and curiosity in their eyes. When Han Feng asked them about this before, they were still wondering if there was such a powerful supernatural power in the world. Han Feng was obviously a little excited to get Chen Mo's information. But he seemed to think of something and said with some worry, "Then every time you use this magical power to deduce, will there be any side effects on your practice?" Chen Mo shook his head, "No, but it will consume some energy, and it cannot be used unlimitedly." Seeing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly pleaded, Chen Mo, can you help me deduce where to find the glare crystal? To be honest, I once got a method to make a high-level puppet, which requires a glare crystal material, but I haven't found any information about this thing in various channels. Glare crystal. Chen Mo repeated it in his mouth. Han Feng nodded nervously, with a hint of expectation, but also very afraid of being disappointed again. Make a wish. I want to know where I can safely find the glare crystal. In the information analysis of this world, the wish analysis of Path 1, 4 days later, in Zhuanzhou Piaomio City, there will be a red wave domain intermediate auction held by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the glare crystal auction will appear at the meeting. Path 2, wait for 5 years on the top of the mountain on the aurora in the blood underworld, and there will be a chance to pick up the glare crystal when the aurora rain falls. After reading the prompt message of Path 1, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, he was also going to the auction of Xianbao Pavilion in a few days. Chen Mo thought for a while, and then told Han Feng the news of Path 1. After hearing the clear news of Piaomio City, Xianbao Pavilion auction, Han Feng thanked him excitedly. That's great. Chen Mo, thank you so much. Chen Mo smiled when he heard it. Teacher Han, why do you have to be so polite? After seeing that Chen Mo could really deduce, Song Yihan and Li Wu, who were sitting aside and listening, were secretly shocked. At the same time, they were eager to ask Chen Mo to help them deduce the difficulties they encountered, but they were a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. Noticing the changes in the two, Chen Mo smiled calmly. We are all classmates in the same class. If you have any questions, just tell me and I will try to deduce them for you. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Song Yihan and Li Wu looked overjoyed. Song Yihan first said, Chen Mo, I am practicing a top-level cultivation secret method called How To Shen, but this secret method requires some top-level earth essences such as Fu Yao Kun Tu and Wanshan Tu Jing, but I have never known where to find them. Can you deduce it for me? Hearing this, Chen Mo closed his eyes slightly and made a wish directly. I want to know where I can find the top-level earth essences needed to cultivate How To Shen. In the information analysis of this world, the first path in the wish analysis, 4 days later, in Zhuanzhou Piaomio City, there will be a Chilan domain intermediate auction held by Xianbao Pavilion, and Wanshan Tu Jing will be auctioned at the auction. Path 2, there is Fu Yao Kun Tu under the Jiu Yao Valley in the Blood Netherworld to cultivate How To Shen. Path 3, there is Yao He Yuan to How To Shen at the bottom of Wanlong Sea. Huh? What a coincidence, it's another Piaomio City auction, there must be goods at this auction. Seeing the path prompt, Chen Mo was surprised again and again. And he saw a new opportunity from the Jiu Yao Valley again. After concentrating his mind, Chen Mo told Song Yihan the news of Path 1. Thank you, Chen Mo. After getting the accurate news of the 10,000 Mountains Earth Spirit, Song Yihan was excited and thanked Chen Mo repeatedly. Chen Mo waved his hand and finally looked at Li Wu next to him. Li Wu, what problem did you encounter? Hearing this, Li Wu hurriedly told his own problem. In addition to practicing Qi, I am also practicing the physical cultivation route, which is to practice the earthly evil art of our blue star, but I always find it difficult to accurately sense the location of the divine treasure in my body. Hearing Li Wu's question, Chen Mo laughed. This is simple, no need to deduce. You know that there are many acupuncture points on our human body. You can find them accurately by looking for them directly according to the acupuncture points of the human body. After speaking, Chen Mo instructed Li Wu to sense 1 or 2 acupuncture divine treasures. Li Wu tried to sense it for a while as he said, and indeed found a divine treasure. Really? He was delighted and hurriedly thanked excitedly. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. Let's not thank each other here, it's just a piece of cake. The auction in Piaomio City will be held in 4 days. If you are interested, we can go together then. Chapter 133, Fairy Treasure Pavilion Auction, Mysterious Ice-Glazed Golden Fruit. 4 days later. Chen Mo, Han Feng and others arrived at Zhuanzhou Piaomio City smoothly to participate in the auction of Xianbao Pavilion. Xianbao Pavilion is a top force in the Blood Netherrealm that spans countless domains. Their tentacles of power extend to almost every city of Zhuxan. They not only operate the transactions of various Zhuxan resources, but also hold various types of trading auctions from time to time. Every auction will have a top master sitting at the venue to ensure the safety of the transaction at the auction. Of course, it is none of their business after the auction. The auction hosted by Pyongyang City this time mainly provides treasures for cultivators below the level of Huishan. Therefore, in the past few days, countless Yuanyang, Jinden, foundation building, and key training cultivators from Chilean territory came from all directions. Even if many people are not qualified to enter the auction to participate in the auction, once these people gather in Pyongyang City, they can spontaneously bring about a grand trading event. In Xianbao Pavilion, after Chen Mo presented a certain amount of spirit stones to obtain the admission ticket, he obtained 4 masks that could conceal his breath and isolate detection, and then took Han Feng and the other 2 into the Xianbao Pavilion. This disposable thing, similar to a human skin mask, is also a preventive measure used by the Xianbao Pavilion to protect the privacy of customers, allowing customers to bid with confidence without worrying about being retaliated by opponents during the auction. Although the Xianbao Pavilion will incur a considerable amount of costs, the inflated premium brought by each auction can bring dozens of times the profit. Before the auction, Chen Mo also packed up some of the treasures he had harvested from Wang Yu and others and threw them all to the Xianbao Pavilion for processing. The auction venue of the Xianbao Pavilion was very lively. The venue had a space formation arranged by the formation master, which could accommodate countless participants to participate in the auction, and each bidder had a corresponding number. The auction site was very delicately decorated with soft lighting. In each area, there were many foundation building waiters dressed in gorgeous clothes to serve customers. After a while, the auction finally began. A thin old man in green clothes walked to the stage leisurely. "I am King Huang's Henren, a Zhuan-level elder of the Chilean domain of the Xianbao Pavilion. It is an honor for me to host this auction for you fellow Taoists. I hope you will return with a full load." After a brief self-introduction, Zhenren King Huang announced the official start of the auction. After he finished speaking, a hint of oppressive aura of a great master of the divine transformation passed through him, obviously to remind some people who were not smart enough to do bad things. Now let's start bidding on the first spiritual object, the 4th level spiritual fruit Ningxuang Yuteo. This peach is a 1,000-year-old 4th level spiritual peach on Yunshu Mountain. It can help those with Rinshu spiritual roots to improve their spiritual power and can also be used to refine the 4th level elixir Shui Undan. The starting price is 500 high-quality spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 10 spiritual stones. As soon as Zhenren King Huang finished his introduction, people on the field began to bid for it. 600 spiritual stones, 660 spiritual stones, 800 spiritual stones, 1,000 spiritual stones. The price of the 4th level Frost Moon Peach quickly soared to more than 1,000 spiritual stones. Chen Mo took a look at the lively trend on the field and did not bid. The list of spiritual objects that will appear in this auction has been shown to each customer by Xianbao Pavilion when they come in. Everyone has a rough idea of which treasures need to be bid for according to their own needs. Han Feng and Song Yan, because they have limited spiritual stones in their hands, their goal is to grab the dazzling crystal and the 10,000 mountain earth essence first. As for Li Wu, he is even more short of money and does not have many spiritual stones. He mainly comes here to see the experience. If he encounters a cheap and suitable item, he can also fight for it. Chen Mo's goal for participating in the auction this time is very clear, which is to search for treasures that can help him quickly condense his spiritual power more than 12 times, and at the same time bid for a flying boat spiritual weapon. The flying boat spiritual weapon is already on the auction list, and he has his eyes on a 5th level top-grade spiritual weapon Yunxian's Hao. There are many treasures that can condense spiritual power, some of which Chen Mo has never heard of. The specific ones depend on the introduction of the auctioneer during the auction. 1960 spiritual stones. 1960 spiritual stones is the last offer. Congratulations to fellow Taoist number 25,689 for winning the 4th level spiritual fruit Ningxuang Yuteo. Just as Chen Mo was thinking, the 4th level spiritual fruit Ningxuang Yuteo on the field was finally bought by a monk in black. Seeing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly. A 4th level spiritual peach was auctioned for 1960 spiritual stones. This price is a bit high. This is still the first inconspicuous item. Chen Mo thought to himself. Even though he had a lot of spiritual stones hidden on him, he was a little worried at this time. If he encountered a good treasure, he might not have enough. After the first spiritual fruit was auctioned, True Man King Huang quickly reported the second treasure. The second item for auction is a set of top-grade foundation building pills. The starting price is 800 spirit stones, and the minimum bid is no less than 100 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones, 1,600 spirit stones as an important spiritual pill for low-level cultivators to advance. The foundation building pill obviously has a lot of bidders, and the price of the auction has soared. The atmosphere of the auction was very lively, and soon various treasures appeared at the auction one after another, and people scrambled for these treasures, and the atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense. Make a wish. I want to know which treasures to bid at the auction can help me increase the number of times I can condense my spiritual power. In the information analysis of this world, the wish analysis method 1, at the auction, spend 39,000 top-grade spirit stones to bid for the strange object Zuanbing Liuli golden fruit, which can condense the spiritual power in the body to 12 times at one time after taking it. Method 2, at the auction, spend 18,000 spirit stones to bid for a pot of 8 immortals drunk spirit wine brewed by the drunken immortal, which can condense the spiritual power to 9 times. After reading the text message in his mind, Chen Mo felt relieved. It was only 50,000 or 60,000 high-grade spirit stones. He could get it. Moreover, he wanted the treasures from both Path 1 and Path 2. Even if he couldn't use up these high-grade spirit objects, he could collect them as very precious spirit objects. After knowing which 2 treasures could condense spiritual power, Chen Mo felt relieved and watched Qing Wang's Henren introduce various auction treasures. After a while, the treasure to be auctioned below is the strange fruit Zuanbing Liulian fruit. This fruit was discovered by the elder of Liangsu of our Xianbao Pavilion in a place of Zuanbing Cold Marrow. This tree has grown for 10,000 years, bloomed for 1,000 years, and borne fruit for 100 years. When the fruit falls, the tree immediately turns into snow mud. There may not be another one in the world. According to the appraisal of our Xianbao Pavilion, this fruit is rich in spiritual power and contains extremely pure spiritual power. It can be used to cleanse the spiritual power in the body and can also be used as the main material of the 5th level elixir. The starting price is 6,000 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 100 spiritual stones. When the voice of King Huang's Henren fell, Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he sat up straight. Here it comes. After hearing the offer of King Huang's Henren, it obviously aroused the interest of many people, especially some immortal cultivators and alchemists with water-attributed spiritual roots. Many people bid with the determination to win. 10,000 spiritual stones, I bid 10,000. 13,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 134, Mental Confrontation, Bidding for Yunshan Boat. The price of the Zuanbing Liuli golden fruit more than doubled in an instant. Obviously, many people were interested in this item, but Chen Mo was not in a hurry to bid at this time, because he already knew the reserve price. Chen Mo's eyes were burning, and he carefully looked at the Zuanbing Liuli golden fruit on a tray on the table. This fruit was the size of a fist, and the surface was dark white, but the flesh was like flowing neon, blooming with a ray of rosy light. Noticing the strangeness of Chen Mo beside him, Han Feng turned his head curiously and whispered, "Chen Mo, are you interested in this thing?" Chen Mo nodded slightly. He responded softly, "I must get this thing." At this time, the bidding of several immortal cultivators on the field was still nervously climbing up, competing to bid. 18,000 spirit stones. 22,000 spirit stones. 23,000 spirit stones. At this point, Chen Mo saw that the prices were almost the same, and finally started to bid. "I'll offer 30,000 spirit stones." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the people who were bidding fell silent for a few breaths. Obviously, they didn't expect that a dark horse would come out halfway here, and the price was directly raised to 30,000 spirit stones. This price obviously made several people hesitate. 31,000 spirit stones. But someone followed up with a price unwillingly. 32,000 spirit stones. Another person raised the price by another 1,000. Seeing the other party raising the price by 1,000, Chen Mo shook his head and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. It was obviously like cheating to compete with them when he knew the bottom card. It would be better to bid the next one earlier. 39,000 spirit stones. Chen Mo's voice of bidding fell sonorously, and the domineering momentum instantly shocked the entire auction venue into silence. Everyone looked at Chen Mo, guessing which big man or second-generation immortal this person was bidding. In the eyes of many people, the Zuanbing Liuli golden fruit has almost reached its limit at 30,000 spirit stones. If it is higher, its value must be considered. But he didn't expect Chen Mo to directly offer a price of 39,000. After hearing his offer, the opponents who were bidding against Chen Mo were obviously hesitant and struggling. Follow or not? This scene naturally made the King Huang master who presided over the auction smile. He would not give them too much time to think. He wanted this kind of competition with impulse intention. Although the price offered by Chen Mo was far beyond his psychological expectations, no one could say that there would be a higher price. 39,000 spirit stones for the first time. Are there any Taoist friends who want to bid? After King Huang master finished speaking, his eyes swept over the few people who had bid before, full of encouragement. 39,000 spirit stones for the second time. This Zhuanbing Liuli golden fruit is a rare thing in the world. If you miss this time, you may never see it again in this life. Those Taoist friends who need it should seize this opportunity. King Huang master urged and reminded. But after he finished speaking, those people hesitated but did not bid in the end. 39,000 spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to number 5927 for winning the black ice glazed golden fruit. After the 3 bids, Chen Mo successfully won the black ice glazed golden fruit. At this moment, Chen Mo felt several divine thoughts reaching out, as if they were very unwilling to recognize Chen Mo's true appearance. However, these divine thoughts were eventually blocked by the hidden mask of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. HMPH. The thief is still alive. Facing the other party's rudeness, he would not tolerate it. Chen Mo's icy-like divine thoughts fought back without showing any weakness, and thus remembered the other party's divine thoughts. With his current divine thoughts, even ordinary late Jinden is not as strong as him. As Chen Mo fought back, several injured groans sounded. Chen Mo's side returned to silence again. Then not long after, a waiter at the auction quickly handed the black ice glazed golden fruit to Chen Mo after Chen Mo paid the spirit stones. At this time, the auction on the field was still going on. After Chen Mo won the Zhuanbing Liuli golden fruit, several more items passed, and finally it was the turn of the dazzling crystal and the 10,000 mountains earth essence. These 2 items are also very precious spiritual objects. Even though Song Yihan and Han Feng had prepared in their hearts, they still didn't have enough spiritual stones in their pockets. In the end, with the help of Chen Mo, they successfully won the 2 items. Another half an hour later, Chen Mo made several moves in succession, and took a fancy to some good things that could improve strength in the Jinden realm, and directly fought for them. During this period, he also helped Li Wu fight for a Zuanitun pearl for body refining, so that he didn't make a wasted trip. Anyway, spiritual stones are just a number to him now. Only when he spends them all and transforms them into his own strength can they truly be his. In addition to the spiritual stones rewarded by the military, he was still very arrogant when fighting for some low and medium level treasures. Time passed slowly. The auction gradually came to the middle and back courts, and the level of the treasures that appeared at this time also increased. True man King Huang, now we are auctioning a 5th grade flying spiritual weapon, the Yunshan boat. This Yunshan boat was made by Master Haunzi, who collected many 5th grade refining materials. The keel of the flying boat is made of a very precious 6th grade Kingayan wood. It can travel 20,000 miles a day under extreme urging, and it can withstand the full strength attack of a 4th grade Yuanying cultivator in terms of defense. The starting price of the Yunshan boat is 10,000 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. After listening to true man King Huang's introduction, Chen Mo's eyes also surged with enthusiasm. He had been thinking about getting a flying spiritual weapon since the first time he took Wang Zan's flying boat, but unfortunately he was busy with various things and didn't go. Now the appearance of the Yunshan boat just made up for his shortcomings in speed. And this Yunshan boat is much more advanced than Wang Zan's flying spiritual boat. With the Yunshan boat in hand, it will be much more convenient for him to travel around the blood netherworld to harvest opportunities. 20,000 spiritual stones. As soon as Qing Wang's Henren finished speaking, Chen Mo quoted his price. 250,003,000 spiritual stones. When Chen Mo called out the price, others followed suit and quoted their own prices. 100,000 spiritual stones. This time, Chen Mo directly raised the price to 100,000. In an instant, the entire auction venue fell silent. This price excluded 99% of the bidders at once. When Chen Mo made this offer, he immediately felt countless hostility around him. Countless evil thoughts stretched out towards him, and tried to leave a divine thought mark on Chen Mo to lock his identity. Get out. If you can't afford it, Get out. If you dare to stretch out your divine thought again, believe it or not, I will make you bleed on the spot. Facing these evil thoughts, Chen Mo's mental power directly condensed into countless blades and chopped them, and shouted at those with evil thoughts. Yes. Dear Taoist friends, please follow the rules of the auction when you come to my Xianbao Pavilion auction, otherwise don't blame Xianbao Pavilion for taking action. This is also my last warning. Sensing the secret confrontation in the field, King Huang's Henren became angry, and the boundless power of the incarnation immediately enveloped the whole field. 100,000 spirit stones for the first time. After saying this, King Huang's Henren followed him and started the first offer. Feeling the pressure of King Huang's Henren's incarnation, the people who were thinking about it on the field also restrained themselves. Obviously, no matter how strong or weak the cultivation is, they are still afraid of the strength of Xianbao Pavilion. 110,000 spirit stones. At this time, there were still sporadic bidding voices on the field. 110,000 spirit stones are almost the top price of the 5th level spirit tool. 130,000 spirit stones. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Chen Mo shouted 130,000. After this time, the only two people who competed with Chen Mo also stopped talking. Obviously, facing Chen Mo's consecutive arrogant moves on the field, they gave up competing with him. 130,000 spirit stones for the first time. 130,000 spirit stones for the second time. 130,000 spirit stones for the third time. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one spoke, True Man King Huang finally announced that the Yan Xianzhao belonged to Chen Mo. Chapter 135, The 8 Immortals Are Drunk, Planning for the Wine Immortal. After getting the Yun Bianzhou, Chen Mo basically achieved the goal of this trip. Next, he secretly refined the 5th grade superb spiritual weapon Yun Bianzhou while keeping an eye on the treasures at the auction. After a while, King Huang's Henren solemnly introduced a pot of spiritual wine in his hand. The next auction treasure is a pot of 8 immortals, drunk spiritual brewed by the drunken immortal of Qilan domain. The starting price of 8 immortals drunk is 9,000 spiritual stones. Daoists who need it should bid quickly. As soon as King Huang's Henren finished speaking, the drunkards who loved wine began to bid one after another. Someone in the field immediately whispered, "What? It's really brewed by the drunken immortal. It should be. The things sold by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion are still reputable." Hearing the discussions on the scene, Chen Mo's eyes showed a hint of interest. He knew the preciousness of this pot of 8 immortals drunk. With a change of mind, he turned to look at Han Feng and others and asked, "Do you know what this drunken immortal is?" Song Yihan and Li Wu shook their heads after hearing this. Apparently, like Chen Mo, they had just come to the Blood Netherworld and did not know about the drunken immortal. Only Han Feng nodded. He said softly, "I have heard a little bit about this drunken immortal. I heard that this drunken immortal is a famous wandering immortal in the Qilan domain. It is said that this immortal's whereabouts are erratic and he has no fixed place to live. He is crazy about wine. He has devoted his life to the research and development of spiritual wine. Whenever he brews new spiritual wine, he will invite some real immortals to taste it. Therefore, the drunken immortal also has the title of wine immortal. Legend has it that once, the drunken immortal brewed a spiritual wine that made 8 real immortals drunk at once. This wine is named 8 Immortals Drunk." At this point, Han Feng pointed to the pot of spiritual wine on the stage and analyzed. The pot of 8 Immortals Drunk on the stage is definitely not the original brew of 8 Immortals Drunk. If it is the original brew, it must be the immortal brew that is hard to find with the millions of spirit stones. It should be the spirit wine that has been diluted countless times. Tisk tisk. But it is also a good wine. After saying that, he couldn't help but purse his lips and sighed greedily. After listening to Han Feng's explanation, Chen Mo had another idea in his mind. Random immortals are good. What Blue Star lacks is this kind of high-end combat power that can be won over. If I can pull the drunken immortal over to the battle with the Linghe sect, wouldn't the Blue Star human race have another trump card? With a thought, Chen Mo shouted directly to the King Huang's Henren on the stage. 8 immortals drunk, I want 18,000 spirit stones. Hearing Chen Mo's offer, King Huang's Henren's eyes lit up. It's this guy again, not bad. Number 5927 bids 18,000 spirit stones for the first time. Is there any fellow Taoist who bids higher? 18,000 spirit stones for the second time. 18,000 spirit stones for the third time. Congratulations to fellow Taoist number 5927 for successfully bidding for the 8 Immortals drunk spiritual wine of Zuxianrun. Seeing that no one bid higher, King Huang's Henren finally made the final decision. The 8 Immortals drunk was able to be won so easily by Chen Mo this time. In fact, it was also because of Chen Mo's previous arrogant bids, and no one wanted to compete with Chen Mo. Another important reason is that everyone can't grasp how many times the 8 Immortals drunk has been diluted. They are afraid that they will be cheated by spending a high price to buy a pot of ordinary spirit wine that has been diluted many times. Instead of doing this, everyone might as well save some spirit stones to compete for other treasures that they like more. Soon, the pot of 8 Immortals drunk was handed to Chen Mo by the waiter of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Han Feng and the other 3 people next to him were no longer surprised by Chen Mo's arrogance. Chen Mo took the wine pot and uncorked it. He leaned close to the mouth of the pot and took a sip. There was indeed a refreshing aroma of wine, which made Han Feng next to him curl his tongue. Chen Mo joked, "Teacher Han, I didn't realize you were a good wine lover. Don't worry, I will let you taste this wine when we return to Zhuanghuang City." Han Feng could only smile awkwardly. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he plugged the pot again, and his eyes flickered. "Make a wish. I want to know how to find the drunken immortal in the near future and get his help." In the information analysis of this world, the first path in the wish analysis, 5 months later, the drunken immortal will appear at Longsu Peak in the Chilan domain, and stay there for 3 months to refine spirit wine. Within 3 months, find an 8th level spirit wine material for the drunken immortal to get his full strength. Path 2, 1 year later, Zuxianrun failed to refine the 8th level resurrection wine in Buxiao Mountain because the existing secret recipe of wine yeast for refining resurrection wine was not of high enough level. If you upgrade Zuxianrun's new secret recipe of wine yeast to refine the 8th level resurrection wine, you can get Zuxianrun's lifelong friendship and let him fight for you with all his strength. Path 3, 3 years later, Zuxianrun will refine yin-yang hedging wine in Hanayan Cave. This wine can arouse the extreme lust in people's hearts. If you can help him test the wine and not die, he will fight with all his strength once. As the lines of handwriting appeared in Chen Mo's mind, Chen Mo's eyes became brighter and brighter. Not bad, not bad. You can try all 3 paths. Of course, the best one is path 2, to become a lifelong friendship with Zuxianrun. After reading the 3 paths, Chen Mo also had a plan in his mind. He was more and more confident in dealing with Linghe sect. Previously, he had the favor of 2 near immortals, Ling Zifang and Kushan Kaiofu. If he could get the help of Zuxianrun, a true immortal, and add Zulao's words, then Blue Star could definitely completely crush Linghe sect in terms of high-level combat power. However, Chen Mo knew in his heart that these were all external forces. The best confidence was to improve his own strength and have the combat power of the immortal level, which was the best guarantee for himself. Don't worry, take your time. Develop steadily and quickly. After returning, use the resources in your hands to advance to the Golden Core realm first, and then seek the friendship of Zuxianrun. Take advantage of the fact that the war has not yet started, break through to the nascent soul, the god of transformation, or even the refining ruins realm as much as possible. Many thoughts flashed through Chen Mo's mind, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Time passed slowly. On the afternoon of the next day, the Piaomio City auction held by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion finally ended. Later, Chen Mo also bid for several spiritual objects that were helpful to his cultivation. However, because this auction was only held for low and middle-level cultivators, treasures that were too heaven-defying did not appear. But Chen Mo's many moves during the 2-day auction eventually attracted the secret attention of many people. After leaving the auction site in Piaomio City, Chen Mo instantly noticed that many divine thoughts were locking on him. In a short while, there were 6 or 7 figures secretly hanging behind them. At this time, Han Feng and the others also noticed the changes behind them. "Chen Mo, how about we hide here at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for a while?" Han Feng carefully glanced behind him and said with some concern. Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head calmly. "No need. As long as these guys who hide their heads and show their tails follow us, they will all die." Chen Mo's voice was sonorous and firm. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, A Spiritual Attack to Destroy the Golden Core in Yuanying. Hearing Chen Mo's confident words, Han Feng seemed to be infected a little. But he still looked at Chen Mo's eyes seriously and said solemnly, "There may be Jinden and Yuanying cultivators here, so we can't take any risks. You know, the four of us are only at the cultivation level of key training and foundation building." Hearing this, Chen Mo said affirmatively, "Don't worry, I am sure to deal with it." In fact, it was not that Chen Mo was arrogant, but he had already used his divine sense to judge the number and strength of those people based on their strength for foundation building, 5 Jinden, and 3 Yuanying. When Chen Mo got the Yunshan boat yesterday, he had already used his super strong divine sense to refine a small part of the control array. With his current cultivation, even if the opponent rushed up, he could not break his defense in a short time. What's more, Chen Mo has the trump card of the Duke's flag. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he saw that Han Feng, Song Yan, and Li Wu still had a trace of worry in their eyes. He summoned the Yunshan boat directly. The Yunshan boat is a light boat with 2 slightly pointed ends and several meters square. It is protected by a flowing array pattern like a green cloud. It looks very streamlined and exquisite. I have refined this flying boat. Under my urging, ordinary nascent soul cultivators cannot break it. With its speed, it will only take us half a day to return to Zhuanghuang City. Don't worry. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. With such a defense, they really don't have to worry about anything. Then, at Chen Mo's urging, several people entered the Yunshan boat one by one and flew towards Zhuanghuang City. Chen Mo was walking at the back. At the last moment of boarding the Yunshan boat, he deliberately turned his head and said to those who were hiding behind them, "Everyone, if you are not afraid of death, follow me." Chen Mo's telepathic voice transmission was not concealed at all, full of provocation and publicity. "How dare you? Asshole! How dare you?" A small group of key training and foundation building ants hearing Chen Mo's blatant provocation, those who were hiding in the dark couldn't help but whispered angrily, "Let's go and chase him. I want to see what ability he has to escape the pursuit of so many fellow Taoists. After killing them, I will take his flying boat." "Dao, it's too early to say these. Kill this man, and everything else depends on your ability. Daozi, let's chase him too. We must get the Zuanbing Liuli golden fruit for the young master." Okay, after Chen Mo boarded the Yunshan boat, the cultivators who followed them no longer hid at this moment. They came out one after another, communicated with each other, and began to discuss. Of course, the same scene also happened in various places in Piaomio City. Every time there was an auction, there was even a group of people who specifically stared at the people coming out of the auction to do this robbery. Most of the people who came to the auction were well prepared, and as for who would win in the end, it depended on their own ability. After Chen Mo boarded the Yunshan boat, he glanced at the people, nodded, and then threw dozens of spirit stones into the array of the Yunshan boat to activate the array. "Let's go." Chen Mo's mind moved, and the Yunshan boat carrying the 4 people instantly turned into a clear shadow and broke through the clouds. "If you want to leave, chase." Seeing Chen Mo fleeing, the people following him immediately drove their flying spirit tools to speed up and chase him. The Yunshan boat is worthy of being a flying boat that travels 20,000 miles a day. Under Chen Mo's full urging, it instantly tore through all the strong winds, blocking it at a speed of nearly 1,000 meters per hour. Soon, after 500 or 600 miles, some foundation building cultivators chasing after Chen Mo were left far behind by the crowd and could not be seen. Only those Jinden and Yuanying cultivators were still biting at the figures of Chen Mo and his group. Among them, there was a spirit boat and a flying car approaching at a speed faster than Chen Mo and his group. When Chen Mo used his divine sense to detect the changes behind him, he couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. "You are really rushing to die." He deliberately slowed down the speed of the Yunshan boat a little bit. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo. Song Yan, who noticed the change in the speed of the flying boat, couldn't help but worry. Chen Mo shook his head and explained briefly, "It's okay, those hyenas are catching up." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the expressions of several people changed. Han Feng immediately probed his divine sense behind him. After seeing several urgent flying spiritual weapons behind him, his expression changed suddenly. He and Chen Mo were the only ones in the flying boat who were at the foundation building level. It was impossible not to worry. Even though Chen Mo promised in advance that it was okay, he was still a little uneasy. After a while, when Chen Mo controlled the Yunqian boat to fly over a valley, he deliberately lowered the altitude of the flying boat and stopped above the valley. Seeing that the flying boat stopped, Han Feng thought something had happened. A firm fighting spirit surged in his eyes, and he wanted to get up and go out with Chen Mo to meet the enemy. Chen Mo quickly waved his hand to stop his action. "You just sit in the flying boat, I'll go out and take care of them." After saying that, the Yunqian boat's formation flashed, and Chen Mo appeared outside the flying boat, while Han Feng and the others were isolated and protected inside the flying boat by his formation. Seeing Chen Mo appear, the cultivators chasing from behind drove their spiritual weapons to block Chen Mo's way. "Dao, why don't you run away? Looking at your cultivation level, it's only the foundation building stage. I'm afraid you can't run away now." Ha. Facing the other party's ridicule, Chen Mo seemed not to hear it. He just stood quietly on the flying boat and waited silently. The cultivators chasing Chen Mo were still wearing the masks of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Chen Mo couldn't see their true faces and couldn't judge their identities. "Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over what you got at the auction and your stored ring. If I am satisfied, I might even spare your life. Fellow Taoist, you can't let him go. I think we have to search his soul. This kid is only at the foundation building level, but he can take out so many spirit stones to bid. Maybe he has some big secrets." The robber cultivators who surrounded Chen Mo discussed it all at once, but no one stepped forward to take action. Although they are shouting fiercely now, they actually want to wait for the other party to take action first. After all, no one who can get to the golden core or nascent soul stage is a fool. Chen Mo, a small foundation building cultivator, can be so calm in the face of them. Obviously, he has something to rely on. He wants to wait for others to be unable to bear it and take action first. After waiting for a while, Chen Mo saw that there were no more cultivators chasing him from behind, and finally looked at the people around him leisurely. 5 golden core cultivators, 3 nascent soul cultivators. No one is left behind. They are planning to eat him up. Seeing Chen Mo's indifferent attitude, a cultivator facing him could not help but scolded. "What are you looking at? If you don't want to die in an ugly way, hand over the things quickly." Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. "I have seen people rushing to pick up money, but I have never seen people rushing to die. Idiot." These 2 cold words came out of Chen Mo's mouth. Chen Mo finally took action. The Immortal Crossing flag appeared in his hand in an instant. "Die?" As soon as the word "die" fell, Chen Mo held the Immortal Crossing flag and waved it violently. Whoosh! The annihilation gale blew out. In the valley, the sky and the earth changed color in an instant, the mountains and forests were broken, the grass and trees died, and everything was turned into dust by the gale. Not good. Quickly defend. What kind of wind is this? Facing the annihilation gale sent by the Immortal Crossing flag, everyone was immediately scared. The 5 giant and cultivators urged their cultivation and trump cards to desperately block it, but it was in vain. In a few breaths, all they could see was their bodies and everything around them being blown away by the strong wind, like flying ash. No. The remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators were not much better. Because this time Chen Mo used the Duxin banner to attack with all his strength. This attack was the power of the transformation god. The 3 nascent soul cultivators desperately urged the spiritual tools in their bodies to defend themselves. When they saw that the annihilation strong wind had blown away their spiritual tools and was about to blow away their limbs, they all launched various trump cards. Some used blood shield techniques, and some used teleportation clones. But they were also powerless in the face of Chen Mo. Because when Chen Mo swept out the first attack, the second attack followed closely. At this time, all the means of the 3 nascent soul cultivators were futile and unwilling to be under the annihilation strong wind. I hate it. The 3 nascent soul cultivators died. The King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, how can he keep you until 5 o'clock? After a few breaths, Chen Mo took a long breath, feeling a little helpless. Damn, it takes too much spiritual energy to activate this Immortal Crossing flag at full power. After 2 hits, the spiritual energy in his body was almost drained. After Chen Mo complained a few words in his heart, he turned his head and looked at the empty valley, his face turned excited and nervous. Start to touch the corpse. But these 2 hits were a bit fierce, I didn't hold back, is there anything else to touch? Just don't touch even a single egg. Chapter 137, Breakthrough in retreat, breaking the limit of spiritual power. Chen Mo jumped off the flying boat and quickly came to the place where several people were wiped out to carefully search for their relics. Because he tried his best to activate the Dukes and Flag to attack this time, he had no control over the attack and did not dare to hold back. As a result, the bodies of 5 Jinden and 3 Yuanying were all wiped out by the Dukes and Flag, and even the 3 Yuanying could not escape. When he fell into the valley, Chen Mo immediately found the 8 faint shadows of souls that had lost their minds. Chen Mo took a few steps forward, his eyes lit up. Soul melting bottle, seal. Chen Mo quickly activated the soul melting bottle to collect the souls of the 8 people. This is rich. After absorbing the great enlightenment of the soul liquid of these 8 people, I can at least push my realm to the late Jinden stage. Chen Mo excitedly refined the souls of these 8 people into the soul melting bottle, and then looked for their storage rings on the field. Soon, under the full coverage of his divine thoughts, he finally found 7 storage rings and several 3rd and 4th level spiritual tools. However, due to the direct attack of the Dukes and Flag, most of the other party's spiritual weapons have been damaged and their value has been greatly reduced. If Chen Mo finds it troublesome, he can hand all these things over to the military logistics department and exchange them for a batch of spiritual stones or materials according to the value of the materials. After putting away these things, Chen Mo quietly returned to the Yunchen boat. Since Chen Mo opened the isolation formation of the Yunchen boat when he went out, Han Feng and the others did not know the situation outside. Seeing Chen Mo appear again, Han Feng, Song Yihan and Li Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng looked at Chen Mo and asked with some concern, "Chen Mo, are you okay?" Chen Mo smiled easily. "It's okay, everything is solved." After saying that, he drove the flying boat back to Zhuangherong City quickly. After arriving in Zhuangherong City, the few people separated and quickly began to prepare for a breakthrough. Almost everyone had a good harvest in this auction. Li Wu and Song Yihan were also preparing to receive the military reward to break through to the foundation building realm. Chen Mo returned to the cave and first refined the original marks of the 7 storage rings he had harvested. After a thorough inspection, he found many good treasures such as elixirs, spiritual medicines, and immortal cultivation classics and techniques. After he counted the world, he could at least get hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. After counting the harvest, Chen Mo began to speed up the refining of the souls sealed in the soul melting bottle. After 10 days, the 8 souls sealed in the soul melting bottle were completely refined. Looking at the small pool of clear soul liquid in the soul melting bottle, about 31 drops, Chen Mo's eyes showed a hint of excitement. This is the real good stuff. I wonder how much change the cultivation perception of the nascent soul level can bring to me. Chen Mo silently said in his heart with a hint of expectation. Refine. Chen Mo's mind turned, and he poured the 31 drops of soul liquid into his mouth without hesitation. The soul liquid entered his mouth. In an instant, a strong and clear air of Taoism poured into Chen Mo's mind. Is the space between heaven and earth like a bellows? It is empty but not turbid, and it produces more when it moves. It is better to keep it in the middle than to know too much. Carrying the spirit and soul, embracing the unity of emptiness and keeping quiet, countless insights of the Great Way quickly piled up Chen Mo's cultivation realm and climbed up. Some insights contradicted the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra he practiced, so he quickly abandoned them. Chen Mo only took the insights that were helpful to him. He combined the Jinden realm practice of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra with knocking on the door and constantly gaining insights and confirmations. Time passed slowly. This time, the time spent on the insights was longer than any of his refining. Chen Mo completely forgot everything and fell into enlightenment. His realm of Tao was broken through again and again. The early Jinden period, the middle Jinden period, and finally directly came to the late Jinden period. At the same time, after absorbing the soul liquid, Chen Mo's spiritual sea of consciousness also transformed into becoming more and more magnificent and boundless. 30 miles, 40 miles, 60 miles. Chen Mo's spiritual mind and soul foundation grew more and more abnormal, far exceeding the normal concept of Jinden spiritual strength. Another half a month passed. Chen Mo finally digested the help brought by the soul liquid this time. He finally walked out of the retreat cave. At this time, he was light and energetic, and his deep eyes were restrained, looking like he was facing a deep pool. Chen Mo opened his military watch and took a look. Except for a few friends' condolences, there was nothing important. At this time, He came to the military logistics department and dealt with all the items he had harvested, in exchange for some Xianli Den, Huidi Den, Huangling Den and other elixirs used in the Jinden stage and spiritual medicines needed for breakthrough. Xianli Den, a top-grade spiritual medicine for Jinden, can greatly increase the probability of Jinden. If the cultivation level is in the Jinden stage, it can quickly consolidate and enter the stable period when the realm is improved. Huidi Den can directly improve the realm of Jinden, but the success rate of improving from the middle stage to the late stage is slightly lower. Huangling Den is also a pill that increases the cultivation level of Jinden. Chen Mo already had one Xianli pill and one Huidi pill, but this was not enough for him. Next, he not only had to break the limit and condense his spiritual power 12 times at one time, but also had to break through to the Jinden realm in one fell swoop and break through quickly. In cultivation, he never deliberately suppressed his breakthrough speed. As long as he reached the limit at each step, he would choose to break through at the first time. After exchanging the resources, Chen Mo did not delay. He returned to his cave to retreat again. Chen Mo first exchanged some resources needed for cultivation after breaking through the Jinden realm at the military logistics department, and then returned to his cave to prepare for a complete retreat and breakthrough. Zuanbing Liuli Gold Fruit. Refine. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he took out the strange fruit with a neon glow on its surface, bit it and swallowed it in his stomach. It's strange to say. This Zuanbing Liuli Gold Fruit looks very strange, whether it is the growth environment or its appearance. But when Chen Mo put it in his mouth, he found that it had almost no taste. The taste of the flesh was bland, just a cold meaty feeling. When the Zuanbing Liulian fruit entered Chen Mo's body, the changes came. This fruit contains extremely pure spiritual power, which is very consistent with the Immortal Bone spiritual root in Chen Mo's body. In addition, it has the effect of refining the spiritual power in the body. Soon, the spiritual power in Chen Mo's body broke his original limit and increased rapidly. At the same time, driven by the Zuanbing Liulian fruit, the spiritual veins in his body quickly emerged with a trace of ice blue. When the Zuanbing Liulian fruit's medicinal power exploded in his body, Chen Mo only felt that the temperature in his body was getting lower and lower. It seemed that he was completely assimilated into a piece of extremely cold and pure human-shaped Zuanbing. In this extreme cold, Chen Mo carefully discovered that in the spiritual power in his body, there was a trace of spiritual power impurities that could not be detected on weekdays and were quickly expelled from the body. And his spiritual power also quickly ushered in 6, 7, 9, and condensed changes. The quality of spiritual power is getting higher and higher. After the 10th condensation, Chen Mo even felt that his spiritual power was comparable to the Jinden realm in quality. But the changes were not over yet. Chapter 138, Frozen 9 Heavens, Breakthrough to the Golden Elixir. The mysterious ice-glazed golden fruit was like the source of the mysterious ice spiritual power. Endless mysterious ice spiritual power burst out in his body, helping his spiritual power to further transform. The Heavenly Dao Foundation is finally going to be built. Spiritual power condensed 11 times. Spiritual power condensed 12 times. The spiritual power in Chen Mo's body was broken through again and again. When Chen Mo's spiritual power finally broke through the final limit and condensed to 12 times, the natural runes on the ice sword bone in his body suddenly lit up. The remaining spiritual power of the mysterious ice-glazed golden fruit also poured into the ice sword bone. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo did not stop it. I didn't expect that at this time, my immortal bone would jump out and undergo some changes. Could it be related to the spiritual power condensed 12 times to break the limit? Chen Mo held his breath and concentrated, while secretly observing the changes in the spiritual power in his body, and silently looking forward to what the limit phenomenon of the foundation building realm would be. Although he had never used his moon rising from the sea phenomenon to fight against the enemy. But Chen Mo had seen Ling Chuan use his sword river vision to fight Chu Nangxing and Xian Mei last time, which made him look forward to the vision of breaking the limit of the foundation building realm. Time passed slowly. All the spiritual power of the black ice-glazed golden fruit finally burst out and was absorbed by the ice sword bone. At this time, all the spiritual power in Chen Mo's body began to emit ice blue fluorescence. Suddenly, these blue fluorescence came behind Chen Mo. Behind Chen Mo, layers of frozen worlds appeared. In these frozen world visions, everything stopped and was frozen and wrapped by thick glaciers. 1, 2, 3, 9. Chen Mo counted, there were 9 frozen worlds in total, 1 world and 1 heaven. Seeing this scene, the 5 words 9 frozen heavens spontaneously appeared in Chen Mo's mind. 9 frozen heavens. This was the vision of breaking the limit of his foundation building realm. When the vision appeared, everything stopped and everything was frozen. This vision is very similar to his innate magical power, the Ice Sword domain. Chen Mo doesn't know whether the birth of this vision is related to his immortal bone. But he is very satisfied with the vision of the Ice 9 heavens. The vision of the rising moon in the sea makes the flow of spiritual power in his body faster, and the power of casting spells will increase by more than 1 times. The Ice 9 heavens is an extreme attack type vision. In Chen Mo's opinion, this vision is no less than the 10 legendary visions in ancient times. After a while, after getting familiar with his vision, Chen Mo gathered his spiritual power and began to prepare for the impact of the Golden Core realm. Before officially condensing the Golden Core, Chen Mo gave himself a day to relax completely. Don't think about anything or have any thoughts on this day, just to let yourself enter a state of emptiness. 1 day later, Chen Mo began to officially impact the Golden Core realm. For ordinary people to break through the Golden Core realm, it often takes several years and a lot of spiritual stones, as well as various rare materials, but Chen Mo doesn't need it. Chen Mo practiced the 3 ways of body training, ki training, and spirit training at the same time. No matter which path he took almost every step to the extreme, so his foundation was not what ordinary people could imagine. Even compared with those true immortals, Chen Mo's foundation was not necessarily behind anyone. There are 3 levels to condense the golden elixir. The first level, the process of breaking through the golden elixir, is to continuously compress the spiritual power in the body until the spiritual power condenses and forms a small golden elixir. This step is simple to say, but it involves the degree of condensation of spiritual power during the period after the foundation building. The number of condensation in the previous period is not enough, and the density of spiritual power cannot be compressed into a pill at all. At the same time, when the body is promoted to the golden elixir, the process of compressing the spiritual power in the body will bring great pressure to the physical body. This is the second level. From the foundation building to the golden elixir is a leap from a big realm, and it is a transformation of the essence of life. If the physical body of the foundation building realm is not strong enough, then in the condensation process, the physical body will not be able to withstand it and explode. The third level depends on the strength of one's own divine consciousness. If the divine consciousness is not strong enough, it cannot promote the compression of the spiritual power in the body and coordinate the synchronous transformation of one's own spiritual power and body. Now, these 3 levels are as simple as eating and drinking water for Chen Mo. Chen Mo's body had already been promoted to the 3rd level of body refining and cultivation, and reached the level of barbarian general. His spiritual power had been condensed and transformed 12 times, achieving the foundation of heaven. After absorbing many soul fluids of the nascent soul golden elixir, his divine consciousness was the strongest among the 3 cultivation directions of Chen Mo. After preparing everything, Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the ground, holding his hands in front of his chest, and formed the golden elixir seal of the vast sea longevity sutra. Today I will condense the golden elixir, and my fate will be determined by me. Breakthrough. Chen Mo's mind turned. Suddenly, his body began to change, and a strong spiritual pressure surged out. The spiritual power in his body quickly circulated in his body under the urging of his divine consciousness, and finally condensed and compressed above the spiritual sea. The extremely condensed spiritual power gradually gathered into a light blue elixir bead in the spiritual sea. This elixir bead was only the size of a grain of rice at first, but as time went by, this elixir bead continued to grow, and mysterious and delicate lines appeared on its surface, emitting a faint light. The process of condensing the golden elixir went very smoothly. With Chen Mo's demonic background, the golden elixir condensed bigger and bigger. The initial size of a grain of rice gradually became as big as a pearl, and then as big as a quail egg. At this time, a sense of majesty in the golden elixir realm began to emerge in Chen Mo's body. At the same time, in the process of breaking through, there were also a series of insights in the golden elixir realm that poured into Chen Mo's mind. 1 day, 2 days. Chen Mo's golden elixir pressure became greater and greater, and the spiritual power in his spiritual sea also poured into the condensed golden elixir crazily. 2 days later, Chen Mo's golden elixir had condensed to the size of an egg. In terms of size and quality, it has exceeded the size of a pigeon egg of an ordinary golden elixir. Most people's promotion to the golden elixir is almost done at this step, and they only have to wait for the final absorption of the external spiritual rain to stabilize and finally give birth to the elixir pattern. But Chen Mo's breakthrough seemed to be only halfway, because his spiritual sea was so magnificent. The boundless and endless spiritual power poured into the golden elixir, making the size and strength of the golden elixir far beyond the concept of inhumanity. Seeing this, Chen Mo felt no pressure to break through. At this time, his mind moved, and he accelerated the speed of the influx of spiritual energy in his body. The third day, the fourth day. Suddenly, outside Chen Mo's cave, the heaven and earth shook. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth poured in like crazy, and quickly formed a series of spiritual rains above Chen Mo's head. On this day, Chen Mo also opened the formation at the right time to welcome the arrival of the spiritual rain of heaven and earth. This is the last step to break through the Jinden realm. The heaven and earth are in harmony, the spiritual rain falls, and the Dan pattern is born. Look! Someone is breaking through the Jinden realm. The changes around Chen Mo's cave quickly attracted the attention of the people around him. It's spiritual rain. It really looks like a promotion to the Jinden realm. Some people put down their work and quickly rushed to Chen Mo's side. Everyone stopped and discussed in a low voice. Huh? I remember that the area was allocated by the military to the group of genius disciples who were specially recruited a while ago. How could someone break through the Jinden there? It stands to reason that those disciples will break through the foundation building realm at the fastest. At this time, a careful person found that the location where the Jinden spiritual rain fell was a bit strange. Check to see who is breaking through the golden core. When the people around Chen Mo's cave began to discuss curiously, the spiritual rain from the outside world condensed into a huge funnel above Chen Mo's head. The endless spiritual power around him rushed in like crazy, and finally turned into a dense spiritual rain column from the mouth of the funnel below, pouring into Chen Mo's cave. Moreover, the area of the spiritual rain sucked from the surroundings is getting larger and larger. 1 mile, 2 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles, 30 miles. Soon, a huge funnel of spiritual rain was formed above Zhuanghuang City. And the places where the spiritual rain radiation was affected were still spreading rapidly to the outer periphery. It's already 50 miles. Who is it? Breakthrough, such a big phenomenon. In an instant, the whole Zhuanghuang City was alarmed. A big man in the military excitedly urged his divine thoughts to travel across the sky. Quickly check for me what Xianjiao is breaking through. I remember that it seems to be Chen Mo's cave. Chapter 139, 9-Turn Golden Pill, Immortal's Voice. At this time, the first to be alarmed were Song Yihan, Li Wu, Xiang Long and others who were next to Chen Mo's cave, followed by the kamikaze team, Wang Zan, Han Feng, Qin Meng and others. Soon, almost all the Blue Star people who stayed in Zhuanghuang City were alarmed, and those who knew him or not rushed to the cave where Chen Mo lived to watch. The range of the spiritual rain caused by Chen Mo was still spreading, and it had extended to more than 100 miles around. Liu Di looked at the spiritual rain that was constantly gathering in the sky and murmured, "Oh my god, Chen Mo's movement does not seem to be promoted to the golden core, but more like the promotion to the nascent soul." Yu Quan echoed on the side, "This is not the most important thing. Have you forgotten Chen Mo's cultivation speed? When we first met him, he was only in the key training realm. How long has it been, and he actually beat us to the golden core realm? What a monster." At this time, not only Liu Di and Yu Quan were sighing in their hearts, but some people who knew Chen Mo well were also shocked. Han Feng looked up at the endless spiritual rain in the sky, and murmured with a complex expression, "Too fast, this cultivation speed is really more evil than a demon." He didn't expect that an ordinary student who was casually helped in that small middle school would come to this point. At the same time, Han Feng's heart was also filled with worry for Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's evil performance, I don't know how many eyes he would attract. I don't know if the military will start special protection for Chen Mo. Just as Han Feng was thinking about this, in a central office of the military, dozens of high-level bosses such as Nascent Soul, God Transformation, and Refining Ruins have gathered at this moment. Zhu Lao, Hong Tong, Lu Gong, Fran Mischi, Shen Jian's Hao, and Yi Lao are all on the list. And Chen Mo's resume and information are scrolling page by page on the projection in the office. A genius with first-class immortal bones, contributed the 7th-level body refining secret method Earth Evil secret to the Wushan sect, invented the formula to resist the curse of the Plague Immortal sect, the first person to annihilate the Plague Immortal sect on Mars, contributor to the humane golden body technique, killed the Linghe sex Taoist prodigy Wang Yu, killed the Linghe sex Taoist prodigy Chu Nanxing, deduced the method to become an immortal through luck, honorary lieutenant general of the 9th Army of the Blue Star Blood Underworld, to be awarded. At this moment, one after another of Chen Mo's achievements appeared in the eyes of one big boss after another on Blue Star. Old Zhu sat in the middle of the desk and said solemnly, "Everyone, this is the achievement of this genius disciple of our military department." This time his unexpected breakthrough shocked the entire Zhuangheong city, which was beyond the expectations of me and Army Master Hong. Gathering everyone together is also to make arrangements for this matter. In order to prevent the genius who has made such a contribution to Blue Star from being targeted and murdered, I hereby propose to arrange the best protection measures for Chen Mo. You are all people who practice Taoism and strive to cross. I know that many people here will inevitably be curious about Chen Mo's practice opportunities. But, I, Zhu, will say this in advance. No matter who it is, if they dare to have any thoughts about Chen Mo, they will be enemies of me, Zhu, and the entire Chinese race. After old Zhu's sonorous speech, someone soon raised his hand to second. I agree with old Zhu's proposal. Such a genius is the pride of our Blue Star and should be given the highest protection. Second. Under Chen Mo's monstrous qualifications and achievements, the office soon reached a consensus. Even if some people had some ideas in their hearts, they dared not show them here, let alone make any unfavorable moves against Chen Mo in Zhuangheong City. You must know that Zhuangheong City is Nangguangqi's immortal city. Every move depends on his thoughts. This is also the safest place on Blue Star. So everyone can break through safely in Zhuangheong City. On the other side, Chen Mo didn't know that his breakthrough had caused a huge shock in the outside world. At this time, all his mind was focused on his golden elixir, which was slightly thicker than his fist. The spiritual rain from the outside world was like the water of the sky river falling, quickly pouring into the spiritual sea golden elixir through the pores around his body. After Chen Mo's golden elixir received these spiritual rains, a circle of mysterious elixir patterns began to slowly emerge on his golden elixir. It's a first-turn golden elixir. Seeing this circle of elixir patterns, Chen Mo frowned slightly. The speed of condensation is a bit slow. He looked up at the changes above his head. The rise of the elixir pattern is related to the range of the spiritual rain, and the range of the spiritual rain is related to his own cultivation foundation. With a thought, Chen Mo took out the Xianli pill that he had prepared in advance. This is a top-grade spiritual medicine for forming a pill, which can greatly increase the chance of forming a pill. Chen Mo swallowed a Xianli pill into his stomach and began to refine it. In an instant, countless gentle spiritual powers poured into the golden pill. I absorb. At the same time, Chen Mo consciously increased the speed at which the golden pill absorbed the spiritual medicine from the outside world. In an instant, Chen Mo's head seemed to have turned into a gluttonous mouth, and the endless spiritual energy around him was sucked in by him. The area of the spiritual rain was 200 miles, 300 miles, and 500 miles. Oh my God, the range of the spiritual rain is still increasing. This has long exceeded the spiritual rain range limit of 500 miles for the 8th turn golden pill. Could he break through the legendary 9th turn golden pill? Just as the outside world was shocked by the range of Chen Mo's spiritual rain, the suction of Chen Mo's golden pill did not stop until it finally radiated to the 900-mile spiritual energy range at the edge, and then it gradually stopped. At this time, his fist-sized golden elixir, under the influence of this huge amount of spiritual power, finally produced circles of mysterious elixir patterns. 2nd turn golden elixir, 3rd turn, 5th turn, 7th turn. Time passed slowly. Finally, Chen Mo's golden elixir finally produced the 9th circle of elixir patterns. 9-turn golden elixir. 9-turn supreme golden elixir, breaking the legend. Chen Mo's consciousness fell on his golden elixir, and suddenly a mysterious, perfect, flawless, and leak-free Taoist essence flooded into his mind. 9-turn golden elixir is finally done. Now the last step is to pass the thunder tribulation. As if sensing something, Chen Mo raised his head and his eyes flashed with amazing sharpness at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color and thunder sounded from the 9 heavens. Thick black clouds condensed in the sky above Zhuangheong City. Lightning and thunder in the black clouds seemed to be angry, not allowing Chen Mo's evil golden elixir to be born. HMPH, giant in thunder tribulation. Chen Mo's mind moved, and he opened the cave formation and immediately soared into the air, facing the black cloud above his head. This step requires spitting out a Jinden from the body to endure the thunder tribulation test, and then the promotion to Jinden is completed. Look, it's Chen Mo. At this moment, Nongjin looked up and pointed at Chen Mo standing in the air and exclaimed. Chen Mo silently glanced at the thousands of figures under him. He didn't expect that his breakthrough to Jinden would cause such a big commotion. Miscalculated. Chen Mo's mind turned, and he turned his mind back to prepare for the thunder tribulation that was about to fall. Facing the thunder tribulation, he couldn't let his guard down. And just as he was concentrating on preparing, a gentle voice suddenly came from his mind. 9-turn Jinden, you are very good. This is the 9th level thunder tribulation, you can go through it without worry. If there's any problem, I, Nangguangqi, will protect you in the end. The voice disappeared after it was finished. Chen Mo murmured, Nangguang immortal. Boom. At this moment, before Chen Mo could think about it, a roar came from the dark clouds above his head, like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. A thunderous sound pulled Chen Mo back to his senses. The mountains were shaking, and the earth was trembling. Here it comes. Chapter 140, promoted to Lieutenant General, war is about to begin. Chen Mo's mind moved. Suddenly. Boom. A dazzling golden light streaked from the clouds to the earth. The speed was unimaginable. In an instant, the whole world was shrouded in golden light, even the air was wrapped in light, making it difficult to breathe. Golden thunder. Golden pill, go. Looking at the golden light above his head, Chen Mo did not flinch at all, and directly spit out the golden pill in his body and floated it above his head to stand in the air. Chen Mo urged the true essence in his body to cover the golden pill. Snap. A golden lightning suddenly struck the golden pill, setting off a violent energy ripple. Chen Mo's body sank violently after being struck. He looked up and saw that the golden pill was intact, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The power of the first level of thunder tribulation could not hurt him at all. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed that it sensed the power of Chen Mo's taboo. After the first level of thunder tribulation, the second, third, and until the 7th golden thunder tribulation struck one after another, not giving Chen Mo a chance to breathe. Faced with such a change, Chen Mo's expression became serious, and he immediately urged the spiritual power in his body to rush forward with the golden elixir. Crackle. The power of thunder and lightning struck the golden elixir, causing Chen Mo's golden elixir to tremble. But Chen Mo finally managed to hold on with his abnormal foundation. According to Immortal Nangong, there are 2 more thunder tribulations for the 9-turn golden elixir. Chen Mo looked up at the golden divine thunder that was accumulating and brewing in the black clouds above, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness. 9-fold tribulation thunder? The next 2 tribulation thunders must be extraordinary. If it is allowed to brew further, I'm afraid it will be even more powerful. In that case, why don't I take the lead in dispersing the tribulation thunder? After making a decision, Chen Mo did what he said. Chen Mo took out a Huangling pill and Huidi pill that he had prepared in advance to increase the cultivation of the Dan, stuffed them into his mouth in advance, and urged his body to quickly absorb the medicinal effects of the refined pills. Gan. After a while, Chen Mo shouted angrily when he felt the surge of true energy in his body. Once I swallow a golden elixir, my fate is in my own hands. At this moment, Chen Mo had a golden elixir on his head, and a strong energy of true essence enveloped his body. It turned into an energy storm that suddenly rose and crashed into the calamity cloud. Boom, boom. Suddenly, 2 earth-shattering noises came from the thick calamity cloud, as if the whole earth was shaking violently. After the loud noise, the thick black calamity cloud suddenly dispersed, and a special energy wave of thunder calamity poured into Chen Mo's golden elixir like a tide. 9-layer thunder calamity has passed. With the influx of thunder calamity energy and the pill Chen Mo swallowed, Chen Mo's golden elixir cultivation began to rise continuously, from the early stage of golden elixir to the peak of the early stage of golden elixir. The middle stage of golden elixir. Chen Mo's cultivation did not stop until it reached the middle stage of golden elixir, and a thunder leaf mark also appeared on his fist-sized golden elixir. Chen Mo swallowed his golden elixir in one gulp, and at this moment he really felt how much his strength had improved. After the 9-turn golden core was promoted to the middle stage of the golden core, Chen Mo felt that he could now withstand the Yuanying realm with his hard power, not to mention that he could activate the immortal crossing flag with his current strength. I should be able to kill a cultivator in the god transformation realm. Maybe I can escape from the powerful in the refining ruins realm. This thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. And below, after seeing Chen Mo break through the last two thunder tribulations of the tribulation cloud, they were stunned by Chen Mo. Wow! Hitting the thunder tribulation with his body, so fierce. After passing the ninefold thunder tribulation, Chen Mo has achieved the golden core realm. Have you noticed that his golden core is so big? How big is it? As big as a fist, like a casserole. For a moment, the whole Zhuangherong city was shaken. After all, Chen Mo's breakthrough happened under everyone's eyes, and Chen Mo passed the ninefold thunder tribulation. You should know that the Xianjiao Lengchuan who recently shocked the entire Blue Star cultivated the 8-turn golden core, and he did not pass the ninefold golden thunder tribulation. Many people began to speculate whether Chen Mo had cultivated the legendary 9-turn golden pill. 9-turn golden pill, you are very good, I will remember you. Nang Guangqi's voice appeared in Chen Mo's mind again. Senior. But when Chen Mo called out with his divine mind, the other party did not respond. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly received a voice transmission from Zulao. Chen Mo, come to office number 1 of the operations center. Chen Mo nodded, and before he had time to consolidate his cultivation after the breakthrough, he quickly flew to office number 1 of the operations center. In fact, with his foundation, he didn't need to consolidate anything. Soon, Chen Mo's figure appeared in office number 1. And this time, in addition to Zulao and Hong Tong Junzhu, who Chen Mo was familiar with, there were several powerful figures that Chen Mo had never seen. Some of them were seen by Chen Mo in military news, such as Fran Mischi, the commander of the Third Army of the Western World. Mr. Zhu, Commander Hong. Hello, seniors. Chen Mo greeted the two of them when he entered the office, and then he slightly clasped his fists to signal the other unfamiliar figures. Then he found an empty seat and sat down. Chen Mo, congratulations on achieving the 9-turn golden pill and breaking the legend, adding another invincible genius to our human race. Seeing Chen Mo, Hong Tong was the first to congratulate him. Chen Mo, keep up the good work. Congratulations, Chen Mo. Then Mr. Zhu and others also congratulated Chen Mo. After hearing the congratulations from everyone, Chen Mo responded politely, but he was worried in his heart. At first I only thought about the safety of Zhuangherong City, but I didn't expect that my breakthrough in the golden pill would make such a big noise. I'm afraid that the whole Zhuangzhou will soon know that I have condensed the 9-turn golden pill. I'm afraid that this news will be known to the Linghe sect in a short time. Well, it seems that I have to be more careful in the future. When Chen Mo was sitting in his seat, thinking about this matter in his heart, Mr. Zhu spoke. Chen Mo, let me introduce you first. This is the commander of the Third Army, Fran Mischi. This is Elder Lu, our Blue Star 4th level intermediate weapon refiner, and this is... Zulao introduced all the bigwigs in the office to Chen Mo one by one. After Chen Mo stood up and greeted them one by one, he sat in his seat and waited for them to start the conversation. He knew that Zulao called him over just after he broke through, and there must be something important to say. Sure enough, after Chen Mo sat down, Zulao turned to Chen Mo and began to explain. Chen Mo, I called you over for two things. The first thing is that after discussion and approval by our Blue Star military, based on your contributions to Blue Star, you will be awarded the rank of Honorary Lieutenant General of Blue Star. The second thing is that our war with the Linghe sect will probably start in a few years at most. Please come over and help me deduce some things. As soon as Zulao finished speaking, Chen Mo was shocked. First of all, Chen Mo doesn't really care about his promotion to Honorary Lieutenant General. At most, it brings him honor and some power in Blue Star. But now he is in the world of immortal cultivation. With his current cultivation and combat power, he is not afraid of anyone who is against him. If anyone dares to provoke him by relying on his power, he will be killed at most. The worst case scenario is that he will just overturn everything and start all over again. You should know that now Chen Mo has not only been promoted to the ranks of high-level great cultivators in terms of combat power, but even if he faces the high-level masters of Blue Star, he still has the trump cards of the near-immortal masters such as the Bitter Mountain Woodcutter and the Evil Wind Valley Master to help him. He can even plan to get the help of the Drunken Immortal in a while. What really surprised Chen Mo was the second thing that Zulao said. The full-scale war with the Linghe sect is about to begin, which is much earlier than he originally judged. Could it be that something happened during the more than 1 month of his retreat? Chapter 141 Blue Star's background. Chen Mo is at ease. Chen Mo's eyes swept over the faces of many bigwigs in the office. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "I wonder what our military is preparing for, and how to deduce." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, he found that many bigwigs in the office showed hesitation on their faces, and their expressions were very heavy. His heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that they were not well prepared, so they were anxious to find him to deduce. Zulao was silent for a long time, and suddenly operated a portable military instrument, and then he explained to Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, I have upgraded your identity level to the authority of Lieutenant General. Most of the authority of the Blue Star Federation has been fully open to you. You can now query all the confidential information of our Blue Star together with a military network. Now I will send you 2 important documents. You should understand them first and then we can discuss them." As soon as Zulao finished speaking, beep, beep, 2 file prompts came from Chen Mo's military watch. Chen Mo's eyes turned, and he clicked it casually. It was the file sent by Zulao. One of the files was about the intelligence and battlefield analysis that the military had collected about the strength of the Linghe sect. From this, it was deduced that the full-scale war between Blue Star and the Linghe sect would take about 3 years, and some preparations made by the Blue Star military for the war. The other file was Zulao's personal file, which contained some tips and progress on his Kian Chengxin method and Zulao's understanding of Kian Chengxin method. Seeing these 2 files, Chen Mo's face straightened. This plan was already the highest level of confidentiality in the entire Blue Star, and now everything was exposed in front of him. Chen Mo did not speak, but immediately quickly browsed the important information in it through his divine mind. Kian Chengxin method practice minutes, personnel promotion base array solution. Chen Mo glanced at this file, focusing on the content of the other file. The number and combat power of the space-based scientific cultivation core, the refining ruins, the god transforming, and the nascent soul, and the 1 to 9 military force plan. The mobilization of the high-level forces of the Blue Star Federation. Linghe sect, the true immortal ancestor, the Hedeo, and the refining ruins. The information of the cultivators. Analysis of the magic combat methods that the Linghe sect is good at. The recent movement of high-level cultivators in the Linghe sect. Agree on a plan with the high-end combat power of the Chilan domain and the Blue Star Alliance. Soon, Chen Mo quickly learned and mastered the military secrets. Half an hour later, Chen Mo finally finished reading the important information in the 2 documents. At this time, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of the high-level forces, personnel strength and background of the entire Blue Star. Chen Mo fell silent, thinking and digesting this information quietly. It turns out that on Blue Star, so far, there is only one ancient immortal, Nangguangqi, who has true immortal level combat power. If we count Old Zhu, there are 2 who have Hedeo level combat power. One is Old Zhu, and the other is the Titan God King in the West. Moreover, both of them have barely possessed Hedeo combat power through some special means, and their true realm is only the Liangsu realm, including all the forces such as Wanbao Pavilion and Xianqin Group. The entire Blue Star has more than 80 people with Liangsu level combat power, and more than 200 people at the God transformation level. There are more than 800 Yuanying level combat power, and several thousand giant and foundation building level. The above are the actual number and combat power of cultivators on Blue Star. If we take into account the means of cultivating immortals through science and technology, the sky-based mother goddess warships owned by the various armies and top interest groups on Blue Star can barely gather together 7 or 8 Hedeo level combat power. This is all the foundation accumulated by the entire Blue Star civilization after the revival of the Immortal Way. This number and foundation are already very terrifying. The ability to reach this point in a short period of time is largely due to the promotion of scientific cultivation of immortals and the good fortune left over from many ancient relics. Otherwise, let alone nascent soul transformation, it would be good enough to produce a few golden core true persons through normal cultivation. Chen Mo secretly compared it and found that if he counted the immortal crossing flag, his strength could have the top-level transformation of the gods, and if he was placed in the entire Blue Star, he could be ranked in the top 150. But, so what? Even if the entire Blue Star's strength is slightly inferior to that of the Linghe sect. Chen Mo learned from the intelligence of the Linghe sect that in addition to the ancestor who is a true immortal, the Linghe sect also has more than a dozen 7th-level Hedeo combat forces, and countless refining ruins, transformation of the gods, and nascent souls. The overall strength is indeed stronger than that of the Blue Star, and this does not include the power of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance behind the Linghe sect. This shows how powerful a large sect in a 9th level world is. It is no wonder that the Blue Star is trying its best to gain a foothold in the Blood Nether realm. How to fight? Do you want to use the power of a civilization to gamble? Faced with such a huge disparity in power, Chen Mo couldn't help but have a question in his heart. Unless Mr. Zhu can master the immortal level combat power within 3 years, he can defeat the Linghe sect in the top combat power and win the battle as planned before. I am afraid this is also the reason why the big guys looked hesitant when I asked the question, because they are also undecided. Once the war fails, it may be the destruction of the entire civilization. Chen Mo's thoughts turned rapidly in his mind. In fact, normally speaking, the key point is still Mr. Zhu. If he can become an immortal within 3 years, then it can be done. If not, Blue Star may have to think of another plan. But if we count the bitter mountain woodcutter, Ling Zifen, and the drunken immortal who is about to be brought in, then it will be safe. 3 years, it is still enough to speed up. The specific plan depends on what Mr. Zhu and others say. Finally, Chen Mo made up his mind and looked at Mr. Zhu with a calm expression. Have you finished reading? Mr. Zhu noticed the change in Chen Mo's eyes, and his eyes lit up slightly and asked expectantly. Yes. Chen Mo nodded and snorted. Ahem. Mr. Zhu coughed lightly and faced Chen Mo. To be honest, we have already prepared the 5-color altar and the flag of the people in the Destiny Immortal method you deduced last time, but the human seal still needs some time to be refined, but it should be able to exert its destiny combat power within 3 years. In your opinion, with the current strength of our Blue Star, if we fight a full-scale war with the Linghe sect within 3 years, what is the chance of winning? Zhu Lao's meaning was very clear. It was obvious that he hoped that he could deduce the final battle and get a more accurate answer to reassure everyone. Chen Mo did not respond immediately after hearing this. He frowned and asked back. Zhu Lao, how long will it take to complete the sacrifice of the human seal, and when will it be prepared for the sacrifice? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhu Lao lowered his head and pondered for a while, then affirmed, the human seal still needs more than a month. The 3rd day of 2 months later is an auspicious day, and the sacrifice can be held at that time. Chen Mo nodded, thinking to himself. The sacrifice will be held in 2 months. According to the last deduction, it will take Master Zhu 1 year to get started in the method of cultivating luck to become an immortal, and 3 years to control all the luck to fight the enemy. And once he can control the luck of the entire Blue Star civilization, Master Zhu will definitely have the combat power of a true immortal. Yet, almost. I just stepped on the 3-year deadline. Make a wish. I want to know how Blue Star can win the war with Linghe sect in 3 years. In the information analysis of this world, the first path in the wish analysis is to gather the high-end combat power of the entire Blue Star civilization, quietly enter Zhuangherong City within 3 years, hide with Nangongqi's true immortal power, and launch a war in Xianhe City 3 years later. Nangongqi goes to the Linghe sect to contain the ancestor of Linghe sect, and the rest of the people attract the powerful monks of Linghe sect, and use Master Zhu's power to work together to annihilate them, and then Master Zhu, Nangongqi, and the bitter mountain woodcutter can work together to slaughter the ancestor of Linghe sect and destroy Linghe sect. Way 2. Ask Ling Zifang to set up a Panlong mix-in formation around Linghe sect to isolate all movements inside and outside. Join forces with Kushan woodcutter, Ling Zifen, Zhu Lao, and Nangongqi to surround and kill the monks of Linghe sect. You can destroy it within a year. Way 3. After a year, you will get the friendship of Zuxianren and ask him to fight for you. With the power of Jiuxin, Nangongqi, Zhu Lao, Kushan woodcutter, and Ling Zifen, you can join forces to kill into Linghe sect and sweep away everything. You can destroy Linghe sect within 2 days. As lines of handwriting appeared in Chen Mo's mind. After he finished reading, he felt relieved. There is really no problem in starting a war in 3 years. Whether it is Way 1, Way 2, or Way 3, it can be done. Way 1 does not need to ask Ling Zifang to take action, and Way 2 does not need to ask Jiuxin to take action. Way 3 uses all his available means, but it takes the shortest time and has the most significant effect. It can be done in 1 year. Chen Mo's eyes turned, and he was most satisfied with Way 3, which was short in time and had quick results. This way, he could avoid any more troubles. After solving the Linghe sect issue, Lanzing could completely gain a foothold in the Blood Netherworld. At that time, he could also completely let go and enter the Chilling territory to venture out. You know, He has been in the blood netherworld for so long and there are still too many opportunities that he has not had time to harvest. How is it? Seeing that Chen Mo did not speak, after a while, Zhu Lao could not help but ask. The other bigwigs in the office remained silent. Obviously, they were not familiar with Chen Mo, and did not know what requirements he had for deducing magical powers. They all left the communication to Zhu Lao. But their eyes stayed on Chen Mo. Hearing Zhu Lao's question, Chen Mo pondered for a while and nodded. It's no big deal to start the war in 3 years. We can win. At this point, Chen Mo paused. He was thinking about his plan for the third path, so that he could speak at that time, leaving Zhu Lao with greater hope. Mr. Zhu, I know from my deduction that if you can master the power of destiny earlier, we can advance our plan time. If we catch the Linghe sect by surprise, we will have a better chance of winning. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the color in the office seemed to become brighter. The heavy atmosphere of the crowd was swept away. Before, they had always heard Hong Tong and Mr. Zhu praise Chen Mo's strength. Now they heard Chen Mo say the result they wanted most, which obviously cleared a haze in their hearts. Although they would not completely pin the result of victory on Chen Mo's deduction, it was obvious that the war was inevitable. After some planning and preparation, they were able to get the confirmation of Chen Mo's deduction results, which made everyone feel relieved. Good, good. Mr. Zhu clapped his hands fiercely at this time. Don't worry, Chen Mo. I will speed up the refining of the human seal later and make good preparations. That's right. This time we have to make a decisive victory and completely defeat the Linghe sect, so that our entire Blue Star civilization can achieve a leap forward. With the vast resources of the Blood Netherworld, everyone on Blue Star can practice and seek immortality. Hong Dong and several other bigwigs also looked excited. If the Linghe sect's territory can be conquered, the real high-level people on Blue Star will actually get the greatest opportunity. Many of them have cultivated to the level of God transformation and refining ruins, and are worrying about high-level opportunities. If the Linghe sect's vast territory of 1.5 states can be seized, there is naturally a great hope for realm advancement. Why does the Linghe sect have so many masters of the refining ruins and Hideo realms? In addition to their many years of accumulated foundation, the most important thing is that there are enough opportunities for high-level cultivators. As for the qualifications of practitioners, the 108 body tempering techniques are the most abundant in Blue Star. And the high-level cultivators of Blue Star who are present here can reach this point in the revival of the immortal civilization. Their qualifications and opportunities are naturally top-notch, so there is no need to worry. Soon, time passed slowly. After getting Chen Mo's affirmative deduction results, Chen Mo briefly met and exchanged with the big guys of the Blood Nether realm. After getting familiar with each other, he said goodbye and left. Chen Mo has always disliked the socializing between those in power. He always feels that some people like to put on airs when they are in high positions. Even if they deliberately put down their status, they mostly smile deliberately, which is too fake. In fact, everyone hides countless masks, has deep thoughts, and the exchanges between them are nothing more than the word interest. Chen Mo thinks that if he has that time, he might as well practice well and make more wishes to find some opportunities. You know, Chen Mo is willing to expose part of his abilities to the military. One is that he is a Blue Star person. Helping Blue Star can also be regarded as understanding the cause and effect of his birthplace. The second is that the person who received him was Mr. Zhu, who he admired and truly cared about the people. Facing Mr. Zhu's request, he was still willing to contribute. Otherwise, he would not care about the floods and the raging waters. You are already cultivating immortals, why do I care so much about you? Think about more than half a year ago, I was still worried about his small bottle of tiger demon bone forging Gao, and think about his parents working day and night in the factory to improve his martial arts. Those who sit on the high hall and look down on the world, grabbing and cutting off the opportunities of the Blue Star ruins, and the people who have inherited the world from their families, how could they have thought of themselves at that time? Hey, don't think about it. Go back to practice and break through. Go find the drunken immortal to refine the soul resurrection wine. Chen Mo shook his head, swept away some distracting thoughts in his mind, and walked out in a chic manner. At this time, he looked at Chen Mo's disappearing back. Elder Lu, who came from Wanbao Pavilion, approached Elder Zhu and said with his mind, Elder Zhu, this Chen Mo has a cold temper. It seems that he doesn't like to get close to his old guys. Elder Zhu turned his head and looked at Elder Lu with a smile, and replied with his mind, oh, then tell me why he wants to get close to us. Hearing Elder Zhu's question, Elder Lu didn't know how to answer for a while. He thought of Chen Mo's background, and the classes and interest groups that had been differentiated in the Blue Star in just a few decades. He really didn't know how to answer. If he were in the same place, what would he do? After Chen Mo returned to his cave, he received congratulations from familiar people such as Han Feng, Song Yihan, the Kamikaze Squad, Wang Zan, and Leng Chuan. Advancing to the Jinden realm is a big leap on the road of cultivation. On the road of cultivation, key training can live to 120 years old, foundation building can live to 250 years old, and in the Jinden realm, the lifespan can reach 500 years. Whether it is a qualitative change in cultivation or lifespan. In ancient times, if a disciple broke through the Jinden realm, a Jinden banquet would be held in the entire sect. However, now that Blue Star has risen too fast, congratulations for Jinden are not as grand as in ancient times. But in ordinary families, if someone breaks through the Jinden realm, they will also invite some acquaintances to hold a banquet to congratulate. Chen Mo's family is not around, so after seeing Chen Mo, Han Feng, Song Yihan and others are ready to take care of this matter for him, but this kindness was rejected by him. Chen Mo spent a few days chatting with several acquaintances about the feelings of breaking through the Jinden realm. After giving Han Feng, Song Yihan and others some advice, he was ready to continue his retreat and practice. With Chen Mo's stimulation, Liu Di, Song Yihan, Han Feng and others also began to retreat and break through. When the flowers bloom, when they fall, time slowly passes. After Han Feng and others left, Chen Mo used the spiritual medicine and spiritual stones in his hands to exchange for all the resources that could help practice and fell into a deep level of retreat and hard practice to digest and stabilize his surging realm. Refining the body, refining the ki, and refining the spirit, the three paths of cultivation progress steadily. During the period of Chen Mo's retreat, a series of tense preparation orders were issued in Zhuanhao City. More and more Blue Star monks gathered in Zhuanhao City from all over the place. And in all parts of Blue Star's power, a hidden golden elephant of Zulao's humanity quietly stood. 2 months later. Chapter 142, Sacrifice to Become an Immortal, Travel 80,000 Miles. One day, Chen Mo was sitting in the cave and practicing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be something different between heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and found that there were countless light golden lucks floating in Zhuanhao City like smoke. Humanity luck. With such a strong humanity luck, is Elder Zhu going to start offering sacrifices? After advancing to the Jinden realm, he retreated in the cave for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Chen Mo used many spiritual medicines and resources such as Biao Vine and Zixing barrier breaking fruit to stabilize his ki training in the middle stage of Jinden, and even advanced his body training to the late stage of Barbarian General. It's time to go out and take a look. With a thought, Chen Mo ended his retreat and quietly walked out of the cave. After a few months, Zhuanhao City at this time has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chen Mo swept his mind and found that the streets and houses were full of Blue Star people, and the population was dozens of times more than that of Zhuanhao City in the past. In the past, most of the people who came and went in Zhuanhao City were from the Blue Star military, but now there are many other people in the crowd. Moreover, many people in this crowd will exude a trace of light golden luck power floating in the sky. The faint luck power gathers in the air and condenses into strands. A strong luck power floats towards a certain direction in Zhuanhao. Chen Mo, you are out of retreat. It just so happens that Elder Zhu is about to start the sacrifice at the 5-color altar. Why don't you go with me to watch it? Just as Chen Mo was secretly observing the changes around him, he suddenly received Hong Tong's divine thought transmission in his mind. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and responded. He also had this intention. As soon as he finished answering, he saw Hong Tong's figure flying from the combat center. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately flew into the air and followed Hong Tong to the 7-star plain in Zhuanhao. The 7 Stars Plain is the place where Elder Zhu chose to set up an altar for sacrifice in Zhuanhao. This place has a wide terrain and can accommodate a large number of people. It is only more than 200 miles away from Zhuanhao City. Once there is any movement in the sacrifice, it will also be convenient for Immortal Nangguang to cast a spell to cover it up and exclude the attention of the outside world. Hong Tong and Chen Mo flew in the air and explained to him on the way. Chen Mo found that the closer to the 7 Stars Plain, the more golden luck the human race gathered. After a while, The two rushed to the Seven Stars Plain. There were countless rich golden luck forces all over the place. Chen Mo and Hong Tong landed on the edge of the Seven Stars Plain and found a high ground to choose to watch silently. There were many high-level monks from the Blue Star around them, and they all fell aside to watch the ceremony silently. On the flat and vast wasteland, a magnificent and huge altar had been built with 5 colored soil taken from the top of Mount Tai. This altar is divided into 4 squares, east, west, north and south, with 2 floors. The lower floor is several miles long and wide, and about dozens of feet high. The upper floor is a slightly smaller square altar condensed from pure 5-colored soil. On the 5-colored altar stands Zulao's golden statue of humanity. At this moment, Zulao is sitting cross-legged under his golden statue, closing his eyes and casting a spell. Endless golden luck is pouring around. At this moment, Zulao points one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. In the middle of his chest is suspended a human seal similar to an ancient jade seal and a dark blue flag of the people. The flag is printed with countless names of the Blue Star human race in fly-sized fonts. At this time, countless Blue Star people have gathered under the altar of the 7 stars. They all face the direction of the 5-colored altar in the middle, with solemn expressions, pious prayers, and constant chanting of ancient sacrificial inscriptions. Countless pious golden lucks poured out from the crowd below the sacrifice, and rushed to the human seal and flag of the people on Zulao's chest. Solemn, mysterious, profound. Several complex emotions entered Chen Mo's heart, making him look a little solemn when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Although Chen Mo had already known this scene through the Golden Finger Wish, the scene that really unfolded in front of him still had an inexplicable shock. Chen Mo silently calculated the time and guessed secretly. Today is the day when yin and yang meet. The 5-color altar, the human seal, and the flag of the people are all ready. Whether Mr. Zhu can achieve it depends on today. Time passed slowly, just when the high sky and the sun were facing Mr. Zhu's head. I saw Mr. Zhu suddenly stand up. The time has come, the sacrifice begins. Mr. Zhu shouted, and then he held the human seal in one hand and the flag of the people in the other hand, facing the sky. Since the revival of the immortal way of Blue Star and the rise of the human race, I, Zhu Yunji, have been working hard all the way to rise up and do good deeds. I have led the human race of Blue Star to establish a heart for the world and a life for the people. I have been recognized by the people and continue the human destiny of the sages at the Fengshan Terrace of Mount Tai. Now I pray to the heaven and earth, and I will respond to the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds below, and pass on my human destiny. I hope Zhou will tell me. An ancient sacrificial text of hundreds of words was read out by Zulao. At this moment, his voice was like the sound of Taoism in Sanskrit, communicating the laws of heaven and earth, and flew into the 9 heavens with a breeze. The voice was faint, and the world seemed to have a sense of it. An inexplicable existence opened his eyes and looked at Zulao from countless worlds. After a while, in an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The wind and clouds rolled above the 9 heavens, and there was a fire cloud mirage reflecting the world. There seemed to be an ancient immortal cave deep in the mirage. 3 Taoist ancestors sat on the clouds of the cave, looking at Zulao below and nodded gently. The earth rumbled and shook, and Wushan responded. It seemed that there were ghosts from the netherworld trying to break through the gates of heaven and earth and enter the human world. Just when the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared. Buzz! Suddenly, a heavy sound of the Tao sounded between heaven and earth, reflecting in everyone's mind. Yes, the sound wave swept through the body of every human. When Chen Mo heard this response, his heart suddenly lightened, as if the human race of Blue Star had finally found its foundation, and he had an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. When Zulao, who was standing on the altar, heard this sound of Tao, his eyes suddenly lit up. My Tao is complete. Zulao's expression was shocked, and then he shouted loudly. Jizu Yun, please all the people of Blue Star recite my name in your heart and follow me to offer sacrifice to heaven and earth. After saying that, Zulao took the lead and bowed to the sky and shouted, sacrifice to heaven. Sacrifice to heaven. Immediately, the human race of Blue Star below recited Zulao's name in their hearts and bowed to the sky together. Sacrifice to the earth. Zulao bowed to the earth again and shouted. Sacrifice to the earth. The human race of Blue Star below recited Zulao's name in their hearts and bowed to the earth and recited together. Sacrifice to my human destiny. After Zulao finished offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, he bowed to the people of Dawn below the altar. Sacrifice to my human destiny. The people below shouted together, but this time they stood still and accepted Zulao's salute. During the entire sacrificial process, although Chen Mo was shocked by the legendary vision of the three ancestors of the human race in the heaven and earth, he still followed everyone to complete the sacrificial process. Just after Zulao finished the sacrifice, suddenly, countless golden lucks surged in the void on all sides of the Seven Stars Plain. These golden lucks rushed over like endless golden dragons. These golden lucks, together with the luck of the blue star people below, poured into the human seal and the common people flag in Zulao's hands. Chen Mo looked up and suddenly saw a huge hand covering the sky and the sun appearing above the heaven and earth of the Seven Stars Plain, covering the entire space around the Seven Stars Plain, but it could not stop the golden dragon of luck. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's expression changed, and he looked at Hong Tong next to him nervously. As if knowing what Chen Mo was thinking, Hong Tong shook his head slightly and explained. "It's okay, this big hand was taken by an angling immortal." Zulao had already expected this scene to appear before the sacrifice, so he asked Nangguang Immortal to take action in advance to block the outside world's praying. After listening to Hong Tong's explanation, Chen Mo nodded in relief. Nangguang Immortal has made a move. He looked at the huge hand in the sky that covered the sky, and a trace of envy and determination flashed across his eyes. Is this the power of an immortal? One hand covers the sky. One day I will also become such a person with great magical powers, and I will become the top immortal. Chen Mo thought firmly in his heart, and then his eyes returned to Zulao. I saw that the endless luck golden dragons born by the human race on Blue Star flowed into the human Dao seal and the common people flag, and then flew out of these two objects one after another, and poured into the golden statue behind Zulao. Buzz! Just as the luck entered Zulao's statue, suddenly, the golden statue that had closed its eyes suddenly opened. Look, Zulao's statue has opened its eyes. Seeing this scene, some people exclaimed. Chen Mo saw countless golden lights pouring out of Zulao's statue's eyes. The golden body opened its eyes, but there are eyes without pupils. When Chen Mo had this doubt in his heart, standing on the five-color altar, Zulao suddenly did something that surprised everyone. He suddenly clapped his palms 3 times on his chest. Puff! 3 streams of red blood spurted out of Zulao's mouth and splashed out. At this point, he opened his palms and clenched them suddenly, grabbing the blood he spurted out in his hands. Quick! I will use the royal blood to point the eyes of the gods. Zulao's expression was solemn. He shouted loudly, and the blood in his hand instantly split into 2, turning into 2 points on the eyes of his golden statue. At the moment when the blood entered the eyes, 2 pupils with divine light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the statue. Golden body opens its eyes, and royal blood points the eyes. Seeing this, Chen Mo felt relieved. This is the most critical step of the Qian Chengxin method, recorded in the remains of the Fengchen Terrace of Mount Tai. After completing this step, Zulao can practice the introductory chapter of the first volume of the Qian Chengxin method. Sure enough, just after the statue opened its eyes and pointed its eyes, the Qian golden dragon seemed to form a closed loop. The luck that flowed into the statue continued to flow into Zulao's body, and the human seal and the common people flag in his hands also turned into 2 spiritual lights and entered Zulao's body. At the moment when the luck entered his body, Zulao was surrounded by golden dragons, and his body was shining with infinite golden light, and his momentum began to grow wildly. Middle stage of refining ruins, late stage of refining ruins. Continue to break through. Early stage of Hedao realm, middle stage of Hedao. Finally, his momentum grew to the peak of Hedao and stopped when it touched the threshold of Immortal Path. However, this momentum seemed to have some signs of instability. Damn, is this the power of the way of luck? The stronger the luck, the stronger the combat power. Even the great realms of refining ruins and Hedao have broken through in an instant. It's almost comparable to my own golden finger. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Zulao's momentum of continuous breakthroughs, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. The plan succeeded. Facing Zulao's overwhelming momentum on the 7-star plane, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Zulao's success will certainly bring the combat power to reverse the situation in the battle with Linghe sect in the near future. After Zulao's momentum increased to the peak of the combined way, he quickly sent a telepathic message to several core leaders of the human race and Chen Mo around him. The plan is successful. I urgently need a year to practice the method of luck in seclusion and thoroughly master the power of luck to resist the enemy. Don't call me out of seclusion unless it is a matter of life and death within a year." Then he cast a look at Chen Mo and nodded gratefully. Then Zulao stretched out his hand, and the golden body standing behind him also turned into golden shadow and escaped into his body. Today, Zhu thanked the people of Blue Star for their great help. Zhu Yunji will definitely live up to the expectations of the people of Blue Star and lead my Blue Star to immortality and longevity, and everyone will be like a dragon. After Zulao finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared above the altar. But his voice was like a startling sound in the sky and earth, echoing for a long time in the sky above the 7-star plane. Looking at the empty 5-color altar, Chen Mo stared into the distance. He pondered for a while, and said in a murmur, "I will become a true immortal with luck. I hope you can remember what I said today and never forget your original intention. Otherwise, if you rely on luck to become an immortal, you will be defeated by luck and will eventually be destroyed by backlash." He muttered, then turned around and said hello to Hong Tong. Then he quietly left Kixingyuan. The rest of the scene here will naturally be taken care of by others. Zulao's luck is about to become a true immortal, and the war is imminent. Next, he should go to find another true immortal trump card for the human race. Drunken Immortal. 8th level Resurrection Wine. Chen Mo silently said in his heart, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Who? Chen Mo stretched out his hand and summoned the 5th level top grade Yun Xianzhao. According to the previous wish reminder, from the current time, in the first path, the Drunken Immortal will appear in Longsu Peak of Qilin Domain in 2 months, and in the second path, the Drunken Immortal will appear in Bixiao Mountain in 9 months to try to refine the 8th level Resurrection Wine. Whether it is Longsu Peak or Bixiao Mountain, they are more than 80,000 or 90,000 miles away from Zhuanzhao. However, it is still possible to reach both places in terms of time. Chen Mo's eyes turned. Both ways can be done. If you want to do it, you have to do it big and make the relationship closer. A true immortal is also a great existence in the heavens and the myriad worlds. He must turn the relationship between Zuxin and Ren into a brotherhood. The target is Longsu Peak in Qilin Domain. Chen Mo's mind turned, and a handful of top-grade spirit stones were thrown into the power formation of Yun Xianzhao. Whoosh! The strong wind blew on both sides of Yun Xianzhao, and Yun Xianzhao turned into a green shadow and kept shuttling in the sky. Chen Mo checked the map of the Blood Netherworld and corrected the flight direction from time to time, while searching for memories about Longsu Peak in his mind. Longsu Peak is in Hanzhou. It is located in the extreme west of Qilin Domain and borders the billion-year-old snow domain of the Blood Netherworld. Affected by the snowy area, the land there is frozen all year round and is rarely visited by people. Except for some creatures that like the extremely cold environment, even ordinary cultivators are unwilling to go to the extremely cold place in Hanzhou. Longsu Peak is located in the westernmost part of Hanzhou. It snows all year round, and there are often extremely cold storms that can kill giant and Yuanying cultivators. It can be seen that this place is extremely dangerous. Chen Mo doesn't know why Zuxianren stays in such a cold place to refine spiritual wine, and why it is difficult for him to find 8th level spiritual materials with his true immortal level strength. But he knows that he will definitely gain a lot from this trip. According to his previous experience, the more bizarre the place, the rarer and more precious the treasures are. What's more, the environment of Longsu Peak is most suitable for his immortal bones and innate magical powers. Maybe he can find some treasures here to enhance his magical power. Since entering the Blood Netherworld, Chen Mo's focus has been on magical powers. The power of ordinary spells is hard to catch his eye. It takes a lot of time to practice, but it is not as useful as magical powers when used. Longsu Peak, 89,000 miles. Chen Mo calculated by comparing the map. No rush, at the current speed of the Yun Xianzhao, it will only take 5 days. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Crystal Purple Fairy Ice Grass, Strength is Virtue. 5 days later, Chen Mo finally arrived at Longsu Peak in Hanzhou by Yunshan boat. Longsu Peak is a mountain group. The peaks here are towering into the clouds, the air is thin and the temperature is extremely low, and the peaks are covered with snow all year round. There are often strong winds in the mountains, snow falls all year round, Vegetation is sparse, the rock walls are steep and the rocks are exposed, the boundless frost is covered in silver, and the extremely cold mountain wind blows in the face. Chen Mo stood on the vast snow-capped peaks facing the wind and snow, and even with his body he could feel a bit of bone-chilling coldness around him. Damn, this place is so damn cold, no wonder it is called Hans Hao. He looked up at the vast expanse of white, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Where can I find the drunken immortal and the materials for the 8th level spirit wine in this damn place? Chen Mo's thoughts turned, and he quickly flew to a higher mountain peak and determined the direction around him. Make a wish. I want to know where I can find the drunken immortal in Longsao Peak. In the information analysis of this world, there is interference in the wish analysis due to unknown existence. Failed to make a wish. As soon as Chen Mo thought about it, he immediately received feedback that his wish had failed. Hey, why did my wish fail? As Chen Mo's cultivation level improved, he hadn't experienced a failed wish for a long time. And according to common sense, since I was able to make a wish to deduce the information of the drunken immortal before, I shouldn't have failed to make a wish now. Chen Mo's face changed slightly, and his brows knitted. How could there be an unknown interference? Could it be that I was too close to the real body of the drunken immortal and aroused the induction of the real immortal? Chen Mo pondered for a while. After a while, he tried again. Make a wish. I want to know where I can find the drunken immortal in Longsao Peak. In the information analysis of this world, there is an unknown interference in the wish analysis. Failed to make a wish. Still not working. Forget it. In this case, find the 8th level spirit wine material first. After failing again, Chen Mo changed his mind and decided to find the 8th level fairy level material first and then slowly look for the drunken immortal. Make a wish. I want to find an 8th level immortal wine material safely in Longsao Peak. In the information analysis of this world, as Chen Mo's wish analysis fell, many text messages appeared in his mind in an instant. Path 1, go 200 miles eastward from here, stay for 5 hours to avoid a snow prison storm, and then continue straight for 320 miles. You will encounter a glacier crack valley. Go straight for 489 miles along the largest crack in the glacier valley, and you will encounter a glacier cave. In the depths of the cave, there is a 100-million-year-old black ice marrow stone platform. On the stone platform, there is an 8th level immortal material crystal purple fairy ice grass. This grass needs to be sealed with extremely cold black ice to be picked. Path 2, go straight west for 32,000 miles until the edge of the snowy area. There is a snow valley at the edge of the snowy area. In the valley, there is a great hermit, Yaoten Popo. Yaoten Popo's beloved was cursed by the mysterious immortal in the depths of the snowy area and turned into a living dead. If you break the mysterious immortal curse and awaken her lover, you can get the favor of Yaoten Popo and pick an 8th level Yaoten fairy flower in the snowy valley. After reading the information in his mind, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, there are actually 2 ways to safely obtain the 8th level spiritual materials. But the second way is too complicated and too difficult. It's actually difficult to break the curse of the Zhuangxin, even with a golden finger. I think it will be difficult to do it. Since Chen Mo's authority was upgraded to the honorary lieutenant general, he has known many secrets in the cultivation world. He knows that the way of practicing Qi and cultivating immortals, from the 1st level of Qi training to the 7th level of Hideo realm, is to practice below the immortal. When you break through the 7th level of Hideo realm and pass the immortal tribulation, you can be promoted to the 8th level of Zhuangxin realm. After the true immortal, there are the realms of Xiangxin, Zhuangxin, Jingxin, and Dalo Jingxin. The 10th level Zhuangxin is already a powerful figure in the realm of immortals, and it is not an existence that Chen Mo can touch now. Just choose the first way, the distance is short, the time is fast, and there is no trouble at all. Even if the second way was tempted by the kindness of the powerful Yaoten Granny, Chen Mo did not waver. He knew that the cultivation level of Grandma Atang, who was called the Great Power by the Golden Finger, must not be simple, but if he had enough time and the opportunity was right, he could try to contact her. With a goal in mind, Chen Mo acted quickly. Riding on a Yunqian boat, he found the glacier cave in less than half a day. Not long after, Chen Mo found the Zuanbingsu stone platform deep in the cave. The Zuanbingsu stone platform, which was 10 feet square, stood in the center of the icy and cold cave, surrounded by extremely cold black ice. In the center of the stone platform, a 9-inch tall crystal purple fairy ice grass grew quietly. The grass body was transparent, like purple ice crystals, emitting a faint and sparkling purple light. This is the 8th level crystal purple fairy ice grass. Looking at the fairy grass growing in the center of the stone platform, Chen Mo's eyes showed a hint of excitement. He had never seen such a high-level fairy grass before. Obviously, through the transparent purple ice crystal grass, it can be seen that the grass body contains huge energy. I must be extremely careful when picking it later. Chen Mo warned himself secretly, then walked around the Xuanbingsu stone platform, and after observing for a while, he began to work. Chen Mo first tested the strength of the Xuanbingsu stone platform, and found that it was difficult to break it with his cultivation. The outside of this stone platform is made of extremely cold Xuanbing that has existed for billions of years. It is difficult to break it with Chen Mo's current strength. If he breaks it forcibly, he is afraid of damaging the crystal purple fairy ice grass. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo still relied on the power of the fairy weapon of the Duxin flag to slowly grind away the extremely solid Xuanbing stone platform. Half an hour later, he pulled out the crystal purple fairy ice grass intact, and then Chen Mo used a piece of extremely cold Xuanbing that he cut off to seal the fairy grass. Before sealing it, Chen Mo also left dozens of drops of Xuanbingsu at its rhizome to ensure the vitality of the fairy grass. Xuanbingsu is a large bowl of ice marrow that Chen Mo took out from the center after he cut the stone platform. This Xuanbingsu can breed the 8th level fairy grass, so it is obviously not weak. When he first touched Xuanbingsu, even the fairy bones in Chen Mo's body trembled with excitement. Obviously, this is another rare item that will help his own fairy bones a lot. But now Chen Mo is eager to find the drunken immortal, and he has no time to refine it. Therefore, he cut a Xuanbing stone pot to seal the Xuanbingsu, and then quickly left the glacier cave. Now that the fairy grass is in hand, it's better to find the wine immortal as soon as possible. With the excitement of getting a rare treasure for the first time, Chen Mo quickly searched for the figure of the drunken immortal in Longsu Peak. During this period, he kept making wishes through the golden finger to determine the traces of the drunken immortal. However, the golden finger kept reporting that there was interference from an unknown existence, and the wish failed. Chen Mo was not discouraged by this. It's not that he didn't think about leaving the range of Longsu Peak and making a wish again, but he insisted on making a wish in the depths of Longsu Peak. In fact, he wanted to determine a speculation in his heart. That is, if he is very close to true immortal realm powerhouse who is much higher than his cultivation, will his wishes be disturbed and fail? If so, he should try to avoid this in the future. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Chen Mo still did not find the figure of the drunken immortal. He faced the cold wind and snow and traveled through the ice valleys of the various peaks of Longsu Peak. Time passed slowly. A month later. On this day, Chen Mo came to the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain and made a wish mechanically again. Make a wish. I want to know where I can find the drunken immortal in Longsu Peak. In the information analysis of this world, in the wish analysis buzz, suddenly, a long-lost information emerged in Chen Mo's mind. Path 1. There is a square short peak 360 miles east of here. At the top of the short peak, you can meet the drunken immortal who is refining spirit wine. Seeing this prompt message, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It seems that if the golden finger is too close to the real immortal, it will not fail to make a wish completely. It can succeed once in a while. This may be related to the other party's cultivation sensitivity. Now that you know this, you should pay attention in the future and try to avoid making wishes related to the other party near the real immortal. Knowing the address of the drunk immortal, Chen Mo rushed to the drunk immortal. Almost at the same time when Chen Mo made a wish 523 miles away, there was a thin and free-spirited old man with long white beard and white hair who was frowning. The ice feeling of this spiritual wine is still not enough. It seems that we still need to find an 8th level fairy level cold grass to add it. He muttered to himself while manipulating a wine refining furnace in front of him that was somewhat similar to an alchemy furnace. Suddenly, he stopped his movements and a trace of anger flashed between his eyebrows. Here it comes again. Who is the old immortal who is talking about me? I have calculated it for no less than 20 times in this month. The drunk immortal stopped his movements and quickly cast a spell to interrupt the power of deduction that was shrouding him in the dark. He had experienced this many times in the past month, but every time he tried to trace back the past through this power of deduction, he felt that there was no trace at all. Hey, bad luck. It seems that I have to change places. The thoughts in Zuxianrun's mind were turning. Suddenly, his expression moved, and his mind had already noticed Chen Mo flying towards him quickly. Is it this little guy? After a while, hundreds of miles away, Chen Mo flew in the air and soon found the square short peak with very distinctive features. The figure of Zuxianren had appeared in his sight. Long beard and white hair, thin and free and easy, very consistent with the image of the immortal figure in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo landed on the short peak mountain, bowed to Zuxianren and said, "I am Chen Mo, meet the senior." Zuxianren heard the voice and sneered. "What are you doing around this mountain recently?" Chen Mo had expected what Zuxianren said. With the strength of the immortal's mind, if he wanted to pay attention to him, he would have noticed his movements nearby. So Chen Mo pretended not to know Zuxianren and spoke aloud according to his mind. "I am dissatisfied with you, senior. There are many rare treasures in the extreme places of Suwon. I am looking for rare treasures in Longsu Peak." After hearing Chen Mo's words, Zuxianren did not comment. Looking for rare treasures, this kid dares to come to Longsu Peak to look for rare treasures with his mere giant in realm cultivation. He is another person who doesn't know whether he lives or dies. He fiddled with the furnace in front of him and said absent-mindedly, "Then did you find a rare treasure?" Chen Mo nodded. "I really found a purple fairy grass in a cave, but I don't know what its specific medicinal effects are." As he said that, Chen Mo deliberately took out a crystal purple fairy ice grass sealed with transparent black ice. Crystal purple fairy ice grass. Noticing Chen Mo's actions, Zuxianren took a look and exclaimed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo saw that the crystal purple fairy ice grass in his hand had already appeared silently in the hands of the drunk immortal. This old guy won't rob it by force, right? But it shouldn't be. According to the nature of the golden finger, unless there is a special note, the character of the designated person is generally good. The drunk immortal looked at the crystal purple fairy ice grass in his hand with a little excitement. He looked excited and said in a daze, "What you think is really what you want. This kid's crystal purple fairy ice grass has extremely cold marrow spiritual energy, which is just suitable for refining spiritual wine." As if realizing his own gaffe, the drunk immortal's expression was restrained. Holding the crystal purple fairy ice grass in his hand, he glanced at Chen Mo who was standing quietly beside him, and joked, "You kid took out this treasure, aren't you afraid that I, the old Taoist, will embezzle this spiritual grass?" Chen Mo laughed awkwardly when he heard this. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to the virtuous. If you really like it, then I will give it to you. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Zuxianren looked at Chen Mo, wondering what Chen Mo was thinking, and said sarcastically, "According to what you said, I am the one who robbed you by force, but I am the one who is virtuous." Chen Mo nodded and added, "In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong are the virtuous. Today I met you, and your strength is higher than mine. Naturally, this immortal herb is destined to be with you, and you are a virtuous person." After saying that, Chen Mo did not pause, looked at Zuxianren, and continued, "I think you really like this immortal herb, so I will give it to you today." As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, "How the strong are the virtuous?" Zuxianren suddenly laughed. He looked at Chen Mo with satisfaction and praised him, "Although what you said sounds like heresy, it does explain the essence of human survival. The so-called order and virtue are nothing more than rules set by the powerful." At this point, Zuxianren's expression suddenly changed and he teased, "However, you probably don't know the value of this fairy grass in your hand when you say this. If I tell you that this crystal purple fairy ice grass you obtained is a real 8th level fairy grass, you can at least exchange it for resources to cultivate to the God Transformation realm or even the Refining Ruins realm. I don't know if you are willing to give it up." After saying that, Zuxianren looked at Chen Mo with a smile. Is this person stupid, or has he guessed the identity of the old Taoist, or is he really following his theory that the powerful send treasures to eliminate disasters for virtue? Regardless of Zuxianren's suspicions, Chen Mo nodded calmly after hearing his words, and he smiled calmly. A gentleman's words are everlasting. "Senior, don't test me. I'll give you this fairy grass directly." After hearing Chen Mo's words, Zuxianren was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Chen Mo could be so generous after he made clear the value of the crystal purple fairy ice grass. This calmness and willingness to give really surprised him. "Okay, this is what you said yourself. I want this crystal purple fairy ice grass." Zuxianren nodded, and suddenly said to Chen Mo in a sonorous manner. Then his tone changed and he added proudly, "But I won't take advantage of you. Today you give me a crystal purple fairy ice grass, and you can ask me to do my best one day." Hearing this, Chen Mo was secretly happy. "I got a favor from the wine fairy." Hearing this, Chen Mo deliberately showed a look of surprise on his face and pretended not to understand and asked, "Then thank you, senior. May I know what your Taoist name is?" "Zuxianrun. My name is Li Changxing, and people call me Zuxianrun." Chapter 144, The Zuanbing spiritual body brings the immortal back to Zuanzhao. 1 year later. In the hut of Bixiao Mountain. As the last few drops of Zuanbing marrow were absorbed and refined by Chen Mo, the fairy bone runes in his body suddenly increased by a large amount. Transformation is coming. Chen Mo noticed the changes in his body, his eyes lit up, and his expression was excited. Suddenly, the ice sword bone vibrated, and an extreme cold air emanated from Chen Mo, as if his body had turned into a piece of ice source that was billions of years old. The cold air from Chen Mo quickly turned into frost that continued to cover the outside of the hut and extended out, 100 meters, 200 meters, 2,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, the valley and hut that were originally full of spring turned into an ice valley covered with ice and snow, as if they had returned to the environment of Longsu Peak. Even the drunk immortal who was 1,000 meters away, concentrating on tinkering with the resurrection wine, was affected. Zuanbing's spirit body. This kid has finally transformed. The drunk immortal glanced at the hut not far away and muttered. Looking at the frost coming from all around, he frowned slightly, then stretched out his index finger and drew a circle around himself, forming a restricted space. When the frost and cold air coming from all around touched the circle he drew, they could no longer move forward. The drunken immortal then continued to immerse himself in the process of refining the soul resurrection wine. In the thatched house. After a while, Chen Mo finally became familiar with the changes in the new immortal bone runes in his body, and the icy air around him also quietly dissipated under his control. Chen Mo opened his slightly closed eyes, and his heart was excited. After refining this last Zuanbing marrow, he finally evolved his own physique into Zuanbing's spirit body. Spiritual roots, spiritual body, divine body, Taoist body. When I got the Changguang immortal sword in the burial sword valley, Chen Mo was still thinking about how to improve his immortal cultivation qualifications to Changguang sword spirit body, but I didn't expect that today I would first cultivate into Zuanbing's spirit body. Zuanbing's spirit body is an extremely cold cultivation physique, just like some legendary natural sword bodies and natural Taoist bodies. The Zuanbing spirit body is naturally in line with the law of ice. Whether it is the speed of practicing water and ice or the talent for cultivation, it is far beyond his past first-grade ice sword bone. This qualification has exceeded the limit of ordinary spiritual roots. The talent is 1 in 10,000. In a real immortal sect, it can be cultivated as a sect disciple. Chen Mo can have such a change today, and it was only with a reminder of Zuxianren before. Today is almost a year since Chen Mo and Zuxianren came to Bixiao Mountain. Since giving Zuxianren the purple crystal fairy ice grass on Longsu Peak that day, Chen Mo has taken the opportunity to stay with Zuxianren. The purpose is to wait for him to come to Bixiao Mountain to refine the soul-returning wine, give him a new secret recipe for wine yeast, and get Zuxianren's lifelong friendship. After spending a year together, although the relationship between Chen Mo and Zuxianren is not as close as a confidant, they are also relatively good friends. Therefore, when Chen Mo was refining the black ice marrow, Zuxianren gave Chen Mo a secret method, and reminded him to use this method to cultivate a black ice spirit body that fits his immortal bone very well, which made Chen Mo's subsequent practice speed surge a lot. During this year, although Chen Mo did not go out to other places to look for opportunities, it was the most solid year for him to consolidate his cultivation. In a year, whether it was physical training or key training, Chen Mo's progress was very significant, especially Chen Mo's cultivation of the Dao method of the golden elixir realm of the vast Si Changsheng Sutra reached a very deep realm. As long as he returns to Zuanzhao to obtain the opportunity spirit, he can usher in a rapid increase. After the breakthrough, Chen Mo left the rest hut he built himself and came to the place where Zuxianren refined the spirit wine. At this moment, Zuxianren was rubbing his temple in distress. He frowned, staring at the medicinal materials in his hand, and his mood was gloomy. Zuxianren has always wanted to refine a kind of soul resurrection wine that can be eaten by the soul lost and can attract their own residual souls. But the wine could not integrate the medicinal properties and condense the soul returning spirit. The repeated failures made Zuxianren feel very tired and helpless. He sighed and looked outside the Bixio mountain. He saw the afterglow of the setting sun pasted on the mountains and forests, reflecting a red color, but he felt a little empty and helpless at this time. Great Immortal, the soul-returning wine has failed again. Chen Mo quietly came to sit next to Zuxianren and said. Great Immortal is Chen Mo's name for Zuxianren. Given the difference in their identities and strengths, Chen Mo's calling Zuxianren by his real name Li Changxing seemed disrespectful, and calling him Senior or Zuxianren seemed unfamiliar, so Chen Mo always called Zuxianren the Great Immortal. Li Changxing didn't say anything when he heard this, but just nodded slightly sadly. Obviously, Li Changxing was not in the mood to chat with Chen Mo at this time. Seeing this, Chen Mo nodded silently, and didn't say anything to comfort him. Besides, a true immortal didn't need a small cultivator like him to comfort him. Chen Mo came to the place where Li Changxing placed the elixir for refining the soul-returning wine, and observed silently. During this period, when the drunken immortal was refining the spirit wine, Chen Mo would often watch from the side, and he also had some knowledge of some of the elixir and medicinal materials used by the drunken immortal to refine the spirit wine. Chen Mo naturally already knew the reason why the drunken immortal failed to refine the soul-returning wine, and he had learned the new secret recipe of the wine koji through a wish some time ago. Now Chen Mo is just looking for the right time to show it in time. After a few breaths of observation, Chen Mo pointed to a small spiritual medicine that looked a bit like shepherd's purse in the mortal world and asked curiously, Great Immortal, do you always use broken star flower as a fermentation spiritual medicine when you refined spiritual wine? Have you tried other spiritual medicines? Li Changxing's eyes twitched. He glanced at a broken star flower that Chen Mo pointed at and said helplessly, What do you know, kid? This broken star flower is the most suitable material for blending different medicinal properties for fermentation of spiritual wine that I found from hundreds of spiritual medicines. This is already the most suitable material for refining the soul resurrection wine. There is no other more suitable material that can replace it. After listening to Li Changxing's explanation, Chen Mo set out to show that he knew. But after a while, he said again, Great Immortal, you said that we have always failed to refine this soul resurrection wine. Is it possible that the fermentation effect of this broken star flower is not good? I know that good spiritual wine must have good fermentation materials. Of course, this was not something Chen Mo made up in order to reveal the secret recipe of the wine koji, but it was true. Chen Mo also used a good fermentation material when refining the witch spirit wine. After hearing this, Li Changxing's face changed slightly, and he frowned and said, I have thought about this problem, but unfortunately I can't think of a better substitute than the broken star flower. After Li Changxing finished speaking, Chen Mo nodded and pretended to think. He was silent for a while, and suddenly said in surprise, I got it. Li Changxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo said in surprise, Great Immortal, in our hometown, when refining spiritual wine, we usually use a special kind of wine yeast to replace the fermentation spiritual materials. I just remembered an ancient secret recipe for wine yeast. You can try it, maybe it will work. After speaking, Chen Mo quickly told Li Changxing the secret recipe for wine yeast for resurrection wine that he got through wishing without waiting for Li Changxing to interrupt. Use the spiritual herbs of hot polygonum, spiritual sticky rice, dragon crystal rice skin, crispy leaves, wheat bran skin agave, fermented flowers, and fishing wine root. Wash them first, soak them in morning dew or spiritual water for a day and a night, then dry them for 7 days and grind them into powder, then dry them 9 times and steam them 9 times to make the medicinal properties fully mixed, and then put them in a cool and ventilated place to let them evolve naturally to produce wine yeast mycelium. Take the mycelium for tanning, and dry it to make secret recipe wine yeast, which can be added to the spiritual wine refining. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Li Changxing's expression suddenly changed. As a wine fairy who was obsessed with refining wine, he could naturally tell that the secret recipe of wine yeast mentioned by Chen Mo was not a random combination of nonsense, and he was familiar with the materials used in it. It was just that he had never heard of this method of making wine yeast. But it may be worth a try. Anyway, it's better to try it. If he can really make the resurrection wine, then he can get rid of a big thing in his heart. Li Changxing thought about it and said with some expectation, Okay. Chen Mo, I will prepare the wine yeast according to your method. If this method works, I owe you half a life. As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, His figure disappeared in the depths of Bixio Mountain, along with all the utensils and materials for refining spirit wine that Li Changxing placed on the ground. At the same time, a divine thought came into Chen Mo's mind. I will go outside the mountain to prepare the wine yeast materials and refine the soul-returning wine. You wait here. It will take at least half a month, or at most several months, and I will come back. After the voice disappeared, Chen Mo could no longer see any trace of Li Changxing. Chen Mo was the only one left in the quiet valley. He looked at the empty mountain valley and raised the corners of his lips. I finally got the lifelong friendship of Zuxinrun. It's worth spending a year to make friends with him. A top-level 7th-level true immortal. Not only can I ask him to help in this battle with Linghe sect, but also I can have an extra true immortal to help me fight for the true immortal's treasure 10,000 stars Yanshin Sutra in the battle for the ruins of Luoxing Valley more than a year later. Chen Mo thought all the way, feeling that a big thing was done in his heart, and the whole person felt much more relaxed. He walked step by step in the mountains of Bixio Mountain, and began to enjoy the beautiful mountain scenery. It was not long before the beginning of spring. Various wildflowers in Bixio Mountain competed for beauty in the spring breeze, swaying in the wind, and the mountain streams gurgled and flowed, clear to the bottom. Looking at these scenery, Chen Mo felt that the tight rhythm of practice suddenly relaxed, and his whole heart seemed very relaxed. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. One day, Chen Mo was sitting cross-legged in front of the hut, closing his eyes facing the green mountains and bathing in the spring breeze. Suddenly, a cheerful and excited laugh came. You kid, you are so comfortable. Ha ha ha. A breeze blew. Hearing the sound, Chen Mo opened his slightly closed eyes, and saw Li Changxing's figure suddenly appear in front of him. Looking at Li Changxing's appearance, Chen Mo's heart moved, and he said, Great Immortal, is the soul resurrection wine done? Yes. It's done. Li Changxing nodded excitedly in response. At this time, his eyes looking at Chen Mo were full of gratitude and loyalty. With Chen Mo's secret recipe of wine yeast, he finally refined the soul resurrection wine and could try to save his Taoist partner who had been sleeping for 5,000 years. The world only knows that the drunken immortal likes wine, but they don't know the sad past of the drunken immortal before he drank to relieve his sorrow. Hearing Li Changxing's affirmative answer, Chen Mo clasped his fists. Then congratulations, senior, I finally refined the soul resurrection wine. Ha ha ha. Li Changxing smiled, showing that he was indeed very happy at this time. After laughing for a while, Li Changxing's eyes looking at Chen Mo suddenly changed the subject, and the smile on his face became a smile. He said, Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Faced with Li Changxing's straightforwardness, Chen Mo suddenly felt embarrassed as if he had been seen through. His eyes twitched, and he smiled awkwardly. Senior, how did you know that I wanted to ask you for help? A smile flashed across Li Changxing's face. If someone is too nice to you without any reason, he is either a villain or a thief. You gave me an 8th-level purple crystal fairy ice grass before. After knowing my name, you followed me for another year and gave me a secret recipe for wine yeast. If you say you don't have any ulterior motives, then you are underestimating the wisdom of an immortal. Faced with Li Changxing's explanation, Chen Mo could only smile shyly. Don't hold it in. I guessed your little thoughts on the first day you followed me. You've waited for so long and didn't say it. You're really patient. Li Changxing joked, and his face suddenly became serious. He said seriously, Tell me, Li Changxing, keep my words. Since you helped me refine the resurrection wine, if you have any difficulties, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Hearing this, Chen Mo no longer hid his thoughts. He looked at Li Changxing solemnly and said, To be honest, I am from Zhuanzhao Blue Star. We are now fighting with the Linghe sect in Haizhao. I would like to ask you to help us deal with the true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect. Chen Mo finished speaking. Li Changxing lowered his head and pondered for a while. Zhuanzhao Blue Star must be the cultivator from the outside world under Nangguangqi. Chen Mo nodded after hearing this. After getting the confirmation, Li Changxing did not say anything, but closed his eyes and quickly calculated in his mind. He asked again, Are you from Blue Star only targeting the true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect? We from Blue Star only want a foothold, and we only target the true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect. Chen Mo replied seriously. Okay. With Nangguangqi and me, it will be no problem to deal with Lingai and Old Monster. Seeing Li Changxing agree, Chen Mo felt relieved and said excitedly, Thank you, great immortal. Li Changxing waved his hand and smiled. There is no need for you and me to thank each other in the future. But I have other things to deal with. I can only stay in Shilin domain for 3 years at most. When are you going to start? Chen Mo said in a deep voice. Now at the earliest, half a year at the latest. Li Changxing nodded. Great Immortal, how about following me to Zhuan's Hao now? Then Chen Mo summoned his Yunshan boat and invited him. Okay. Li Changxing responded briefly and stepped into Chen Mo's flying boat without any delay. Chen Mo followed him into the flying boat, put in the spirit stone, and started the flying boat in a thought and looked towards Zhuan's Hao. Seeing Chen Mo's actions, Li Changxing sat in the flying boat and swept his mind, and then he saw the materials and formations in the Yunshan boat at a glance. He praised, the 5th grade top grade spiritual weapon flying boat is made of the 6th grade material Kingayan wood. It is not bad for you to use this boat at your level of cultivation. Chen Mo said with a playful smile, a small spiritual weapon dare not enter the eyes of a great immortal. Unexpectedly, in the face of Chen Mo's modesty, Li Changxing teased. A small spiritual weapon. Don't pretend in front of me, kid. I have sensed a strong fluctuation of immortal weapon from you before. I didn't expect that you, a small giant and cultivator, even have immortal weapon. After hearing what Li Changxing said, Chen Mo was shocked. Is the immortal so powerful that he can even see the immortal weapon hidden in his body? After Li Changxing finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, but sat with his eyes closed. Just as Chen Mo was thinking about how to respond, Li Changxing's mysterious sound transmission technique suddenly came to his mind. I will now teach you a technique to conceal your immortal weapon. If you learn to use it on your own immortal weapon, you can cover up the fluctuations of the immortal weapon. In this way, when you are not using the immortal weapon, others will not be able to detect the immortal weapon in your body. After saying this, a mysterious seal appeared in Chen Mo's mind. Great! Is this the benefit of making friends with a true immortal? It's a small benefit at any time. Chen Mo was excited and thanked him. He then quickly began to comprehend the technique to conceal the immortal weapon that Li Changxing had passed on to him. Chapter 145 Meeting with Mr. Zhu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Legion's decisive battle. A few days later, Chen Mo mastered the art of hiding immortal weapons, and finally returned to Zhuan's Hao by driving the Yunshan boat. The Yunshan boat flew quickly in the sky, and Chen Mo stood at the head, with a wild and resolute look in his eyes. Below, the mountains were undulating, and the clouds and mists were lingering. The scenery of Zhuan's Hao was like a natural painting. Soon, the Yunshan boat carried the two of them over a wide and winding river. Chen Mo cast his eyes on the winding river below. The river water was clear and bottom penetrating, like a green jade belt. We have crossed the Xianyu River, and will soon reach Zhuanghuang City. Chen Mo's mind moved. Unknowingly, he had been away from Zhuan's Hao for more than a year. A year ago, he was in the early stage of the physical barbarian general, and his key training level was promoted to the middle stage of the 9-turn golden pill. A year later, he had reached the late stage of the barbarian general in the body training. Although his key training was still in the middle stage of the golden elixir realm, his understanding of the Tao, through digesting the previous understanding of the nascent soul and the golden core soul liquid, plus this year's hard work, had already crossed the threshold of the nascent soul realm. At the same time, he promoted the first-grade Immortal Bone of the Immortal Cultivation qualification to the Zuanbing spirit body. This year's harvest is not small. Next, I will wait for the war with the Linghe sect to harvest the resources of a top immortal sect to advance. Chen Mo had a hunch that after destroying the Linghe sect this time, he would have a heaven-defying transformation. An immortal sect. Thinking back to when the Blue Star ruins broke out, someone gained a heaven-defying foundation and jumped up to become the current Blue Star power. What's more, the Linghe sect is a 9th-level world with a true immortal sitting in the sect. Thinking about the upcoming war, Chen Mo's thoughts surged a little, and he also missed the old people on Blue Star. I wonder how the Blue Star military, as well as old friends like Zhu Lao and Han Feng have changed after a year. And my parents, Chen Yuan, Zhou Yan, Wu Yong and others in the distant Blue Star. Under Chen Mo's acceleration, Yun Xian's Hao flew past like an immortal arrow, breaking through the air barrier in front of it, and stirred up dazzling wide airflow all the way. A quarter of an hour later, an ancient and mysterious Zhuanghuang immortal city appeared in Chen Mo's sight, but now Zhuanghuang City is bathed in the dark clouds of war, and countless cultivators with a strong and bloody aura shuttle back and forth in Zhuanghuang City. Great Immortal, a Zhuanghuang City is ahead. Chen Mo whispered to Li Changxing next to him. Yes. Li Changxing nodded and responded. After responding, Li Changxing's thoughts flashed, and his aura was restrained in an instant, turning into an ordinary old man in green standing next to Chen Mo. At the same time, he quietly concealed the immortal aura on his body. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's eyes turned and seemed to understand something. Knowing that Li Changxing did not want his true identity to be discovered by others, the two soon arrived at the gate of Zhuanghuang City. At this time, in addition to an advanced identity scanner, there was also a great monk with a deep aura and cultivation level that Chen Mo could not see through on duty. Why has Zhuanghuang City strengthened? It seems that the war situation has changed a lot in the past year. Chen Mo's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took Li Changxing to the gate. Ding! The identity scan passed. Chen Mo, Honorary Lieutenant General of Blue Star, the highest level of authority. After a prompt sound, Chen Mo's identity information also instantly appeared in the hands of the great monk on duty, on a screen similar to a tablet phone. Huh? Seeing the prompt, Zuyu was surprised and looked up at Chen Mo. This boy is Chen Mo. Although he was surprised, Zuyu's face was calm and he did not say anything, but quickly set his eyes on the drunken immortal behind Chen Mo. Beep, the identity scan failed. Unknown cultivator, please contact the guard to register. Hearing the prompt tone, Chen Mo looked at Zuyu, who turned his gaze and explained, Senior, this is Senior Li, whom I met outside, my Blue Star fellow cultivator. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Zuyu smiled. Okay, welcome fellow Taoist Li to Zhuanghuang City. After saying that, he absorbed the breath from Li Changxing and imprinted it into a blank identity jade card in his hand, then handed it to Li Changxing and explained, this is Dao Yao's identity token in Zhuanghuang City. You can do whatever you want with this jade card. Now that my Blue Star and Linghe sect are fighting, this is a necessary precautionary measure. Please forgive me. After saying that, Zuyu explained with an apologetic smile. Li Changxing did not speak after hearing this, but just nodded indifferently. At this time, he had already used his immortal level divine consciousness to secretly observe Zhuanghuang City. What surprised him was that there were actually two places in Zhuanghuang City that had different immortal auras. In order to avoid disturbing the other party, Li Changxing did not dare to investigate further. It seems that this Blue Star force is not simple. In addition to Nangguangqi, who is the other immortal aura? With outsiders present, Li Changxing did not speak. He took the jade card handed over by Zuyu and stood silently beside Chen Mo. Thank you, Senior. Chen Mo glanced at Zuyu and clasped his fists. Zuyu nodded and took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Zuyu from the First Army of Blue Star. You can take fellow Taoists in. Zuyu, the god of war of the First Army. It seems that the top masters of Blue Star may have come to Zhuanghuang City this year. This is good. After listening to the other party's introduction, Chen Mo was shocked. Earlier, after Chen Mo learned the top authority secrets of Blue Star, he had some information about those high-level monks on Blue Star. Zuyu is one of the most famous cultivators in the Blue Star. His status and position in the First Army is not inferior to Hong Tong. It's just that I didn't expect such a big man to be here guarding the city gate. Hello, Senior Zhu. Chen Mo responded with a little surprise, and led Li Changxing to his own cave in Zhuanghuang City. After entering Zhuanghuang City, Chen Mo first sent a message to Han Feng, Liu Di, Song Yihan and other familiar friends on the communication talisman, asking them to meet in his cave later. Then he sent a message to Zhu Lao. A year has passed. If Zhu Lao's retreat is over, he should see his message. Ding soon, many old friends responded on Chen Mo's communication talisman. Then, a gentle divine thought suddenly came into his mind. Chen Mo, you are back. Please come to my office to see me. Hearing Zhu Lao's reply, Chen Mo's face was slightly happy. Okay, I'll come. Then Chen Mo turned to Li Changxing and explained, Great Immortal, I'll take you to meet the highest leader of our Blue Star to discuss the next plan. Li Changxing nodded, and then asked the doubt in his heart, Chen Mo, in addition to Nangguangqi, are there other immortals on your Blue Star? Other immortals? Chen Mo was a little surprised, and doubts appeared in his eyes. Then, he immediately realized that what Li Changxing sensed might be the aura of Zhu Lao. Great Immortal, you have detected two immortal auras in the city. Li Changxing nodded slightly and whispered, Yes, there are indeed two true immortal auras in this city. One of them is deep and stable, and it should be Nangguangqi. Although the other aura is a bit superficial, it has indeed crossed the threshold of the true immortal level. Hearing Li Changxing's explanation, Chen Mo's face was delighted. Great immortal, the other somewhat superficial true immortal aura you detected should be the highest leader of Blue Star, Zhu Lao, who I am going to take you to see. Oh. Li Changxing was a little surprised when he heard it. Not long after, Chen Mo and the others came to Zhu Lao's office. When they met again, Zhu Lao had an obscure and mysterious aura. Although he was standing in front of Chen Mo looked as if there was an insurmountable chasm between him and Zhu Lao. Chen Mo didn't understand that Zhu Lao really comprehended the method of becoming an immortal through luck and used the human luck of Blue Star to achieve the status of a true immortal. Congratulations to Mr. Zhu for achieving the true immortal path. Seeing this, Chen Mo hurriedly smiled and congratulated. When Mr. Zhu saw Chen Mo, a trace of joy and gratitude appeared on his face. Chen Mo, I have to thank you for my progress. After saying that, when his eyes turned to the drunken immortal next to Chen Mo, he was suddenly shocked and his face changed slightly. He found that with his true immortal strength, he could not see through the other party's cultivation. This was abnormal. He looked at Chen Mo and hurriedly asked cautiously, Chen Mo, who is this Taoist friend? At this time, Chen Mo stepped forward and introduced to Li Changxing, Great Immortal, this is the Mr. Zhu I mentioned, the highest leader of our Blue Star in the Blood Netherworld. Then, Chen Mo introduced to Mr. Zhu, Mr. Zhu, have you heard of the drunken immortal in the Qilin domain? This is Li Changxing, the wine immortal who is famous throughout the Qilin domain. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Mr. Zhu immediately reacted, and even had some guesses in his heart about the reason why Chen Mo was able to invite the drunken immortal to come. Even though these speculations were a little unbelievable, they all made sense when applied to Chen Mo. No wonder he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. So it turned out that this legendary true immortal was present at this time. Zhu Lao looked at Li Changxing and his face suddenly changed, with a little more respect in his expression. Blue Star Zhu Yunji greets the senior. The great immortal is here, I can't recognize your true face, please forgive me. Li Changxing waved his hand and said casually, it doesn't matter, it's normal that you can't see my aura. And since fellow Taoist has been promoted to the true immortal realm, we can call each other as peers if we want. Zhu Lao nodded and hurriedly asked Li Changxing and Chen Mo to sit down. Now that he has just advanced to the true immortal and has come out of retreat, he is not familiar with many practices of the cultivators in the immortal Dao realm of the blood netherworld, so he can ask the drunken immortal for advice later. However, Li Changxing did not give him too many opportunities. After a simple greeting, Li Changxing was not interested in some of the arrangements for Blue Star that Chen Mo talked about. He left the office under the pretext of going out to talk to Nangguangqi, leaving the venue to Chen Mo and Zhu Lao. After Li Changxing disappeared, Zhu Lao raised his eyebrows slightly, and he looked at Chen Mo with a hint of eagerness. He said carefully, Chen Mo, who is this drunken immortal? Chen Mo met Zhu Lao's inquiring eyes and nodded calmly. Yes, just as you guessed. Li Daxin is the one I invited to help deal with the true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect. After getting Chen Mo's confirmation, Zhu Lao's face suddenly broke into a happy smile. With the help of a top true immortal, I am still afraid that I can't deal with Linghe sect now. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Zhu Lao said with a very serious look, is it reliable? Chen Mo nodded, reliable, even a life and death battle is possible, Zhu Lao can rest assured. Okay. Chen Mo, you are indeed the biggest lucky star of Blue Star. He did not ask Chen Mo how he got the help of the drunken immortal, which must involve Chen Mo's secrets. He only knew that as long as Chen Mo nodded, he would definitely be able to do it. Next, Chen Mo discussed with Zhu Lao the situation on Blue Star over the past year. It turned out that Zhu Lao successfully advanced to the true immortal fruition more than a month ago. After coming out of retreat, with Zhu Lao's combat power guarantee, Blue Star also made major combat adjustments. In the remaining 9 resource worlds, Blue Star will mobilize all the masters to the blood underworld, except for the necessary defense strength. All the strong men from the 1st Army to the 9th Army, Wanbao Pavilion, Prekin Group, Titan Military, Simon Force, Nanan Divine Religion, etc. have come to the blood underworld. Today's blood underworld can be said to have gathered the high-end combat power of the entire Blue Star civilization. In the past year, Linghe sect has gradually noticed the changes in the strength of Blue Star. Now in the entire Zhuanzhao battlefield, there are already many Yuanying and Huoshan combat forces fighting. After listening to Zhu Lao's story, Chen Mo understood it in his heart. Next, he was more confident in implementing the method of approach 3. Chen Mo was silent for a while, digesting all the information in his mind, and finally he said, Mr. Zhu, since our masters have all arrived, when are we going to start the decisive battle on Blue Star? Mr. Zhu smiled and said, that depends on your idea. Look at me. Chen Mo's voice was full of surprise and disbelief. He never expected that such a war that would determine the survival of a civilization would come to see the opinion of a small monk like him. Although he showed a lot of his deductive powers, it shouldn't be so serious. Who knew that Mr. Zhu nodded affirmatively and explained. Yes, after I came out of retreat, I have called a meeting with the entire federal forces and proposed that you be the commander-in-chief of the army for this decisive battle. All major combat strategies must be approved by you. At this point, his tone suddenly became a little meaningful. Chen Mo, don't underestimate your deductive powers. Hearing Mr. Zhu's words that hinted at something, Chen Mo responded with a smile. Obviously, the excuse he made for his golden finger aroused Zhu Lao's speculation, but even if Zhu Lao guessed something magical, he would not reveal a single bit about such a thing. So Chen Mo quickly changed the subject and said, I am afraid that other people in the Federation will not agree to let me be the commander-in-chief for such a big thing. At this time, Zhu Lao said, don't worry, I am here, they have to agree whether they agree or not. Damn it. As expected of Zhu Lao, he is so domineering. In his mind, he could already imagine the scene where Zhu Lao used his true immortal magic power to suppress all the disobedient and rebellious people at the Global Federation Conference. Listening to Zhu Lao's sonorous voice, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little bit of a backer, although this backer might not be what he needed. But this feeling of having a backer made him feel at ease. After saying this, Zhu Lao added in a gentle voice, Chen Mo, don't worry, no matter what other secrets your deduction magic has, as long as I am here, no one in the entire Blue Star will dare to touch you. So in the next position of the commander-in-chief of the army, just let it go. Hearing Zhu Lao's words that sounded like a promise, Chen Mo was silent for a while, and finally nodded without objection. Because he knew that once the Linghe sect was wiped out, it would be time to divide the spoils internally. If there was a position of the commander-in-chief of the army at that time, he would undoubtedly be able to occupy the first place in the position and have priority to obtain some unique and precious resources. Although he would not be afraid of other people's clamor by relying on the combat power of Zhu Xianrun, Kashankia Ofu, Ling Xifeng and other people on his side, he could avoid some people who were disgusting. In the face of great interests, he would never ignore the shamelessness of some people sitting in the temple, even in the world of cultivating immortals. Seeing Chen Mo agree, Zhu Lao was relieved. I don't know why, after seeing the many magical things of Chen Mo, Zhu Lao always had an intuition in his heart. This time, Chen Mo must be involved in the decisive battle with Linghe sect. Otherwise, it is another matter whether this battle can be won or not. More importantly, Blue Star will lose a genius like Chen Mo, who may lead the entire civilization to leap forward. Then when do you think the battle should start? Zhu Lao asked seriously. Chen Mo pondered for a while after hearing this, and his expression became indifferent. Since all the masters of Blue Star have arrived, let's start a battle to destroy Linghe sect in 10 days. Zhu Lao's heart moved. Destroy. What a great confidence. Looking at the confident look in Chen Mo's eyes, Zhu Lao felt a sense of relief for no reason. However, he still asked Chen Mo why he decided to fight the decisive battle in 10 days, so as to start the Blue Star Federation high-level conference. Why has the decisive battle started in 10 days? Chen Mo smiled and explained, because in these 10 days, I have prepared several strong reinforcements for Blue Star to come. After speaking, he stared out the window and said in a sonorous tone, I, Chen Mo, will either not fight or I will completely crush the Linghe sect with overwhelming force. Chapter 146, Old Friend Changes, prepares to go out. As Chen Mo finished explaining the assistance from the Bitter Mountain Woodcutter and Ling Zifeng, even though Zhu Lao had already achieved the realm of true immortal, he was a little excited. He really didn't expect that Chen Mo could invite two nearly immortals to Blue Star. Two peak masters of the Hedao. Before, Blue Star only had two pseudo-Hedao masters, including him and the Titan God King in the west. With the help of the Bitter Mountain Woodcutter and the Evil Wind Valley Master, plus the Drunken Immortal, the next battle situation can definitely be overturned. Zhu Lao added the assistance planned by Chen Mo to the Blue Star's combat power reserve, and countless battle plans flashed through his mind. He was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Chen Mo, you should have already had a battle plan in your mind." Hearing this, Chen Mo did not deny it. He nodded and said, "Yes, in 10 days, when the 2 seniors who are here to help arrive, I plan to directly unite everyone's strength to raid the Linghe sect. After dealing with the true immortal ancestor of the Linghe sect and the fighting power of Hideo and Liang Xu, we can defeat everything." After listening to what Chen Mo said, Zulao nodded. He did not question it, but asked with a little curiosity, "Have you deduced this plan?" Chen Mo nodded slightly, indicating that he had deduced it. The plan is normal, and the Linghe sect can be destroyed within 2 days. Chen Mo's voice fell loudly. After getting Chen Mo's confirmation, Zulao's pupils dilated slightly, and a trace of excitement flashed across his face. He seemed to mutter, "Okay, it's good that it can be deduced." Now he has 100% faith in Chen Mo's so-called deduction magic. As long as Chen Mo has confirmed something, he has never seen it fail. So far, he can be said to be 100% relieved about the upcoming civilization war with the Linghe sect. Thinking of this, Zulao suggested, "In this case, I will immediately convene a pre-war meeting of the Blue Star Federation. Chen Mo, you should also come to participate. It can be regarded as a formal appearance of you in the Federation's high-level officials, so that everyone can get to know you. What do you think?" Appearance. Hearing this proposal, Chen Mo's eyebrows slightly raised. He thought about it for a while and rejected Zulao's proposal. "Zulao, forget about attending the meeting. There is no need for it, and I have never been good at such scenes. I think the specific battle plan can be discussed with other high-level officials. As for the strong reinforcements I invited, you should not disclose them for the time being. Just arrange some of the combat power and plans below." Chen Mo reminded. The reason why he rejected Zulao's suggestion to attend the meeting was that he did not want to get involved in unnecessary cause and effect with the high-level officials of Blue Star. There are too few people who can help him now, and there will be even fewer in the future. There is no need for this. Zulao also nodded in agreement with Chen Mo's words. "You are right. The Immortals' methods are too mysterious. If they are announced at a meeting, the news will inevitably leak out. In that case, I will go down and make arrangements immediately. You wait for the 2 great men to come and notify me as soon as possible." Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded. Then Chen Mo left Zulao's office and walked towards his cave. After leaving the office, Chen Mo's divine sense quickly explored the surroundings, but did not sense Li Changxing's breath. He shook his head and ignored it. Maybe the great immortal really went to chat with Nangguang Qiguxin. If he wants to find me later, I will know with my divine sense. Walking on the street back, Chen Mo could see the figures of foundation building and gold and elixir cultivators everywhere, and there was no key training cultivator like them before. It seems that this group of geniuses specially recruited by the military have grown up in a year. Chen Mo's mind moved, and then he quietly took out the high-level communication talisman given to him by the Bitter Mountain woodcutter and crushed it. I wonder if Kushan woodcutter can make it within 10 days. And Senior Ling Zifen, I haven't seen him for more than a year. I'll go visit him later. This old dang stays in the Evil Wind Valley all day studying formations. It's time to pull him out for a walk, otherwise he will get moldy." Thinking of Ling Zifen, Chen Mo couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. Not long after, Chen Mo returned to his long-lost cave, looking at this cave that was familiar yet unfamiliar. Chen Mo was a little emotional. Except for the 1 or 2 months he spent in seclusion here before breaking through the Jinden, he spent the rest of his time outside. So far, the cave is still the key training level cave when the military first issued it, and there is no time to ask the military to upgrade it again. But it's also a hassle. After conquering the Linghe sect in 10 days, there will be a new cave. Back in the cave, Chen Mo directly opened the door of the cave and began to boil spiritual tea. The spiritual tea had just been cooked, and the old people he had sent messages to before all arrived one after another. The first were Song Yihan and Li Wu, who were next to his cave. At this time, both of them have advanced to the middle and late stages of foundation building, and have profound body refining skills. Especially Song Yihan, after obtaining the essence of Wanshan's oil and cultivating into how-to, she always gives Chen Mo a feeling of the vastness and heaviness of the earth. He has a feeling that Song Yihan can fight some cultivators in the early stage of Dan formation with the power of how-to body. The 3 of them drank tea and told each other about their recent cultivation. After more than a year, everyone has changed a lot. In addition to the increase in cultivation, the two have become more mature, and there is also a trace of bloody killing ferocity on their bodies. Not long after, a carefree voice suddenly came from a long distance. Haha, brother Chen Mo, where have you been this year? The brothers miss you so much. Also, in the year you were away, you know that there are several stunning female cultivators in Zuho Pavilion. When the voice came, Song Yihan, who was sitting opposite Chen Mo, looked at Chen Mo a little strangely, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Mo's face was slightly embarrassed. Liu Di is really something. He has no scruples when talking in front of so many people. Since the encounter in Zuho Pavilion, Liu Di and Chen Mo have undoubtedly become closer. They often discuss this topic when they meet privately. Sometimes the fastest way to build friendship is to carry a gun together and go to the battlefield together. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the door of the cave after hearing the voice. He immediately saw Han Feng and several people from the kamikaze team walking over together. Chen Mo, long time no see. Chen Mo. Where have you been this year, kid? Everyone greeted Chen Mo when they saw him. Chen Mo also responded to several people one by one. Master Han, everyone. It's been a long time since we last met. Everyone, please take a seat. After sitting down, Chen Mo was slightly surprised that his Han Feng actually joined the kamikaze team. This surprised him a little. However, Chen Mo was also quite happy that Han Feng could join the kamikaze team, because he still recognized the character of the 5 people in the kamikaze team. Moreover, the kamikaze squad is now considered a Jinden squad. Liu Di and Wang Hong in the team have taken the lead in advancing to Jinden's Hanren, and the other 3 are already in the late stage of foundation building, not far from advancing. Han Feng's cultivation has also reached the middle stage of foundation building, so in the next battle to clean up the lower-level cultivators in Linghe sect, the safety of several people can be better guaranteed. In the following chat, Chen Mo learned from Liu Di that Wang Zhan had successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm, and Leng Chuan had accumulated a lot of experience and had become the first on the Blue Star Jinden Xianjiao list in the late stage of Jinden. In 1 year, everyone's cultivation has been rapidly improved. Part of this is because everyone has good cultivation qualifications and is in a 9th level world like the Blood Nether world. Another part is because the system and rules of the Blue Star military are advantageous, and there are no personal restrictions on training. All this is one of the reasons why Chen Mo is willing to help Blue Star. He hopes that Blue Star can gain a foothold in the Blood Nether world more quickly and integrate into this high-level world. In this way, before long, his parents, friends, and the people at the bottom of the Blue Star will have a chance to change their fate. While chatting with a group of old friends, Chen Mo reminded them that they should do their best to improve their strength in these 10 days to cope with the news of the war. After that, Chen Mo quietly came to the Evil Wind Valley to find Ling Zifeng. After meeting each other a year later, Ling Zifeng gave Chen Mo a more obscure and powerful aura. There seemed to be endless wonderful principles of formations floating around him all the time. Chen Mo was secretly shocked. After this old guy comprehended the Panlong Formation Sutra, he will not really become an immortal. Not to mention the shock in Chen Mo's heart. Ling Zifeng ignored Chen Mo's arrival and went deep into the Panlong Formation Sutra. But when Chen Mo showed the trump card of the drunken immortal, Ling Zifeng could no longer sit still. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Chen Mo suspiciously. Did you really invite the drunken immortal to help fight against the Linghe sect? Chen Mo raised his head and said, how dare I speak nonsense in front of you, senior? You will know if you follow me to Zhuanghuang City. Ling Zifeng looked at Chen Mo with scrutiny and pondered in his heart. He knew that Chen Mo was not a simple guy. If Chen Mo really invited the drunken immortal, he would have to think about the battle between Blue Star and Linghe sect for a while. After comprehending the Panlong Formation Sutra, Ling Zifeng still needed a few treasures to condense the formation plate to survive the immortal tribulation. If he joined Blue Star and could really defeat the Linghe sect, he would not have to worry about those treasures. Ling Zifeng looked up at Chen Mo, lowered his head and thought, then he looked up at Chen Mo again, and lowered his head and thought again. Obviously, he was also struggling in his heart at this time. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo smiled and decided to add fuel to the fire for this old man. Senior, don't hesitate. I promise that as long as you are willing to help, you can pick a few items from the Linghe sect's treasury to help you overcome the tribulation. Even if the treasury doesn't have what you need, I will definitely find it for you before you overcome the tribulation. Chen Mo's words seemed to have broken the last straw in Ling Zifang's heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Nangguangqi and Zuxianren alone are not enough. Don't underestimate the methods of the Linghe sect's ancestor, the true immortal. Although he is not the enemy of the two immortals, he still has a chance to escape when he is facing life and death. In this way, he will bring in the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance later, and the situation will be reversed. Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head. He said with a smile, he won't have a chance. Don't you and Senior Koshan Kaya Ofu help him. Ling Zifang looked at Chen Mo's calm and composed look and couldn't help but laughed and scolded, Stinky boy, I knew you were always plotting against me. But that's not enough. If we want to go to war, we must at least be prepared to face half of the true immortals of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, even if you defeat the Linghe sect, you will be in trouble later. Ling Zifang's words obviously took into account the situation after defeating the Linghe sect. Chen Mo thought about it seriously and decided not to hide it. He nodded and said seriously, Senior, you can rest assured about this. In addition to you, we at Blue Star have also prepared a second bottle of true immortals. And if the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance really attacks in full force later, then we at Blue Star will have to invite some scattered immortal masters to join the game. I believe that once the war starts, with such a good opportunity, I think it is impossible for the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance to have no enemies after so many years of fighting for hegemony in the Qilin domain. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Ling Zifang's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chen Mo with a little suspicion. Do you really have a second true immortal on Blue Star? Chen Mo nodded affirmatively in the face of Ling Zifang's suspicious look. No lies. His tone was calm and confident, as stable as the sacred stone of Mount Tai. 3 true immortals, plus the 2 of me and Kushan Kaya Ofu, at least 4 to 5 true immortals, are enough to deal with Linghe sect. Even if there are few true immortal ancestors from other sects in the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance, don't be afraid. We can stop them, we can deal with them. Ling Zifang narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly analyzed the combat power of both sides in his mind. Although Ling Zifang has lived in seclusion in the Evil Wind Valley for many years, keeping a low profile, once his formation methods are used, he is definitely a fierce man who is not inferior to the true immortal. How can a demon boss who has no top formation inheritance and relies on his own understanding of formations to get to this point be simple? Looking at the flickering light in Ling Zifang's eyes, Chen Mo stood aside without saying a word. He knew that when facing such a big guy, you don't need to interfere. Just show your strength and pros and cons, and he will naturally get the answer he needs. 10 breaths later. Boy, I agree. When will you get it? As soon as Ling Zifang's voice fell, a murderous aura came, and Chen Mo instantly seemed to see a bloody scene from Ling Zifang. But Chen Mo was not affected by this aura. He was shocked and said calmly, 10 days later. After 10 days, wait for Senior Koshan Kaya Ofu to arrive, and we will directly kill our way into the Linghe sect's mountain gate. Ling Zifang nodded and said indifferently, okay, in that case, you can go back and prepare immediately. Chen Mo was slightly surprised when he heard this. Senior, why don't you come with me to Zhuangherong City to meet Zuxianren and the others? Ling Zifang shook his head and waved his hand, saying, since we have decided to fight, we should not give the enemy any chance. Next, I will set up a Panlong mission formation around Linghe sect to trap all the cultivators of Linghe sect. Once the battle starts, I will make sure that not even an ant can crawl out, and not even a moth can fly in. Ling Zifang's words startled Chen Mo, as if he had seen a bloody sea and a scene of the destruction of the sect. This old deng is worthy of being named after evil. As soon as he speaks, he exudes a strong bloody aura. I didn't notice it before. Chen Mo gathered his mind and clasped his fists and said, in that case, I will trouble you, Senior. Ling Zifang nodded and waved his hand, saying, go. Okay, Senior, see you in 10 days. Chen Mo clasped his fists and bowed to Ling Zifang, then left the Evil Wind Valley and rushed back to Zhuangherong City. Linghe sect, true immortal. I'll definitely kill them this time. While Chen Mo was traveling to and from the Evil Wind Valley, the war preparation plan on Blue Star had already started. Orders were passed down one after another. The monks in the battle hall gathered, and many masters who were away were notified to return one by one. The Science and Technology Hall and the Formation Hall started pre-war military exercises, drills, plan formulation, scientific cultivation of immortal weapons. The Xianji Mother God ship started the final maintenance, and relevant personnel were in place. alchemy, refining, talisman making, puppets, beast control, spiritual plants, miscellaneous affairs, preparation of various spiritual equipment materials, and personnel arrangements. At this moment, Blue Star was like a smart war instrument that was started and operated. Countless people were busy in an orderly manner. Chapter 147, The War Begins, and the Immortals are killed. 10 days later, the entire Zhuanzhao was covered with war clouds, and the air was filled with a dull and oppressive atmosphere. In an immortal pavilion in the Linghe sect, thousands of miles away, several powerful elders with an irresistible sense of oppression were meeting to discuss. The aura flowing from them was both deep and powerful, making people feel awe-inspiring. These powerful figures were the three supreme elders of the Hedao realm and power in the Linghe sect, Yishi, Lu Ren, and Zheng Yan. The highest authority in the Linghe sect was the true immortal ancestor Ling Yan, followed by the supreme elders of the Hedao realm and power who were in charge of the various peaks of the sect, and then some ordinary Hedao, Liangsu realm elders, and powerful figures. The main purpose of the Lingayan true immortal was to deter or confront the enemies of the true immortal level in a region. Most of the affairs of the sect were managed by the three supreme elders, Yishi, Lu Ren, and Zheng Yan. In the immortal pavilion, Yishi asked, according to the information passed down from below, the people of Blue Star and Zhuanzhao seem to have noticed our purpose. The recent personnel and master transfers have increased dramatically, and they are very likely to fight us to the death. You too, do you think we should take action in advance to wipe them out? Elder Zheng Yan, who is the younger of the three, shook his head and said disdainfully, Elder Yi, I don't think it matters. We will carry out the original plan and destroy them directly in 2 months. Zheng Yan snorted coldly and continued, it's just a small low-level wild civilization. It's not difficult for us to destroy them if we really put all our efforts into it. Since they have noticed something wrong, let's gather more people. It's best to destroy their entire civilization at once and completely take the entire Zhuanzhao under our wing. His tone was full of confidence and disdain, as if the entire Blue Star was like an ant that could be stepped on at any time in his eyes. However, according to the information they had collected before, it was indeed the case. If it weren't for Nangguangqi's fairy treasure Zhuanzhao City, which played a certain deterrent role on Blue Star, they would have destroyed Blue Star in one fell swoop with their own cultivation. The Grand Elder of Linghe sect neither supported nor opposed what Zheng Yan said. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ren, who had been silent. Brother Lu. He motioned him to express his opinion. After hearing this, Lu Ren pondered for a while and said coldly, let's follow the plan of the ancestor. The real threat to Blue Star is Nangguangqi. If we get rid of him, everything else will be nothing but ants. Seeing that the other two people were thinking the same thing, Elder Yi, who was in charge of the external wars, did not say much. He nodded and said, okay, then everything will remain the same. Wait for the ancestor to invite Zhuanzhao to completely eradicate this wild force in 2 months. It's just a little bit of a flea market. I don't think they can do anything. Just as the Grand Elder of Linghe sect was discussing. At this time, in the Qinggayan Pavilion at the highest point of Zhuanzhao City, Chen Mo finally saw the foundation of Blue Star, Nangguangguxin. Nangguangqi was dressed in green and Taoist robes. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky at night, and a mysterious aura lingered around him. It is rumored that Nangguangqi was sealed and healed in Kunlun ruins in ancient times. He woke up and walked out when the ruins revived. However, after he was born, he did not interfere with anything on Blue Star. Only when Blue Star found the 9th level world of Blood Netherworld, did he take the initiative to come here and take charge for a while. Of course, there is not only Nangguangqi in this pavilion, but also Li Changxing, Kushan Kaiaofu, Ling Zifang and Zulao who were invited by Chen Mo. There are 6 people in the group. In addition to Chen Mo, there are 3 true immortal realm monks and 2 7th level Hedao masters who have touched the threshold of true immortal. This also concentrates the highest end combat power to deal with Linghe sect this time. After a few greetings, Zhu Lao, as the real supreme leader of Blue Star today, looked at Chen Mo gently and asked, now that several Taoist friends who have come to help have arrived, when do you think we should start? Zhu Lao's words are equivalent to truly treating Chen Mo as the commander-in-chief of the Legion, not to win over Chen Mo with a false name. Chen Mo's identity has long been promoted by Zhu Lao as the current supreme commander of Blue Star. At this time, no matter what Chen Mo said, the entire Blue Star had to obey his orders. As soon as Zhu Lao finished speaking, The other 5 people in the room also looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his orders. Outside Xuanzhao City, there were tens of millions of Blue Star monks, ready to fight, with huge space-based motherships, flying warships, mecha army formations, and a row of battle formation monks lined up. They all looked solemn and murderous, and at the same time, there was a burning desire and hope in the depths of their eyes. They looked forward to the victory of this war, to give Blue Star, and even more to their own immortal path to seize that ray of opportunity. Just waiting for the order of the Supreme Commander Chen Mo. Facing the eyes of the 5 people in the pavilion, Chen Mo felt a sense of pressure in his heart for no reason. Even if he knew that this war would end in victory, war was war after all. Linghe sect was not a lamb to be slaughtered without any power. No matter how big the advantage was, many Blue Star monks would die in this battle. This was something Chen Mo had prepared for, but Chen Mo was not a saint, a machine without emotions, or a despicable politician. In the final analysis, he was just a normal person with flesh and blood who had obtained the golden finger. Complex emotions flashed through Chen Mo's mind, but he quickly adjusted himself and asked calmly, "Mr. Zhu, have all the other party's personnel been arranged in place?" Mr. Zhu nodded calmly and explained, "This battle is a battle for our civilization to gain a foothold. All the Blue Star personnel have been incorporated into the 9 major legions, and the major military leaders will coordinate the battle according to the plan. Of course, if we encounter a big problem, you will be needed to deduce and solve it and decide a direction." With a Panlong mission formation arranged by Ling Zifang in advance, the Blue Star side was not worried about the escape of other people from the Linghe sect. Therefore, the plan discussed by Chen Mo and his team was the route of Route 3. From top to bottom, fight a blitzkrieg and sweep everything in the Linghe sect within 2 days. Since Chen Mo did not want to get involved in these trivial matters before, many things about this legion battle were discussed by Zhu Lao and the masters of the major legion forces. Chen Mo only gave orders and directed the general direction. This was also in line with his own ideas. He had a position so that he could legitimately share the combat power items and avoid unnecessary troubles. After listening to Zhu Lao's explanation, Chen Mo's eyes showed a trace of determination. He said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, let's set off now and kill the Linghe sect." At the moment the order was issued, Song Yihan, Han Feng, Liu Di, Nuang Jin, Li Wu, Wang Zan, and many other familiar figures of Chen Mo flashed in his mind. "Let's fight together. I wish you all good luck." "Okay." Hearing Chen Mo's order, Zhu Lao responded. Then he uploaded Chen Mo's order on the military joint communication station. Ding! At this moment, all the people on Blue Star received the same order. General Battle Order of the Army, the battle begins. Kill the immortals and destroy the sects, sweep across the 120,000-mile enemy, and kill all who stand in the way. Boom boom! In an instant, countless roars rang out throughout the heart of Xuanzhao. Kunpeng, Yanluo, Zulin, Zeus, Titan and other celestial-based mother goddess warships that covered the sky and the sun roared and started. Each of these celestial-based mother goddess warships has countless advanced formations and the application of the top scientific immortal cultivation on Blue Star. It gathers the power of everyone in the mother goddess warship, and each attack can block the attack of a 7th-level Hideo cultivator. Then countless high-level cultivators took off in various spiritual weapons, including the Foundation-building army, the Golden Elixir Army, and the Yuanying team. Some of them landed on large space shuttle spiritual weapons, and some flew to the Blue Star space battleships prepared in advance, and directly killed towards the heart of Hazehao of the Linghe sect. But in an instant, the army that covered the sky and the sun was like a heavenly soldier descending from the sky, condensing boundless fierceness and setting off countless shocks. Other cultivators in Xuanzhao saw this scene and were horrified. Such a large army of cultivators. Not good. This Blue Star is going to fight with Linghe sect. In the battles they have fought over the past year, even the great cultivators of the divine transformation stage have died. It's no wonder they are fighting now. But can the people of Blue Star defeat Linghe sect? Linghe sect is backed by the overlord of the Qilin domain, the Wuxiang Immortal Alliance. The cultivators who saw this scene along the way began to discuss and spread the news. For a time, the world was in an uproar, and news from the entire Xuanzhao and Hazehao was flying everywhere. But now that Blue Star is fighting a civilization war, the speed of the warships and flying boats they are riding is much faster than the speed of transmitting news. In less than half a day, they have already reached the Gaian Peak, the heartland of Linghe sect. At the moment when Chen Mo gave the order, several people in Qingyuan Pavilion looked at each other. "Let's set off too," Zulao muttered, and then pulled Chen Mo to escape towards Linghe sect. Except for Chen Mo, all the people present were near immortals and true immortals. Whether it was the ability to move or the speed of flight, they were not inferior to the sky-based mother godship. More than 2 hours later, Chen Mo and the other 6 had already appeared near the Giyan Immortal Peak of the Linghe sect. Behind them were the endless blue star army with murderous intent and the immortal weapons flying from a distance. At this time, the top leaders of the Linghe sect had just received the news from Zhuan's Hao that the blue star army was coming. The outside of the sect had already sounded the alarm, and countless blue star cultivators surrounded them. Yishi looked at the blue star cultivators outside the sect formation and cursed angrily, "How dare you? A small group of wild cultivators dared to take the initiative to kill my Linghe immortal sect. You are really courting death. Pass the order down, mobilize all the masters of the sect to attack with all their strength. This time I will hang all the blue star people for 100 years. Let the world know the consequences of provoking my Linghe immortal sect." This angry voice resounded over the entire Linghe immortal sect like thunder. Even Chen Mo and others standing outside the mountain gate could smell it faintly. After Chen Mo heard the voice clearly, he smiled at Zulao and said, "I'm afraid they don't have this opportunity." Zulao nodded in agreement and said to Chen Mo, "They don't have this opportunity. But the next battle is too dangerous. Chen Mo, your cultivation is still low. Why don't you retreat to a safe place temporarily and come out after we deal with Lingyan's Hangsen?" After hearing Zulao's concerns, Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, Zulao, you can deal with Lingyan old monster. I have my own means to protect myself." Seeing Zulao's eyes that seemed to be a little worried, Chen Mo added, "Don't worry, Zulao, I am invincible under the refining ruins. Come over to the refining ruins for a one-on-one fight." After saying that, Chen Mo summoned the Duke's banner and deliberately leaked a trace of breath in front of Zulao. "A mortal weapon." Zulao was shocked, then nodded, and did not comfort him anymore. Because at this time, countless fierce monks rushed out of the Linghe sect's mountain gate, formed a formation, and faced a blue star army, waiting for the sect to give the order to start the massacre. They looked at Chen Mo and others with arrogant disdain, as if they were looking at a group of ants who didn't know how to live or die. Take advantage of the fact that the other party's sect's formation has not yet been fully opened, and go in directly. Kill Lingyan old monster first, and then kill Hideo Liangsu. Chen Mo looked at the opposite side calmly, and he didn't pause at all, and directly sent a voice message. "Okay." Zulao replied directly after hearing the voice transmission, and then began to send a voice message to the monks of the major legions of Blue Star. "Kill." "Kill." Zulao gave an order, and the Blue Star side shouted and killed, and had no intention of saying a word to the other side. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless huge spiritual power attacks, mixed with a Xianji divine cannon, blasted the Linghe sect's mountain gate. The focus of the Xianji divine cannon is to destroy the formation base of the other party's mountain gate formation. "How dare you, you brat!" Yishi, standing in front of the formation, gnashed his teeth at Lanzing's sudden attack. He shouted angrily, "Kill them all." For a moment, the two sides fought fiercely. At this time, Nanguangqi took the lead. He stood proudly in the void, drew out an ancient long sword, and slashed towards the formation of Linghe sect. Who? The sword came out, and a huge immortal swordlight with a trace of the true immortal law slashed down, shattering all the void along the way. If such a swordlight fell on the mountain gate of Linghe sect, the mountain gate formation would be destroyed in a few strikes. "Nanguangqi, your opponent is me." Just as the immortal swordlight was about to break the mountain gate formation, a calm voice suddenly sounded on the battlefield. A spiritual law flashing with red fire suddenly appeared, collided with Nanguangqi's swordlight, and disappeared into thin air. A Lingyan true immortal with a majestic figure in a purple robe quietly appeared on the formation. Lingyan's Hangsen frowned slightly. He glanced at the battle on the field indifferently, and shouted coldly to Nanguangqi, "Nanguangqi, go up and fight." Nanguangqi did not say anything when he heard it, but nodded slightly, and his figure shot straight up to the sky. Seeing this, Lingyan old monster followed closely. Soon, the two of them stood opposite each other in the void. Lingyan old monster sneered at Nanguangqi, "I really don't know how courageous you are. You dare to come to my Linghe sect to kill. You don't do this if you want to reincarnate." Nanguangqi held the ancient longsword in his hand and replied indifferently, Really? You will know soon. As soon as his voice fell, suddenly, 4 figures rushed out from below Nangaki and surrounded Lingyans Hengxin in an instant. You guys, who are you? Why are you my enemy? At this time, the auras of Li Changxing, Zhu Lao, Kushan Woodcutter, and Ling Xifeng were no longer hidden, and waves of fierce immortal level power enveloped Ling Xifeng. At this moment, Ling Yan was horrified, and his voice trembled with fear. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. At least 4 true immortals are besieging me. No matter how I fight, I can't escape. Where did this blue star person find so many true immortal masters? Ling Yan's mind was working frantically analyzing how to escape from here. He looked at Zhu Lao and others with a wondering look, and there was a trace of horror in his heart. Fellow Daoists, I don't know how Ling Mu offended you. I am willing to apologize and compensate. As long as you can let me go today, my Linghe sect will definitely compensate you with all the power of the sect. Ling Yan's Hengxin knew that he was in a life and death crisis, and his attitude changed quickly, and his posture was extremely humble. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Ling Xifeng and others. Faced with Ling Yan's Hengxin's surrender, everyone was unmoved, which made Ling Yan's heart sink continuously. At this time, Ling Xifeng suddenly smiled evilly and said, "Compensation, but we only want your head." This. Faced with a teasing, Ling Yan old monster didn't know how to answer. At this time, Zhu Lao and his companions were staring at Ling Yan while secretly communicating with each other how to capture the soul of Ling Yan's Hengxin. Because when Ling Yan's Hengxin appeared, Chen Mo had communicated with him. If possible, capture the soul of Ling Yan's Hengxin and give it to him. Chapter 148, The Fall of the True Immortal and the Destruction of the Linghe Sect. When Lingyan's Hengxin was surrounded by the Blue Star Immortals, the Linghe sect's mountain gate had already fallen into a battle to destroy the sect. Countless figures fought and killed in the sky, and the gods and the great powers of Liangsu instantly fought each other. Spiritual weapons collided and flesh and blood separated. Countless Linghe sect monks emerged from the depths of the sect to deal with the Blue Star monks. However, the Blue Star side had gathered tens of millions of monks' power without intention, and the densely packed monks formed rows of majestic killing arrays. How could the Linghe sect people deal with it in a short time? Kill! The shouts of killing were mixed with endless fighting figures. In less than half a breath, countless Linghe sect monks were destroyed by the Blue Star killing array. Countless corpses fell from the battlefield like dumplings. This made the elders of the Linghe sect very anxious. In fact, in terms of the combat power of high-end great monks, Linghe sect is higher than that of Blue Star, but the sudden attack of Blue Star caught them off guard. Some of the Hideo and Liangsu monks of Linghe were not on the sect at all. Moreover, in terms of the number of monks, Blue Star was far higher than that of Linghe sect. And these extra monks' power, gathered together by Blue Star using scientific immortal warships, talisman formations and other means, also briefly possessed the power of great monks, and instantly killed the monks of Linghe sect. This battle was slow, but in fact it happened in an instant. As soon as the two sides fought, endless corpses fell and blood rain fell from the sky. At this time, the world near the Linghe sect's mountain gate was overturned, the mountains collapsed, and the fighting and the collision of spiritual power instantly changed the color of the world and turned it into a piece of red. The spiritual power and blood rain swept up by the strong wind shut out. Deafening battle energy emanated from the direction near the mountain gate, hitting the ground in waves, igniting a trace of blood-killing madness in people's hearts. This scene of tens of millions of cultivators fighting was something Chen Mo had never seen before. He could not describe the fierceness, danger and grandeur of it in words. At the moment when Lingyan's Hengxin flew away from the 9 heavens to fight. This was an extinction war. Chen Mo saw the 9 legions on the Blue Star side, under the command of the 9 military masters, blasted out endless waves of destruction. Boom! Boom! Under the combined bombardment of the Xianji Mother God ship, Chen Mo saw with his own eyes that a great man in the Hideo realm of Linghe sect was directly blasted to ashes by 7 or 8 consecutive waves of the God ship. Immediately afterwards, some gaps were also blasted into the mountain protection formation of Linghe sect. However, the Hideo elders of Linghe sect were not vegetarians. In addition to getting through the initial surprise, they quickly formed a line of defense with the Hideo Liangsu realm elders. There were even elders in the Hideo realm who were carrying monstrous anger and fierceness, and they directly targeted the Titan God King, Hong Tong, Zuyu and other high-end monks who had exerted the power of Hideo on the Blue Star side, hoping to disrupt the deployment of Blue Star and eliminate the advantages of Blue Star. The changes on the battlefield flashed into Chen Mo's mind like lightning. After he sent a message to Zhu Lao and the others, he also started to attack directly. Chen Mo's eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. He held the Duke's flag in his right hand and the Rongan jar in his left hand. Who? As the Duke's flag waved, the annihilation wind blew, and he wiped out the enemies in groups. The Rongan jar opened its gluttonous mouth and swallowed souls one after another. At this moment, he turned into a ruthless killing machine. Kill, kill, kill. There is no right or wrong in the war of civilizations, only life and death. Chen Mo's figure quickly shuttled through the battlefield, and endless power surged in his body. His sharp eyes were like those of an eagle, and he only killed the cultivators at the Yuanying and Huishan levels. Once he encountered a powerful person in the Liangsu realm who attacked him, he would quickly dodge after it low with a Duke's banner. With a Duke's banner in hand, every time he attacked, it represented the fall of a Yuanying or Huishan cultivator. Ice Sword Domain, Soul Devouring, 9 Heavenly Refining, Yuanshan Golden Sword, Demon Slaying Fist. Chen Mo used many of his special magical skills alternately. At this moment, the usually high-ranking Huishan cultivator died at his hands like an ant in the key training realm. Once he killed the opponent, Chen Mo would immediately use the soul melting bottle to collect the souls that had not been killed by the opponent, which would be the food for his rapid advancement. The battle lasted only a moment, and Chen Mo's soul melting bottle had already sealed 8 Yuanying and 3 Huishan realm souls. However, his soul melting bottle was like an abyss of hell, with no limit to the space, as if no matter how many souls could be sealed and contained. Seeing this, Chen Mo was extremely excited. At first, he was worried that his soul melting bottle could only seal a few divine transformation cultivators, but now it seems that it is far from the limit of the soul melting bottle. Chen Mo's moves became more crazy. He knew that once the Lingyan True Immortal was dealt with, it would be the time for the Linghe sect to be completely destroyed when Zhu Lao and the others were free. He wanted to use this battle to directly absorb the Dao realm insights that would allow him to advance to the divine transformation realm or even the refining ruins realm. Kill him, the spiritual medicine is mine, the soul is mine, and everything will become a stepping stone for my winding immortal path. Today I will sweep everything away. Chen Mo held the Duke's flag and was excited to kill, muttering excitedly. A thick blood mist of evil lingered around him, like the Lord of Hell. 10 Yuanying, 12 Yuanying, 5 Divine Transformation, 6 Divine Transformation. The battle near the Linghe sect's mountain gate was upside down, and the immortal level battle above the 9 heavens was even more dangerous. The immortal energy above the 9 heavens was surging, radiating an unheard of immortal breath. After persuasion failed, Lingyan's Hengxin had to fight to the death. As a true immortal ancestor who has practiced for tens of thousands of years, once he knew that he could not compromise, his move became ruthless and resolute. As the battle started, countless rules and magical powers evolved in a single thought. Lingyan's Hengxin waved a red immortal sword in his hand, and powerful rays of light swept towards Zhu Lao. Because at this time on the battlefield, Nangguangqi, Zhu Xianren, and Zhu Lao formed a triangular siege, while Ling Zifang and Kushan Kaiofu were in a slightly later position to assist in the attack, blocking the last glimmer of Lingyan's Hengxin's escape, and would never let him break out of the encirclement. Lingyan's Hengxin realized that Zhu Lao's strength was the weakest among the three, so he wanted to use this to break through the gap. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, it was in vain. Facing the attack of Lingyan's Hengxin, countless golden dragons of luck emerged from Zhu Lao's body. These golden dragons surrounded Zhu Lao like a dragon guarding him. No matter how powerful Lingyan's Hengxin's attack was, it only seriously injured the luck golden dragon and slightly repelled Zhu Lao. But at this time, new luck golden dragons would emerge from Zhu Lao's body to block him. Zhu Lao's strategic goal was very clear. He did not want to attack, but to block and contain the opponent, creating an excellent opportunity for Li Changxing and Nangguang Xianren to kill him. They had experienced such a fight several times. Obviously, when the two fought, Nangguangqi and Li Changxing would not miss any opportunity to attack. They also gradually exhausted the immortal power in Lingyan's Hengxin's body during the fight, and finally found an opportunity. Nangguangqi's immortal weapon was Zhuangherong City, and Li Changxing's attack immortal weapon was a wine pot. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the two seized the opportunity to attack with all their strength, and 2 cold snorts sounded. Heavy pressure. The Zhuangherong city in Nangguangqi's hands suddenly swelled up in the wind and turned into a big city, pressing down on Lingayan's Hengsen's back. The endless gravity rules pressed down, causing Lingayan's Hengsen's speed to drop instantly. On the other side, Li Changxing urged the wine pot in his hand to pour it on Lingayan's Hengsen. Bewitching. Countless streams of fairy light and spiritual water emitting a hazy atmosphere enveloped Lingayan's Hengsen. Facing the sudden attack, Lingayan's Hengsen's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. His immortal power was about to be exhausted. He hesitated for a moment and was seized by the two. Heaven wants to kill me. Lingayan is unwilling. I think Lingayan has been roaming the blood underworld for 30,000 years. Why did he die here? Lingayan's Hengsen was desperate, angry, unwilling, and hateful. But reality is cruel after all. Even if he knew that danger was coming, after a desperate battle, his immortal power in his body was almost exhausted and unable to stop it. He could only watch his body being restrained and unable to move, especially when the immortal light and spiritual water in Li Changxing's wine pot enveloped him. Lingayan's Hengsen felt that his soul seemed to become dull. Good opportunity. Brother Woodcutter, take action. I will trap his immortal soul to prevent him from escaping. At this time, Ling Zifang on the field saw the opportunity and hurriedly shouted to Kushan Woodcutter. As soon as Ling Zifang finished speaking, his hands were like fairies scattering flowers, and in the blink of an eye, he waved his hands around the few people and cast endless soul-locking restrictions. Lock the soul. Hurry up. Ling Zifang shouted coldly. This was the strategy they had discussed before to destroy the enemy. The three true immortals would attack and kill Lingayan's Hengsen. Ling Zifang and Kushan Woodcutter would be substitutes, make up for the kill, and trap the last immortal soul of Lingayan's Hengsen. Otherwise, even if a true immortal died, it would not be easy for the enemy to kill him and take away his reincarnated soul. Without Ling Zifang's reminder, seeing that the body of the true immortal Ling Yan was restrained and his soul was in a sluggish state, the bitter mountain woodcutter who was already ready to take action. Open a path when you encounter a mountain, build a bridge when you encounter a ditch. Today I will kill the true immortal with my immortal axe and forge my immortal path. The bitter mountain woodcutter turned countless years of seclusion and hard practice into an unstoppable determination and belief. He soared into the air, holding the immortal axe tightly in both hands and raised it above his head, and suddenly chopped down at the true immortal Ling Yan with the style of splitting Huishan. Open the mountain. The bitter mountain woodcutter shouted fiercely. His eyes lit up with a sharp divine light, and the endless mana around him poured into the mountain, opening immortal axe in his hand. The mysterious light lit up, and an endless sharp axe light flashed like the sky opening, carrying the faint power of the immortal rules and chopped down with force. Wow! The true immortal Ling Yan, who was trapped on the spot, was instantly split in half by the axe light. Immortal blood spilled, and the body was separated. The immortal rules in the body collapsed. At the moment of death, the immortal soul of Lingayan's Hengsen, which was delayed by the immortal light and spiritual water, seemed to finally wake up. A weak immortal soul stood at the scene, looking at its scattered corpse, and roared in despair and unwillingness. No. The sad immortal soul moved the celestial phenomena. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, a thunder that shook the world suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the immortal blood was spilled, and a bloody rain fell between heaven and earth, and a sense of sadness filled the sky. Not good, the immortal blood is falling, and the world is sad together. This is the resonance of the rules caused by the death of an immortal. At this moment, the hearts of everyone on the battlefield sank, as if they were suppressed by a heavy atmosphere of sadness. Especially the cultivators of Linghe sect, they felt an inexplicable surge of grief in their hearts, as if the most important belief in their hearts had collapsed. They looked up in horror, and a hint of ominousness flashed through their hearts. Chen Mo looked up at the top of his head as if he had sensed something. Did the true immortal Lingayan perish? I wonder if his immortal soul has been taken down. If I can swallow an immortal soul, what changes will it bring to myself? Due to the blood rain from the sky and the strange phenomenon of the world mourning together, the cultivators of the Linghe sect and the blue star on the battlefield unconsciously slowed down their fighting. Everyone felt heavy in their hearts, worrying about which immortal had fallen above. Before the battle, everyone knew that the outcome of this battle would ultimately depend on the immortals of both sides. On the blue star side, due to the fear of information leaks, most people did not know that they had a few more true immortals to help them, so they also felt worried. But this admiration did not last too long. When everyone was worried on the battlefield, a faint cold snort came from the 9 heavens. Lock the soul. Then several figures fell from the top of everyone's head, which was the immortal fighting force on the Blue Star side. Zulao landed above the giant peak of the Linghe sect, and his divine consciousness instantly swept the battlefield situation into his eyes. He nodded slightly, and then shouted loudly, "The true immortal Lingyan is dead. Our Blue Star cultivators will work together to completely destroy the Linghe sect. Kill the Blue Star cultivators." Zulao's voice shook the battlefield like thunder. When the Blue Star cultivators saw Zulao's figure, their morale was immediately shaken after hearing the voice, and they suddenly cheered in surprise. "Kill the Blue Star cultivators. Kill all these bastards to avenge my dead Taoist friend. Kill them to the Linghe sect mountain gate and seize the elixir of immortality." Ha ha ha. Countless excited shouts rang out, and the battle on the battlefield became fierce again. But the situation at this time was completely one-sided. When the Linghe sect cultivators saw Zulao and several others appear in the sky and told the news of their ancestors' death, suddenly, they felt that the sky had stepped down. They didn't want to believe it, and they didn't want to believe it. Why? Why can't our true immortal ancestor defeat the immortals of Blue Star? How is this possible? But the blood rain still falling from the sky proved that a true immortal had indeed fallen, and the true immortal Lingyan did not show up to object. This forced them to accept this cruel reality. The true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect might really be dead. When the Linghe sect monks realized this, they no longer had the will to resist, and the situation on the battlefield instantly became one-sided. Without the true immortal, the Linghe sect monks could not defeat the opponent's immortal fighting power. Seeing this, Yi Shi, Lu Ren, Zheng Yan and other powerful elders of the Hideo realm and Liangsu realm of Linghe sect began to evacuate the battlefield and flee for their lives. Linghe sect is finished. Escape, escape quickly. Quick, escape to the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance and then seek revenge. Of course, there were also some monks loyal to Linghe sect in the field, who fought desperately with a will to die. But Yi Shi and other Linghe sect elders of the Hideo realm could not be faster than the immortals' magical powers. Just as they began to flee, a huge city pressed down from the sky, several axe lights fell, and countless immortal spiritual lights fell. These escaping Hideo realm and Liangsu realm great monks were first targeted by Zulao, Li Shangxing and others. No. I hate it. Blue Star people, you dare to destroy my Linghe sect today, just wait for the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance to avenge us. In less than an instant stick of time, all the Hideo and Liangsu monks present in the Linghe sect were defeated. During this period, Chen Mo naturally could not be idle. Taking advantage of Zulao and others' actions, Chen Mo frantically picked up leaks on the battlefield, collected the souls of Hideo and Liangsu realm monks, and sealed them one by one into the Rongan Zun. Half a quarter of an hour later, Chen Mo counted, in this battle, he collected a total of 6 Hideo realm boss souls, 21 Liangsu realm souls, 78 Tuoshin monk souls, and he was too lazy to count the Yuanying souls. There was also the soul of Lingyan's Hengxin, who was not sure whether it was successfully captured. However, at this time, he also felt that his Ronganzun had reached its limit. It was not that the Ronganzun could not seal, but his cultivation could only activate and seal so many souls. If it was stronger, it might get out of control. The corners of Chen Mo's lips trembled slightly, and he was so excited that he could hardly restrain himself. This time the harvest is really huge. After refining these soul fluids of the soul, I don't know how powerful my realm and soul will become. But it's really worth looking forward to. Boom. At this moment, with the help of Li Changxing and others, the resistance of Linghe sect was completely ended, and the mountain gate formation was destroyed. Linghe sect was completely destroyed on this day. Next, in addition to leaving some people on Blue Star to take over and organize Linghe sect, the other 9 Legion monks quickly killed the remaining disciples and affiliated forces in other states of Linghe sect according to the plan. Chen Mo and Zulao and others walked towards the Linghe sect's secret library of immortals. Prepare to open this place that dominates 1 or 2 states and has been the treasure of tens of thousands of years of immortals. Chapter 149, Dividing the Treasure House, Breakthrough of the 9-Turn Golden Body Technique. Linghe sect has dominated Heizhao and Zhuanzhao for tens of thousands of years, with millions of core disciples. On weekdays, all the cultivation resources of the sect disciples are placed in the secret library in the main peak of Giyan. The secret library of the sect is covered with a strict forbidden formation and guarded by special personnel. But this time Chen Mo and his team suddenly attacked with overwhelming force, and the monks of Linghe sect did not expect all this at all. Even the many resources and treasures in the secret library of the sect were not moved away in time, and the sect was destroyed and changed hands, which benefited Chen Mo and others. A quarter of an hour later, after Ling Zifang broke the formation, a large number of treasures in the treasure house appeared in front of the group. This is a huge secret library space of thousands of cubic meters opened up in the belly of Gigayan Peak. There are countless spiritual medicines, immortal treasures, spiritual tools, Taoist tools, elixirs, various immortal cultivation materials, talismans, immortal cultivation puppets, as well as top-level exercises and scriptures. From level 1 to level 8, all are placed in different categories. Under each treasure, there is a corresponding jade plaque with a number that records the origin, purpose and level of the treasure. This is the immortal secret vault of Linghe sect. It is indeed a vast amount of resources. Now, I am afraid that I have all the resources to break through the Liang Sahadeo. Chen Mo's mind quickly glanced through the treasure house, and was surprised by the rich resources and treasures in it. His face could not help but show a trace of excitement. He found that with just one or two glances, he noticed that there were many resources that could help him, such as the very precious Dragon Elephant Pill, Infant Formation Pill, and top-level spiritual medicines of the 5th and 6th levels. Although Zuxianrun, Nangonki and others looked a little surprised, they were much calmer, because most of the resources in the secret vault were no longer useful to them. On the contrary, Zulao was more excited than Chen Mo when he saw these resources. He thought that with these resources from Linghe sect, the strength of the entire Blue Star cultivators would usher in a leapfrog development. He felt that after Blue Star digested these opportunities, its strength would definitely be several blocks ahead of Linghe sect. Even if it faced the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance head-on, it would have a certain degree of confidence and confidence below the true immortal. Because nowadays Blue Star has no shortage of talents or people, but what it lacks is resources and time. After a cup of tea, Zulao and Chen Mo had a general understanding of the treasures in the secret vault. At this time, Zulao turned to Chen Mo and Zuxianren and asked solemnly, "Fellow Daoists, Chen Mo, do you see if there are any treasures you need in this treasure vault? If you are interested, you can pick them and take them away. In fact, these things are not enough to thank you for helping my Blue Star, but now I can only do this to show my small gratitude." Zulao knew that if Zuxianren and his men had not taken action in this battle, Blue Star would have won a miserable victory. As the representative of Blue Star, he had to say this. "Okay, then let's just pick a few things that are useful." As soon as Zulao finished speaking, Ling Zifang and others nodded lightly and responded. Although there are not many rare fairy level resources of level 7 and level 8 in this secret vault, they can still pick out a few things that are beneficial to their tribulation. Soon, each of them began to search and select the treasures they needed in the depths of the treasure vault. Chen Mo went to the pill storage area as soon as possible. Now that his soul melting bottle has sealed so many souls of the Dao in the ruins, after absorbing their soul fluids, he doesn't need to worry about his future realm. What he wants is a pill treasure that can quickly increase his cultivation and improve his true essence and magic power. Infant Transformation Pill. After taking it, you have the opportunity to become a Yuanying cultivator. Hey, there is actually such a heaven-defying pill. Chen Mo looked at the pills in front of him, and was surprised. Kingayan Pill, a 7th grade pill, the whole body is green, with unpredictable effects. Take it away. The God Transformation Pill, the Infant Formation Pill, the Dragon Elephant Pill, the top-grade Xianli Pill, the top-grade Hao-Ian Pill, the Earth Transformation Pill, the Union Pill, the top-grade Poison Avoidance Pill, and the top-grade Lifespan Pill that can replenish 50 years of life. Take it away. Rows of precious and sealed pills appeared in front of Chen Mo. As long as he was interested in them, he quickly took them away, but he didn't do anything too extreme. He only selected a dozen more of the portion he needed, and left the rest to the Blue Star Alliance. After selecting the elixir, Chen Mo picked hundreds of other spiritual medicines and treasures and made great gains. An hour later, everyone finished their selection. Except for Chen Mo, who picked the most. The others also picked a few useful treasures. For example, Ling Zifang found several top-grade materials for refining array plates in the secret library. Kushan Woodcutter selected an 8th grade Immortal Medicine 5-color Divine Flower and an 8th grade Condensing Immortal Pill in the secret library. Condensing Immortal Pill is a top-grade immortal medicine for recovering immortal-level injuries. This is his backup for overcoming the true immortal tribulation. In fact, Kushan Woodcutter could already overcome the tribulation after Chen Mo found him a few pieces of immortal gold and pushed the instrument path to the extreme. In addition, after killing Ling Yan, his cultivation had reached the threshold of breakthrough. If it weren't for the wrong time, Kushan Woodcutter would have been suppressing him, and he would be overcoming the tribulation now. Then Li Changxing, Zulao and Nangguangqi also had their own gains, but for them, no treasures of particular significance were found in the treasure house. Fortunately, they had previously harvested several valuable immortal objects from Lingyan's Hangsen. After all, this immortal treasury is for the monks of Linghe sect. Treasures above the immortal level are rare and few in number, and Linghe sect will not put them in the public treasury casually. After sweeping this secret treasury, Chen Mo did not stop. He walked aside and began to make a wish in secret. Make a wish. Where else in Linghe sect can I find other treasures and opportunities that can help me greatly improve my cultivation? In the information analysis of this world, the first way in the wish analysis is, Ling Zifang has a late immortal soul in his hand. After refining the soul liquid with a soul melting bottle and absorbing the true immortal's perception, you can achieve a significant breakthrough in your realm. Way 2. On the top of Unaya Mountain at the top of Gayan Peak of Linghe sect, there is a Unaya secret realm where Lingyan's Hangsen realized the truth. In the secret realm, there is a earth spirit immortal vine. This vine absorbs the essence of the earth's spiritual energy of Gayan Peak for tens of thousands of years and bathes in the true immortal's Tao. It contains a part of the great law of the earth. After refining, it can be cultivated into the first turn of the 9 turns golden body art. Path 3. There is an extreme flame fire hidden 2,000 feet underground at the extreme flame peak of the Linghe sect. After refining, it can be refined into the second of the 9 heaven burning refinements, which has the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Soon, a series of words appeared in Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. After he finished reading the information here, Chen Mo's pupils dilated slightly, and his excitement was beyond words. It was not that he was not calm, but the surprise was too great. Especially when he saw the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine in Path 2, Chen Mo couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Originally, Chen Mo thought that he had to wait until the Burial God Desert to find the Xiantian Sistanch, or go to the 9 Nether Valley to find the section of the Xiantian 9-leaf heavy spirit root to cultivate the first turn of the 9 turns golden body art, but he didn't expect that the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine would appear now. He thought about it and guessed that he might have been interfered by the true immortal Lingyan at the beginning, so he didn't make a wish. Now, I can finally practice the first turn of the 9 turns golden body art. The 9 turns golden body art, once you practice the first turn, it is equivalent to the refining ruins realm. Chen Mo is already impatient. In the past 1 or 2 years since he came to the Blood Nether realm, he had made a wish to find the spiritual medicine needed to practice the 9 turns golden body art. But the result was either difficult to achieve or the process was extremely cumbersome. Unexpectedly, it was achieved in the lair of the true immortal Lingyan. Delay will lead to changes, do it now. Especially for Path 2, it doesn't matter if you collect other opportunities slowly. After getting what he wanted in his heart, Chen Mo began to act immediately. He came to Zulao and said, Zulao, after getting these treasures, I need to practice and improve immediately, and the next situation will be presided over by you. When Zulao heard Chen Mo's request, he frowned slightly and did not answer immediately, but looked at Zuxianren and others. I wonder what plans you will make next. As if he understood what Zulao was worried about, the drunken immortal Li Changxing answered first, Don't worry, fellow Taoist, we have already agreed with Chen Mo that we will stay in Linghe sect for the next 1 or 2 years. If the Huaxiang Immortal Alliance attacks, we can gather together to deal with it. As soon as Li Changxing finished speaking, Ling Zifang and Kushan Kaiaofu beside him nodded in agreement. Ling Zifang pondered for a moment, he looked at Zulao and said calmly, I have set up a Panlong mission formation in the state near Linghe sect. The news that Linghe sect has been confirmed to be destroyed should be delayed for half a day. The Huaxiang Immortal Alliance has received the news and is still discussing it. If they come to attack, it should be a month later. Everyone can make good use of this month to improve their strength. Zulao nodded, indicating that he also agreed with this view. The Bitter Mountain Woodcutter added, Next, I will find a place in Linghe sect to adjust my breath for a few days and prepare to survive the immortal tribulation. If the tribulation is successful, With the strength of the 5 of us, we will not be afraid of the attack of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance." Hearing the words of the bitter mountain woodcutter, Zulao nodded repeatedly and thanked him. Okay, thank you for your great help, I will remember this favor in my heart." After that, Zulao turned to the bitter mountain woodcutter and congratulated him. "Dao Iao, then I wish you in advance to challenge the true immortal road and knock on the door of immortality." "Yes." The bitter mountain woodcutter nodded, responded and left quietly, looking for a quiet place to prepare for the tribulation. Then, everyone dispersed and prepared. After Chen Mo got the immortal soul of Lingai's Hengxin from Ling Zifang as he wished, after Ling Zifang reminded him, he immediately found the Yunai's secret realm. Half a day later, the news that the true immortal ancestor of Linghe sect was killed and Linghe sect was destroyed by the Blue Star cultivators gradually spread. For a moment, the peaceful Qilin domain was like a boulder thrown into it, creating a wave hundreds of feet high. Especially since Linghe sect was also under the hegemony of Wangxiang Immortal Alliance. In just one day, the entire Qilin domain was in turmoil. A true immortal who had lived for tens of thousands of years was suddenly killed without even asking for help, and his sect was destroyed. Obviously, the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance, which had received the news, was very surprised and shocked. As true immortal cultivators who had entered the immortal path, they knew how difficult it was to trap and kill a true immortal of the same realm. This required at least several true immortal cultivators to surround him. But the top leaders of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance were not unaware of the strength of Langsing. So the question was, where did the Blue Star cultivators find the true immortal help? What was the conspiracy behind this, and who was behind it? Soon, the people of the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance were sent out like moths to get the news. At this time, Chen Mo was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed in the Yunai's secret realm, holding a Earth Spirit Immortal Vine in his hand. The Earth Spirit Immortal Vine is more than 3 meters tall, with vines as thick as finger joints, leaves as green as flowing water, and a strong spiritual energy emanating from its body. Chen Mo looked at it and found that each of its leaves contained the essence of heaven and earth. With a breeze blowing, it swayed gently, showing the aura of the great Dao. There was even more spiritual light flickering between the vines, which was a manifestation of some fragments of the Dao condensed in its body. Earth Spirit Immortal Vine. With this vine in hand, I can finally practice the 9 transformations golden body art. I have been waiting for this moment for too long. Chen Mo looked at the immortal vine in his hand and said in a daze. Now he has many souls of Liangsu, Hadao, and even Xiangxin that can be used for refining, as well as many elixirs to improve his cultivation, but Chen Mo decided to practice the 9 transformations golden body art first. Because once the first transformation of this technique is refined, Chen Mo can directly enter the ranks of the powerful in Liangsu realm. This is the fastest way for him to increase his cultivation. At present, Chen Mo has the first 3 turns of the technique in his hand. If he cultivates the 3rd turn, he can be comparable to the body refining immortal. He did it as soon as he said it. Chen Mo quickly calmed down his distracting thoughts. The many cultivation mysteries of the 9 turns golden body art emerged in his mind one by one. Whenever one goes deep into the body refining technique, one must integrate the 10,000 Daos into one's body and use the Dao to temper the body. This is especially true for the ancestral body refining technique, such as the 9 turns golden body art, so the first turn into the Dao is to incorporate the Dao into the body. To achieve this step, Chen Mo naturally did not want to spend countless time practicing the technique to observe the Dao of heaven and earth, let himself be in the Dao, and naturally incorporate the Dao of heaven and earth into his body after understanding. So when Chen Mo first got this technique, he wanted to devour the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and refine and temper the first turn of the golden body through some broken Dao principles contained in the spiritual objects themselves. In this way, he obtained the great power of moving mountains and chasing the moon. Whether he specializes in one Dao or cultivates multiple Daos at the same time, it doesn't matter to him, as long as it can make him infinitely powerful. Time passed slowly. After the mysteries of the 9-turn golden body art were consolidated in Chen Mo's mind, Chen Mo finally began to refine the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine. Since embarking on the path of body refining, Chen Mo found that he was going further and further on the path of eating. He ate medicine, grass, fruit, trees, relics, ice, and now vines. He simply ate everything. Thinking of this, Chen Mo laughed at himself twice. But who cares? As long as it can make me stronger, even eating dirt is fine. With a thought, Chen Mo picked up the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine and put it into his mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Even though the vines of the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine were very tough, it could not stop his determination to chew and refine them. Soon, streams of green juice flowed from the chewed leaves of the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine and entered Chen Mo's taste buds. It tastes okay. Keep going. However, the vines of this fairy vine were too hard, and it was difficult for Chen Mo to chew them with his current teeth. But this admiration did not last long. When Chen Mo's body began to operate according to the 9-turn golden body art, his body suddenly felt an inexplicable swallowing force. The fragments of the Dao that were flickering with spiritual light in the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine that was sent into Chen Mo's mouth seemed to be uncontrollably sucked out by the swallowing force in Chen Mo's body. Hiss. When the first piece of Dao overflowed from the vine, it was instantly swallowed up by Chen Mo's body. At this moment, Chen Mo's body seemed to have turned into a gluttonous mouth. He tore a hole in the tough skin of the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine, and more spiritual Dao fell into Chen Mo's stomach along with the juice of the vine. The moment the Dao entered his body, Chen Mo felt that he had forgotten time and space. He seemed to be wrapped in the thick and broad laws of the earth. Chen Mo felt that he had become the earth. He was the earth, and the earth was also him. He was gradually assimilated by the earth. Some fragments of Dao containing the laws of the earth gradually settled and melted in Chen Mo's body. The Earth Spirit Immortal Vine in his hand was mechanically put into his mouth, and then chewed and swallowed, until Chen Mo ate it all without noticing. In addition to the fragments of the Dao of the Earth Law in the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine, countless spiritual powers also burst out in Chen Mo's body, prompting his cultivation to rise spontaneously. Middle Jinden, Late Jinden Peak. Chen Mo's key training kept improving, but he didn't care about it at all. At this moment, he closed his eyes, and all his mind was immersed in the fragmentary understanding of the Dao of the earth. Time passed slowly. The 9-turn golden body art has been circulating in Chen Mo's body. A trace of the Dao of the earth gradually merged with Chen Mo's flesh, turning into a trace of Dao imprint engraved deep in his body. Chen Mo didn't know how long he had been comprehending, until he realized that there was a trace of the Dao of force and the law of the earth in his body. Power. The power of the earth is endless. Chen Mo's mind was shaken, and a boundless breath of power lingered around him. His eyes suddenly opened, and a startling divine light flashed. The first turn of the 9-turn golden body technique is complete. Chen Mo shouted in a low voice, and then his body quickly swept out of the secret realm and came to the foot of a mountain in Linghe sect. Ha! Chen Mo shouted loudly, and suddenly stretched out his right hand to grab the mountain. In an instant, an invisible power surged in Chen Mo's right hand, and his right hand seemed to turn into a tangible energy hand and grab the mountain in front of him. Move the mountain. Chen Mo shouted coldly, his eyes widened, and the endless golden body divine power in his body surged. Boom boom in an instant. A 1,000-foot-high giant peak in front of Chen Mo was uprooted by him, squeezing the surrounding air, and slammed into another mountain in the distance. Boom boom, the two peaks collided, and the birds and beasts fled in panic. The loud noise of the collision of the mountains caused the entire land vein of Linghe sect to shake. After throwing the mountain in his hand, the surging breath in Chen Mo's body still couldn't stop raging around him, like a giant spirit standing there. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Mo deeply felt his own changes and strength at this moment. Is this the strength of the body refining in the Liangsu realm? Chen Mo's eyes were wide open and his nose was trembling slightly. Today I have completed the 9 turns, and killing Liangsu again is like killing a dog. A strong self-confidence rose from Chen Mo's chest and went straight into the sky. What happened? Look, there is a giant peak that has fallen over there. The movement here naturally alarmed several true immortal cultivators who were hiding in Linghe sect at this time. Who is it? What a strong breath. But when Yang Guangqi, Li Shangxing, Zulao Ling Zifen, and others projected their thoughts over and found that the breath around Chen Mo was different, they were all shocked. Huh? Chen Mo. It's Chen Mo, how can he be so powerful? Chapter 150 Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram to Advance to Nascent Soul. Peaks were destroyed, and giant mountains collapsed. After a few breaths, more and more people in Linghe sect were alarmed by the noise made by Chen Mo. One after another, figures flew quickly from all directions. Seeing this, Chen Mo shook his head embarrassedly. Then he quickly restrained his breath and quietly returned to the Unaya secret realm. Looking back on this breakthrough, my body refining cultivation has been promoted to the 6th level, comparable to the cultivation of the Liangsu realm. I have finally entered the ranks of great cultivators. Chen Mo concentrated his mind and looked inward. Now he estimated that even with hard power, he could rank in the top 5 in the entire Blue Star combat power. Finally, I have a certain self-protection power. Chen Mo sighed. From now on, I can give up practicing the earthly evil art, and practice the 9 turns golden body art exclusively for body refining in the future. The next goal is the second turn of the 9 turns golden body art. Chen Mo walked slowly to the top of the Yunaya secret realm, overlooking the many immortal peaks of the entire Linghe sect. His heart was filled with waves. In his heart, he also experienced the experience of being on top of the mountain and looking down on the small mountains. But this is not enough. Next, I will continue to break through the key training stage. The spiritual power of the Earth Spirit Immortal Vine has brought my cultivation to the late stage of the Golden Core. Now I can start to break through the nascent soul stage. With so many powerful souls here, there is no need to worry about the realm. I just don't know if I can continue to break through the limit with the 9-turn Supreme Golden Core I have cultivated. His thoughts turned. Make a wish. I want to know how to break the limit of the 9-turn Golden Core and condense a higher level of Golden Core to advance to the nascent soul. In the information analysis of this world, the first way in the wish analysis is, go to the top of the 36th heaven of the fairy world and find a wisp of Hongmeng purple air, which can be condensed into Hongmeng Golden Core. Way 2. In the netherworld, take the 18 origins of the 18 layers of hell and a blood sea origin of hell and refine them, which can be condensed into the netherworld Golden Core. As 2 lines of handwriting appeared in Chen Mo's mind, he frowned slightly after reading them. Hongmeng Golden Pill, Netherworld Golden Pill. It looks really awesome, but unfortunately I can't do either of these 2 ways. The 36th heaven of the immortal realm, the netherworld, I don't even know where the direction is. Forget it. Just use the 9-turn golden pill to break through the nascent soul. The 9-turn golden pill is already the legendary supreme golden pill, it's not much worse. With a change of mind, Chen Mo no longer pursued unrealistic limits. He quickly took out the cultivation resources he had collected from the secret library to refine and break through. The top-grade Xianli pill, Jiang pill, Huang grass, nectar, earth marrow, and many other top-level secret medicines were refined and absorbed by Chen Mo one by one. And his cultivation in his body began to rise rapidly again, with the foundation of the Defy realm in front. In less than 5 days, Chen Mo's cultivation quickly rose to the limit of the golden pill. At this time, a fist-sized golden pill in his body was spinning in his sea of qi. The 9 marks on the golden pill that seemed like the imprint of the heavenly way exuded circles of mysterious auras that rippled like water waves. 10 circles, 100 circles, and tens of thousands of circles suddenly. When these mysterious auras were connected like water waves, a new magnificent vision appeared. Yin-Yang life and death diagram. At this time, behind Chen Mo, a huge yin-yang life and death diagram emerged, emitting a very dangerous yin-yang aura. This diagram was half yin and half yang, half black and half white, similar to the Tai Chi diagram. As soon as the yin-yang life and death diagram appeared, Chen Mo suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. Yin and yang protected the body, and life and death were reversed. When this vision appeared, his own defense increased, and he could turn into a death contract to regenerate life. When facing the enemy, he could also activate the yin-yang life and death diagram to attack the enemy, reborn into death and wipe out the opponent's life. Not long after, Chen Mo understood the mysteries of this vision. After understanding this vision, Chen Mo felt infinite emotion in his heart. It is worthy of the 9-turn golden pill advancement. The yin-yang life and death diagram, reversing life and death, is simply a heaven-defying phenomenon, more powerful than countless magical powers. Pop! At this time, Chen Mo's golden pill reached its limit and began to break through. The fist-sized golden pill suddenly shattered. Broken pill becomes infant. A miniature version of Chen Mo emerged from the golden pill fragments. The broken golden pill fragments quickly turned into golden light and merged into the newborn Yuanying, making the Yuanying's spirit and energy grow stronger and stronger. Sensing the changes in his body, Chen Mo quickly sank into his mind. He found that his Yuanying's eyes seemed to have gathered thousands of divine beauties, spinning around. After looking around, he shook off his chubby little hands and stretched, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. As soon as the Yuanying was formed, Chen Mo felt that his body suddenly exuded a unique fragrance. The pocket version of Chen Mo looked up and met Chen Mo's eyes, and a magical scene happened. Chen Mo felt as if he had an extra clone, as if two of his own were looking at each other. This is the nascent soul realm. Once a cultivator is promoted to the nascent soul realm, in addition to a sudden increase in lifespan, living for more than 1,000 years, he can also fly away with his nascent soul when facing danger. Even if the physical body perishes, he can rely on the nascent soul to revive. In the future, after practicing the 9 transformations of the golden body, Chen Mo has already achieved the regeneration of broken limbs, and his lifespan has broken the shackles and exceeded the limit of ordinary cultivators. Chen Mo will not let himself fall into the situation of relying on the nascent soul to escape. He is happy about the supreme joy of breaking through the realm. This kind of cultivation enhancement and the transition of the essence of life made Chen Mo more and more fascinated. Therefore, after Chen Mo broke through the nascent soul, he did not think about going out at all, but continued to digest the opportunities he gained from the secret library of the Linghe sect. After the breakthrough, Chen Mo was immersed in cultivation again. At this time, he began to use the soul melting bottle to refine the soul inside. After being promoted to the nascent soul, Chen Mo's mastery of the soul melting bottle was further enhanced. At this time, he no longer felt that the soul melting vase was about to reach its limit. Chen Mo manipulated the soul melting vase and first refined the soul of a divine transformation cultivator. After death, the soul entered the soul melting vase. No matter how high their cultivation was in life, they could not escape the fate of being refined. As time passed, drops of clear soul liquid were swallowed by Chen Mo. After inhaling the soul liquid, Chen Mo quickly grasped the Dao meaning that was beneficial to him and comprehended it. Soon, his understanding of the Dao realm became deeper and deeper. The Dao is full and can never be used. The deep is like the ancestor of all things, and the clear is like existence. While absorbing these perceptions, Chen Mo began to comprehend by comparing it with the Hanhe Chang Sheng Sutra he practiced. And his soul became more and more solid and powerful after constantly absorbing these powerful soul liquids. More and more Yuanqing golden swords condensed in his sea of consciousness, and he really achieved the scene of 1,000 swords descending at the sound of a sword. And it is unknown when this increase will stop. Chen Mo has a hunch that after he has refined all the souls in the Liangsu and Hedao realms, his soul will definitely undergo a qualitative change. Then he will plan to deal with the soul of Lingain's Hangsen. I hope I can condense my own soul golden body by then. With expectations in his heart, Chen Mo started unlimited retreat and practice. He did not care about any changes in the outside world. Even on the 10th day, when the bitter mountain woodcutter was crossing the immortal tribulation on an unknown mountain in Linghe sect, he did not go to watch. On this day, billions of black clouds covered the sky above the entire Linghe sect. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rolled. The blue star cultivators occupying Linghe sect did not know what happened. Only a few people such as Zulao and Nangguangqi knew that it was the bitter mountain woodcutter who was crossing the immortal tribulation. Since ancient times, the immortal tribulation has been called the most difficult thunder tribulation. It is good for 1 or 2 out of 100 Hedao cultivators to pass it. But fortunately, the bitter mountain woodcutter is not an ordinary Hedao cultivator. He had reached the peak of Hedao before he retired to Baolianai village. After retiring to Baolianai village, Kushan woodcutter searched for immortal gold in the place where the gods refine weapons, comprehended the immortal rules in the immortal gold, and reached the peak of the true immortal through refining weapons, which made his understanding of the great way far beyond that of ordinary Hedao cultivators. This time, with the immortal pill and the 8th level immortal medicine that Kushan woodcutter obtained from Linghe sect, he recovered from the injuries in the thunder tribulation, which was equivalent to regaining his life. After a day and a night of thunder, he finally transformed into an immortal, and his promotion to the true immortal attracted strange phenomena from the sky. Kushan woodcutter's immortality gave blue star for true immortals. Moreover, after Ling Zifang obtained the Panlong Formation Sutra, he had also understood the immortal path during this period. He became an immortal through the formation, and now all he needed was to condense natal immortal discs to become an immortal through the tribulation. After receiving the news that Kushan woodcutter successfully passed the tribulation, Chen Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and he was also happy for Kushan woodcutter in his heart. Nowadays, the strength of Blue Star is skyrocketing at a rate that changes every day, and the overall situation is very good. In particular, there are some monks on Blue Star who have enough military exploits but are trapped by their qualifications and lifespan. After obtaining the resources in the secret library of Linghe sect, they directly began to extend their lives. If your lifespan is not enough and your blood and ki are declining, just take a life-extending pill that can extend your life for 50 years and see if you can break through. If your spiritual roots are too poor and your foundation is weak, and it is difficult for you to break through the golden core realm for your whole life, then take a baby transformation pill and send you to the nascent soul realm. On the point of resource utilization, Zulao and Chen Mo have highly consistent opinions. Treasures are only yours if they are transformed into your own strength. Otherwise, no matter how many resources you have, they may just help your enemies take care of them temporarily. The current order of Blue Star is to use all the captured resources wantonly. As long as you have merits and dare to fight, you can be given treasures and resources. It doesn't matter if your realm is poor. As long as you dare to fight, you will be piled up even if you use resources. Those things like slow and steady, reasonable allocation, and applying according to the situation are all rolled aside. Everyone is fighting desperately, only you have a noble life, only your mother's family is talented, and only your descendants will be reincarnated. If you want to cultivate immortality and live forever, go and fight for it yourself. If you want resources, go and grab them yourself. Why should some people sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor? Why should the resources seized by a generation be occupied by a few people? Why should I die while you lie forever? In the face of the war, the only correct answer is to upgrade everything to the strength of Blue Star. If the resources are gone, go and grab them. In the blood underworld, the domain is boundless, and all races are fighting for hegemony. One day, countless races will be exterminated, and one day, new strong men will rise. There are countless opportunities and creatures here, and they all want to seize that ray of immortality. Then rely on yourself. Kill, kill, kill. This is Chen Mo's philosophy, and even Chen Mo's madness. Otherwise, the Blue Star Federation will never get any help from Chen Mo. This is also the final ultimatum he gave to Zhu Lao when he learned that someone in the Federation had an ambiguous dispute over the division of the treasure resources of the Linghe sect. Because he had seen too many swindling things, too much darkness, too many people who made up excuses. People are selfish. When faced with a heritage of a 10,000-year-old immortal sect, no one would not be selfish and think about getting more for themselves. If this is not done, Chen Mo is sure that the immortal cultivation resources in the secret library of the Linghe sect will be quickly divided up by the power groups of the Federation, and the masters of the refining ruins, the god of transformation, and the nascent soul. In the end, only some leftovers were left, and they were distributed to the middle and lower level cultivators who rushed forward like beggars. In fact, they are the real foundation of the Blue Star Immortal Cultivation world. The same is true for the Immortal Cultivation world. There were some signs of this at the beginning of the revival of the Blue Star ruins. Otherwise, how could those interest groups and immortal cultivation families be born in such a short time? Why didn't the immortal country where everyone is like a dragon go on? It's nothing more than taking the opportunity first when the ruins broke out. This is the case for generals and ministers in ancient times. Since we agreed to conquer the world together, we must give the world to the world. Never be a tool, never be a cow or a horse. This is also the only opportunity Chen Mo has fought for the lower level cultivators of Blue Star. After giving an order, naturally some people will not obey. If you don't obey, bring 3 or 4 immortals first. If you don't obey, you can kill an immortal and try it. It was under Chen Mo's resolute attitude that Zhu Lao and Nangguang Qiguxin finally came forward to forcibly execute this order. Then, in this short period of half a month, the cultivators of Blue Star went completely crazy, and the strength of all members increased rapidly. The resources of the Linghe sect's immortal storage were also consumed crazily. After the resources were distributed, whether Chen Mo knew them or not, the strength of almost everyone was increasing crazily. With their strength improved, they in turn frantically hunted down the cultivators of Linghe sect and Wangxiang Immortal Alliance in Zhuanzhao and Heizhao. Time passed slowly. The hinterland of Linghe sect was peaceful, while outside it was turbulent and bloody. Collisions and fights were everywhere. Blue Star monks gathered teams to hunt down the remaining Linghe sect. Just like that, time came to a month later. Blue Star finally roughly cleared Zhuanzhao and Heizhao, and began to set up formations, bases and various scientific immortal weapons in these two states. At this time, the crisis of Blue Star really arrived. After more than a month of testing and understanding, The major sects in the Wuxiang Immortal Alliance finally began to gather the monks to attack Blue Star. Chirp! Chirp! On this day, the former Linghe sect, now the Blue Star headquarters, received 12 urgent crisis messages in succession. The Wuxiang Immortal Alliance is gathering tens of millions of monks from various states to besiege Zhuanzhou and Heizhou from all directions. The army will reach the border of the two states soon. Please ask the Blue Star headquarters to send people to make a decision as soon as possible. When Zulao stood on the top of the Linghe sect and received the communication talisman in his hand, he looked at the Yunhe Immortal Mountain in the distance, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Is the Wuxiang Immortal Alliance finally coming? He thought for a moment, and then quickly sent out a series of divine thoughts. Spread the news that the 9 military leaders of the Federation have always returned to the Yunfeng headquarters for discussion. Spread the news that all the gods, refining monks, and leaders of forces on Blue Star will quickly return to the Yunfeng headquarters for discussion. After the message was sent, Elder Zhu quickly came to the Yunaya secret realm where Chen Mo was. The Wuxiang Immortal Alliance is coming with great momentum. It would be better to ask Chen Mo to deduce this matter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.